While I'm away, I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, Manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Ooh. All right, let's get it. Let's get it, folks. This is going to be like a bit of a pulling of a decaying tooth or a broken tooth or half a tooth that may remain in your jaw yet. Let's yank this sucker out. Let's get the pain over with. Let's talk it over. And frankly, I think a lot of what we're going to talk about today is going to be with you guys in the chat, where your guys' head is at. I think very much you know where I stand on this. I'm very disappointed by this loss, as much as any other this year, I would probably say, because you could make maybe some excuses for other losses, playing against a very good Titans team that we're now seeing in retrospect, against a tough Vikings team that we're kind of seeing in retrospect. Not, these aren't the best of the best in the NFL, but good teams. And, you had to brave through some tough waters with a backup quarterback, and now you have a quarterback return. And last week, okay, you're in Lambeau, it's cold. Extra cold's going to hurt our quarterback's finger, his ailing finger, his repairing finger, all that much more. But then we arrive at this particular game, and you start to run out of excuses. You start to run out of hope. You start to really, again, fight against the gnashing of teeth, against the boiling anger that starts to breed in your belly as you start to understand not only what this season means, but what it is going to mean for the future. The Arizona Cardinals came into this game with no DeAndre Hopkins, no Colt McCoy, an ailing offensive line, no Chase Edmonds, who I know James Conner kind of ran around and over us today a bit, but Chase is their better back. He was out in this game. No J.J. Watt. And still, really, they pretty much handily won this football game. Seattle, was able through a little bit of luck. The fact that suddenly the Arizona Cardinal kicker can't make a field goal. They were there in the end of it, being gritty as ever. No denying that. But you lose to a team, the Cardinals, who are so diminished, who are so reduced, who are so not even a pale comparison of what they were. And again, for a second straight season, to have Colt McCoy come off the bench for now a different team, to put together almost the exact same kind of performance once again. What have I harped about with why I've wanted to move on from change? It's not simply that we are seeing the bad, it's that we are seeing the same replay of bad over and over again. We're not seeing a different way this sort of manifests itself. Not really. Not really. It's the same story being played out over and over. We went back and watched that Giant performance probably last year, which I believe Colt also beat us at home last year, if I'm not mistaken. You would see some of the similar type of plays being ran, despite the fact I'm sure these are completely different offenses. He's being run within them, between the two. Defensively, I thought Seattle did okay today. They weren't dominant, but they did okay. A lot of the poor performances you get in the second half does have to relate back to, once again, the offense being completely inept. I believe that they said that they had gone something like 10 quarters without a touchdown or something for the first time in 10 years. there just was there was really just nothing there offensively. You saw Russell by the third quarter, fourth quarter, but trying to hit deep shots down the football field that just weren't there, even throwing into double coverage. Once again, he seems unable to be able to do anything under center at this time, so they're running a lot of this pistol look, read option formation, shotgun stuff, which then does limit the playbook, in my opinion. Despite that, they continue to try to run the ball, where a lot of what you could say the good running would come from would be with them under center, and that it would be more effective with that approach. I am, again, not saying that would have been the better way to go. I'm just making observations here because I know everyone's real sensitive right now, however any criticism goes. I'm just trying to say it how we're kind of looking at it for. So, look, this has been a tough season. I'm not going to pack this much too long beyond that. I will say it's interesting once again to watch a man in Chandler Jones, who they said on the telecast now sits top 10 all-time in CenturyLink/Lumen Field in sacks, despite the fact he doesn't even play for the Seattle Seahawks. Unwrap that one for a second, if you will. Think about that one for a second, if you will. And pair that with the knowledge that Aaron Donald, once again this year, got into the backfield and broke your quarterback's finger. The two most dominant defensive players the Seattle Seahawks have had to play in the last 10 years by far. And they have still, as of yet, to develop any cogent, cognizant, functional, feasible plan of attack in order to deal with them. Are these fantastic football players? Yes, they are. Do I see much evidence for them actually trying to do much about them as a problem past, let's try that guy. Well, how about that guy? Oh, how about that guy? Okay, that guy didn't work. How about that guy? Meanwhile, none of the guys they're trotting out are upper-level pass protectors. None of the guys they're trotting out there against these guys are Pro Bowlers or all pros or the type of talent you would need to stop upper-level talent. Just an observation, just a random observation on my part, and once again is a common theme as to why I am frustrated throughout on this, why you guys see me at times so downtrodden about this, is again, like I was saying before about the same theme being played over and over again. We get that same old Aaron Donald tune playing over again. Oh, yeah, I love this song. He comes to the backfield instantaneously and just destroys my quarterback. Oh, yeah, let's go. Oh, wait. What's on that B-side? Chandler Jones with some crossface moves? All right, let's do it, Chandler. Ooh, that's jazzy. I don't know where that rhythm's going. I don't know what's happening on that play. Where's that one going? Oh, and it gets right back to him almost as fast as Donald. I don't know who was faster, actually. Who can really tell at this point? This is hard football to watch. And that's what I'm going to hear in the chat a lot of, I have no doubt, and I ain't blaming you guys the least. I had my brother texting me during the games, and I'm done with this. I'm turning this off. I'm turning this off. It's unentertaining football. It looks like a team at times that you have you practiced? Are you running the plays for the first time right now? So again, I promised you guys I would not blabber along too much. I think I've already bitched and moaned enough here with the first few minutes of this show. We'll definitely bounce over to you guys in the chat. But needless to say, this is why I've landed the place I've landed. You're now, what are you, 1-4 at home, 1-5 at home. You have no sense of establishment, of dominance at home anymore. Just one more thing that you lose along with all the rest. And again, I've said, I will continue to say, and I'll push back against those, because I'll tell you guys, one of the most unfun things about doing this channel recently, this year, it's not necessarily the losing. I can take the losing. The part that's been most unfun is the fact that you can't point out why things are bad. You have a camp that's a Carroll camp, and you have a camp that's a Russell Wilson camp. And they all love their man. They all, almost on a worshipful level, look upon their man with eyes gleaming so true. And if you dare say anything about either, they ripple into my chat, spam things down the line, get their feelings twisted like panties up in a bunch. And I just sit there now and I shake my head. They tell me, be careful what you wish for. Be careful what you wish for, I say. You don't know what's going to happen, they say. You don't know the dark days you will be inside. You don't know the bad football you will watch play. Really? I won't? I won't have seen that? That won't be what I'm experiencing right now? So say your little worrisome negative things about the criticism that I throw out. It's going to continue to get dished out. You can continue to not like to hear it, but I'm going to continue to say it, because if there's one thing I do beyond this channel above all else, it may not be fine entertainment, may not be the greatest of humor, but it will always be honest. I thank you guys for watching. If you do appreciate what you're watching, please do smack, dab, diddly do that like button for me if you could for me. That would help me out a considerable deal as this channel does continue to grow. I do appreciate that. And let's bounce over to see where your guys' heads at. Hopefully all of you are doing well and doing a little bit better where mind space is right now, because I'm pretty frustrated at the moment. TJ, F this offense. F this offense indeed. TJ, I don't know what the game plan is. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish past. Let's just see how fast we can get to the punt. Jim G, damn is right. B Russ, okay, best video photo yet. Well, like I said, B Russ, I'm going to try to, where I can, bring humor even when I'm in my mood like I am now, even when I'm up in my feelings like I am right now. But that's, I got to give you guys a little bit of laughter here in the chaos of sadness. Of Sam, I'm done with this team, I swear. Can't blame you, Sam. Can't blame you in the least. My brother, like I was saying, said it to me in my text. He said, I can't watch this. I can't watch this football. I can't watch it. And he was so mad. I could just feel him, just even probably texting. He was just trembling in anger, getting out the buttons. And I'm right there with you guys. I am right there with you. I'm trying right now. It might seem like I'm really tamping down really where my anger truly is at with everything and where it sits right now. There may be a blow up point yet this season. I might hit that line yet. I'm getting very close to it. But this one hits a little differently than even the rest this year. And there've been some ones that have hit way too hard already. Costa Rica sports fan. I want to put a effing drug in my drink to kill me. That's pretty much it, Costa Rica. I was going to open with me putting my head in a noose with you guys tight on my face and then, saying, just kidding, haha. But I couldn't guarantee I was going to take my head back out the noose, So I went, okay, maybe not. Nick H, just want to say hi. Thanks for what you do. Fire Pete, keep Russ, love the Seahawks. Thank you. Well, Nick, as you know with me, that is plan numero uno under my board. I would go a variety of different directions within that plan. It's not just simply that. There's some other, and then A, B, and addendum C, and all that other stuff beyond and below it. But yeah, I come back to over and over again, there's no cohesion between these two sides of the football. It's just, you're going to have these people who go, this is Russ's fault. He's great. This is Russ today. And look, Russ didn't play great today. And Russ probably shouldn't be out there on the field. But again, this is back to where it's like coaching should be back going in. The second that you say, hey, we have to throw out all of our under center offense to let you play Russell, I then pat Russell on the back and I go, look, I know you want to play with all your heart. We're going to give it a couple more weeks to where you can actually handle the ball under center, because I can't throw out half my offense as we're trying to get this offense to adapt for everyone on the football team, not just you. So again, this is one of those places we get to nuance, where it's not all just one guy's fault or all just another guy's fault. It's all just bad football right now. Make no mistake about that. But that would be the place in particular where I do come back a little bit and going overruled. Now, with that said, Russ has got a lot of power. He swings a lot of that power gamut in the room. He came in and overruled, I'm sure, even if Carroll maybe have said that to him. Maybe he's got enough power to overrule Carroll at that point. Maybe their relationship's so long, he just can't come down and bring that hammer down like that. I don't know. Frankly, I don't care whose fault it is. It's broken, and it's going to need to be fixed. Devin Martzell, damn is right, Devin. Mac Bruce, Pete's next book should be Never Complete. Never Compete. Volume 2, Mac. Volume 2. Never compete. That's good. B. Russ, I'm not even mad at this point. I expected to lose. We now see how bad Russ is if he can't throw an accurate ball. Time to move on. I think there's going to be a lot of people ready to go in a lot of different directions with this, including whole hog moving on from everyone and everywhere and every how and every hen. Hard to necessarily put it to Russ at this point with his play coming back post finger injury. Again, I come back to this is where as a coach you need to sort of read the room a little bit, read the hospital room, take a little bit of measurement for what the doctors tell you about what he's dealing with. And again, to me, the key on this is if you're taking out the under center stuff. Russell, why do we have to take out you under center hiking the ball? That's how, if you look at offenses in the running game, folks, and go look at advanced statistics on this, the running game tends to be way more efficient and productive with the quarterbacks under center versus in shotgun or pistol formation if you don't have a guy like, let's say, Lamar Jackson running it, who's truly a threat with it. So being that we don't have really the Lamar Jackson-like threat to run with it at this point, you're reducing down the effectiveness of your running game at that point by having him just running that shotgun. And that's okay, that's fine if he's being so prolific in the passing game, which he's not able to do because of said finger. That's the part that I go to this where, again, you go, why are we trotting back out there again then? It just seems, I don't understand it. Maybe one of you guys has a good reason you can give me on it to help me understand that. I understand Gino is not the miracle worker out there, okay? He's not going to come out like Mother Teresa in India, like, all right, let's throw some touchdowns, suckers. No, I get it. I understand. But is he going to give us a couple touchdowns? Can he put up 14 points in a game? Can he put 17 points in a game? Is our defense is doing pretty well at times? I mean, I think that's a valid question to ask. The Brig Show agrees with me. He says, should have started Gino again. Season's over. Don't tell us about miracles. Nail in the coffin. No miracles for you today, Bergs. No hope for you today. No optimism for you today. I got no secret book here I'm going to bring out to you that's literally called The Secret because it's going to tell you how we're going to win this Seahawks season. No, I don't have any of that. I've dusted it all out. I brought it all out of the closet. I went deep into my garage. I went through the back of the Christmas boxes and over that old bike that she'll never ride. They'll never ride that. I've unleashed all I've got in optimism. I'm plumb out. Punk 91, I don't know if I can handle another 2 months of watching this team choke. Hashtag save the 12s. Save the 12s, Punk 91. Thank you for watching. And yeah, you're putting people a little bit through visual torture right now with these football games. It's not even the heart attack Hawks of old in recent seasons, right? Where you got the ups and the downs and the, oh my God, what am I watching? And oh, that was amazing football. And oh my God, he just did that. And oh my God, it's all that up and down that we were getting that you didn't love necessarily because you just left you physically and emotionally exhausted by the end of the football game. But this is kind of a horse of another color, isn't it? Feels a little, it's hitting a little bit differently than those type of games. It feels more inept, feels more just like, oh, we stink. We just suck. Oh my goodness. Costa Rica fan says the offense is lethargic. We need to do something quick. Chewable Orb says, I think having KJ and Shaq leave took a couple of Pete believers out of the mix. This team looks like they don't believe in Pete Ball anymore. Well said, Chewable, and I don't disagree with you on that. That's very much what this team looks like as you sort of look at them. I've said, where's the life? Where's the spirit? Where's that juice? Where's that energy? Where's that normal, I'm going to say the rah-rahness, just that normal extra stuff that they need to be as a team, I think, to be at their best. And it just doesn't seem to be there as much. I'm not going to say it's because Coach Carroll's message has gotten stale. It just is missing whatever the reason is. MSR Rook says, you can say what you want about the defense, but the offense was the reason we lost this game. Oh, and fire Pete. Very well said, Rook. I like how you put that because he says, look, you can say what you say, like you're giving credit to the defense by saying you got to put this on the offense, but then you're also saying you got to fire Pete. And I think that's actually a sublime way of kind of putting it, to be honest with you. Because it matches a little bit of where my sort of thoughts are on this. It's good that the defense has turned around this year. It's good, but at the end of the day, this stuff lands on Pete's shoulders for a variety of different reasons. Not just one or two simple reasons. Not just because of a love of Russ. Not just because of some simple-minded argument that somebody would straw man on the other side of it who loves and is endeared to Pete as if they are family of him. No, not that. That's not the reason. Just because it's where it is. William Leonard, I feel like the Cards weren't that good today. We sucked extremely bad. William, I believe you are right. I believe you are correct. Miss Delafay, it's time to fire the entire coaching staff and start over. Pete is destroying Russ's career, so I don't believe Russ will be in Hawks uniform next season. Miss Delafay, I believe that you are correct, and I have long been predicting that this was going to be the case, and not with any hope or happiness or any of that. Instead, as many people on this channel can attest, it's been desperation. It's been begging. It's been trying to speak as if I was speaking directly to Carol to say, go out there and use all that cap space. Build up the great offensive line. Go into this make or break season with Russell Wilson and don't lean it to the side of breaking. Lean it to the side of making. Have hope. Try that one last ride, that one last dance to get the whole band back together again. You might just have another 10 albums in you. But instead, they sat on $13.3 million. And when Russ said, I'm getting hit too often, when he said that, I said, oh, okay, we'll get you Gabe Jackson. I think it is going to be the case. Aiden Simmons, we're probably going to be 9-8 and squeak into the playoffs, but do we really want that? I don't know if this is a team that's even squeaking in the playoffs. You just got beat at home by Colt McCoy with the Cardinal team that if you put the top 6 to 7 players coming into this season for the Arizona Cardinals on a list, they were probably down 3 or 4 of those players in this particular football game. I'm as optimistic as they come with that, but it's hard to see this team stacking together wins. Even those games that I thought would be certain wins with your Lions and your Bears and your Texans, I can't even put you in that realm right now. They're at this spot. Aiden Simmons, Leland Kimball says this team is unwatchable. You are not right. You're not right. You are right, Leland. It's unwatchable football. And I'm a guy here to get you hyped up to watch football. I'm the guy here to get you guys hyped up to see the Seahawks team. But I can't deny what I'm seeing on the football field. You know, you're watching going, and your eyes glaze over, and you're like, man. You're watching a 3rd and 20 where if you get 15 yards and you just get into field goal range, maybe you can get 3. You can get 3 points out of a bad drive, and instead they run a draw, which gets you what? And how many times did the fans in the stadium boo today? That's the most booing I've ever heard in a Seahawks stadium in my life over the course of a whole game. You might hear booing at an end or booing on a decision, but there was booing from the first quarter to the fourth quarter in that stadium. The fans are telling you something. Brandon Lux, honestly, they should go for every 4th down the rest of the season when they're in the opponent's territory. I'm open to it. What do they got to lose at this point, Brandon? I'm in the phase of what do you got to lose, you know? Shade Apex, you can't win a game when the offense can't score twice in the red zone. Very well said, man. You've got to put points up, and the field goals don't get it done. I thought the play calling was pretty lame and uninventive. Young One ZZ says, ha, go Cards. Yeah, you're feeling good today. You ought to, man. You beat us at home with a backup. My goodness. Mike Skinner, goodbye, Russ. It was nice having a franchise quarterback for the only time in our history. Only took your whole lifespan to find out. Yeah, Mike, it was good. It was good. I mean, I waited a good 40 years. Well, 30 plus 30 years for me. Yeah, hope I don't have to wait 30 more years. That wouldn't be great, right? That wouldn't be great at all, but you never know which way it's going to go going forward, that's for sure. Mirza, painful to watch. No words, really. Can't say the same thing over and over. It is what it is. Lumen Field booing the home team. Never thought I'd see the day. Never thought I'd see the day either. Not in that way, Mirza. You get, like I said, you'll get booing from a home team occasionally when stuff is a horribly played game or a bad decision or, you know, you want the team to go for it on 4th down. They don't. But the booing throughout the day from in the stadium directed right at the team. I don't, again, if you want to throw out people like me, idiots like me, talking heads like me that are on the YouTube and, what do you guys know? Fine. But you can't deny that. The people have paid their ticket. They're in their stadium saying, This ain't right. This ain't right what we're watching. You can talk to me all day about the level of sustained success that they have been able to accumulate over 10 years is unprecedented within the NFL. You're entitled to shut up. It's bad football. Stop covering it up. Stop apologizing for it. Stop glossing over it. And you guys aren't doing that by no measure, but I hear enough of it. Trust me, guys. I hear enough of it in other realms. And the people need to zip it. Zip it. But that's just my opinion. Aiden Simmons says, please help me cope. The only thing I can help you cope with, Aiden, is maybe a couple of jokes here before the stream ends that have nothing to do with football. I'll tell a couple of good dirty jokes. Maybe that'll get us in the... That's about all I got for you guys. That's all I got right now, man. That's all I got. I am towing the line, and I am on that edge right now with trying to just maintain myself because there's a big part of me that wants to freak out. First King Lumenfield was booing the team. First King Lumenfield was booing the team first on the 3rd down and 20 draw play, which, again, you can talk to me all day about the impatience of fans. But, again, I just mentioned they're booing almost from, I'm giving the fans credit here. I hate the people that pick on people and go, oh, they're just idiot fans. Or don't. They're booing for rightful reason. You have a third down and 20. You're at about, the 47, 48-yard line. If you get 12 yards, you're about to the 32, 33, which is about a 53-yard field goal, which is within Jason Myers' distance. Now, is he accurate within that distance? Okay, we can have a debate about that. But, hey, it's worth a shot, right? And at least maybe better than punting, which is what you're doing a predominant amount of recently over and over again. But it was beyond that moment. There was more booing throughout the game. It was pretty startling. That happened in the first quarter. That wasn't after a whole game of bad play where they're done with it. They're bored. They're drunk. That was, really? It's going to be like this again today? Really? Really? Boo. Jeffrey Huggins, first Seahawks game I haven't watched in 13 years. I mean, what's the point? See you next year. Jeffrey, I understand, man. I get it. I'm going to be doing a lot of work here as we go forward into draft prospects and all that type of stuff because we are turning a page now. And I'm sorry to say it. I wish, again, I know we are mathematically still in this. Mathematically, we still have a chance. But from a soul perspective, and just from a momentum perspective, from a functional team perspective, from the officials even just giving us a damn break from time to time perspective, just nothing seems, it's like they say, sometimes the ball doesn't bounce your way. This season, I guess the ball just didn't bounce our way in almost every single game. John Robinson, now run the ball, throw deep to the sidelines. How easy is that to scheme against? I hate Pete. Yeah, you'll get one throw, John, where Russell hit a short, nice route just into his man off the side and go, okay, here we go. They're going to do some short throws. We're going to get back into the short basket game and then right back down to the 50-yard shot. It's like the second Russ or the offense or Waldron or Carroll or whoever it is starts to feel like, oh, we just did one of those. We got to get away from that. Or we might do that too much. We might start actually staying committed to having a short passing game for a moment, which is the basis of this offense, which is the foundation of this West Coast offense. Let's not do that. That'd be silly. Let's go back to the old stuff. Let's go back to that. Mirza, smoke weed is helping. It's helping me. It'll be helping me on that later. John, Jarl's drinking stream coming soon. Probably soon. Yeah, it's getting closer and closer. Not tonight because I got to get up and work tomorrow and go do a bunch of traveling here. But soon, very soon. Brandon Luck says, "Keep booing." Keep booing's right. They got a reason to boo. They got every right to boo. There's times I'll point out to fans where you don't have a right. Come on, you guys are gonna boo on this. Like, get real with it. Nope. You got a right to boo here. You got a reason. See, she's saying you got a reason to boo. Jarl says, "Who's drinking? Drink tonight, MSR Rick." I can't drink tonight, guys. I got to go to work early tomorrow, so I got to be a good soldier tonight. Seahawks Gaming, Colt McCoy dicked us down. He did dick us down for 2 straight years too. You like Colt McCoy? Do you like that? You know what I mean? It's like getting overpowered by like 125-pound dude. And it's like, oh my God, really? Mandan 1311, Cards fan here. This was another great game between two teams. Well, look, you guys played a fantastic game in this one. Colt operated the offense awesomely. You also play called to do it right for him. Your defense, I thought, obviously did really well, though offensively we just don't have much of an identity right now. That's to be sure. But look, you guys played a good game. You beat us at home and beat us well. Matt Bro says we just say straight suck. We're pretty close to straight sucking. Yeah. John, I hope we do lose every single game left on the schedule, but does that guarantee that Pete goes? I don't know if there's anything that guarantees Pete going at this point. He may get a pass on this season because of what I was mocking a second ago, being those fans out there and those people out there that'll say, he's been a consistent winner for 10 years. Now he has one bad year and you're all out. That will be the narrative now we go up against as we go forward, and one for which I'm going to fight like a Scotsman on the open field of battle in 1524, swinging my warhammer, because I really don't want to hear it. I really don't want to hear it. I really don't want to hear it. The consistent winning angle is really, frankly, BS. And it leans heavily, frankly, on the first 5 years of Coach Carroll's first 4 to 5 years of Coach Carroll's career here in Seattle, and not really on the last 6 years of his career here in Seattle. And if you value just getting to the playoffs every year and that's what you love as a fan, I ain't going to knock you for it. That's good for you. I'm going to go on a limb and say that that's probably not what the majority of fans want out there. That's not what probably the majority of fans are looking for as their ceiling of good play. Because we can see, we see what the floor of bad play looks like. And boy, does that floor go low. But we also know now what the ceiling of the floor, one and done. Maybe get in the playoffs. Maybe sneak into the back door of the playoffs. Maybe just miss the playoffs. That's your ceiling right now. That's the top end of what you get with Coach Carroll right now. You know, talk to me all you want about it. I appreciate 2013, 2014. I love what he did. I'm going to always revere what he did in his legacy here. But I'll be honest with you, part of that revere is going to have that shine wore off if he goes out of this kicking and screaming, dragging this franchise a little bit off through the concrete on the way out. And it's not to that point yet, so I don't want to sound those alarms yet. I don't, but if we're going to go through an offseason here where now he's going to punch Wilson out the door and say, let's redo it my way again, and I'll rebuild it again, I'll do it right this time, and then we'll do a rookie quarterback, and okay. I have a hard time seeing that one myself. Maybe you guys can talk me into it. Maybe we got just enough guys that love Carroll that much to believe that he's going to be able to do it if he goes that route, but boy, do I remain pessimistic when it comes to that. Keaton is balling, says rest in peace 2021. Rest in peace, man. Rest in peace. Is it the 2023 season? 22 season? Anderson, what's up? He says Russell clearly is a shell of himself. It's been a decline since about 2018. I hate to keep pounding the drum, but a complete rebuild is our only way out of this. Pete and Russell both. It's a way that I think is, you know, maybe the way that this has got to go also. I've led with a little bit leaning more towards being pro Russ by Pete, but again, I can also be talked into saying let's go around all the way through on this. Let's take this all the way out, everything kind of anew through, and all that brings. And I know that that's a tough way to go. That's not the easiest path to go, but at the same point in time, again, as I said kind of prior, this is not going in an upward trajectory at this point. It's looking, you know, kind of more and more dysfunctional. Barry Soy Toro, what's up, Barry? Thank you for the $5 donation. He says hashtag Pete out. Russ won't want to be a part of the rebuild. Hashtag Pete Russ out. Fire sale. Everyone on the trade block. Could be right on that, man. Russ may not want to be a part of a rebuild. I think Russ would be open to being part of a rebuild if the rebuild began with Pete being out and then him having a new offensive-minded head coach coming in who is then going to build an offense around him, i.e., my real basic bottom line on even building the offense around him beyond building towards the strengths of what he does well are building a great offensive line and then holding that in really high esteem, understanding that that is very important. I think that in itself is almost all you sort of need in the support that I'm talking about as it concerns Russ and what he wants. Certainly another playmaker on the outside, all that stuff. But offensive line to me is where he would want. So there's a reason he might stay along if he has that kind of promise or he has that indication that there's going to be a coach coming in. Say nothing of if he had a chance to have a bit of a say or even to recruit said coach he wanted to have come to the football team. Seahawks Gaming, thank you, Barry, for that $5 donation. Seahawks Gaming, Pete Carroll going to come out in his press conference and say Green was the equivalent to Jerry Rice. Yeah, he's going to say, we got beat by a Hall of Famer today. You know, so when a Hall of Famer just does what he does, it sometimes doesn't matter how good a defense you play. And, you know, we were down a cornerback with Trey Brown. And, you know, when you're down that cornerbacks and you got to kind of hold on to that, it makes it tough. And then this is where an intrepid media reporter would ask, well, Pete, why is it you guys are so thin at cornerback this year that you're trotting out a guy named Bless Austin and Sidney Jones, God help him? Why didn't you guys go a little further with the cornerback position, considering you have $13 million you're currently sitting in, not to mention the $10 million of Russ's salary that you could convert into bonus to base. Thus, you're really feasibly sitting on $23 million plus of cap space, and your offensive line's not very good, and your cornerbacks aren't very good. Is it possible maybe you could have spent that money on that position? Nah, dare I say they probably wouldn't ask that question, huh? Liz Hendrickson, what's up, Liz? Who goes, Pete? Yes. Ms. Allen needs to take control and clean house. Yeah, I think first and foremost, where we begin, even before we get to Pete, to go backwards to front on your comments with that, Liz, first and foremost, Miss Allen's got to decide if she wants to own this football team or not. And all that encompasses, all that carries with it. Not a committee, an owner. We don't need it. We don't need this like a pyramid with different levels of different power structures to different dynamics. We need somebody at the top who cares about this football team like it's her baby, loves the football team like it's a baby, and watches over the football team like it's a baby. That doesn't mean that they have the Jerry Jones-like level of maniacal control over it where they insert themselves as general manager, but just simply that they care and are actively a participant in their ownership. I know that's a big thing to ask, but just if she could maybe do that. Then beyond that, yeah, it's time for Pete to go. I'm sorry, this is where I'm ready for the Pete lovers here that I've been going toe to toe with now, weeks and weeks on end on this stuff. Let's go. Let's go. You know, keep telling me about consistent winning. Keep telling me about where let's go. I just don't. It ain't carrying much weight with me right now. And this whole be careful what you wish for. Hey, why don't you be careful what you wish for? Because with all your Carol backing, with all your apologizing for Carol, all that's going on, with all the pointing back to what happened, he brought us to our first Super Bowl. He gets to leave when he wants to leave. As far as I'm concerned, he earned his ticket at that point. Okay? Be careful what you wish for with that. Because you might just get 4 more years of Pete sitting here going, well, we didn't get it today, but we'll get it tomorrow. He's always so optimistic. Well, we just couldn't get right today. Another year gone. Well, you know, we needed a year with Russ gone to have a new signal caller in there. It was going to take him some while to get fixed and all that. And we're trying to replace a little bit of the defense. So it's going to take a little while. Be careful what you wish for with that. Let me turn that around on you. John Robinson, we know that if Russ is severely limited by Pete's philosophy, if Russ doesn't have the biggest part of the field to throw to, the middle, how's he supposed to succeed? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's wholly Pete's philosophy. I don't know if Russ is just not adapting quite well into this new offensive scheme. I don't know if it's his finger, John. I'm not being cute. I literally don't know what the reason is fully put, or if all of those sort of factor in together. Anderson says, it seems to me this is the loudest our fan base has ever been in regards to change. Let's hope they listen. Let's hope, Anderson. I am hopeful, but my goodness, this is frustrating the hell out of me. Emmett21 says Pete's playbook is outdated. Pete's philosophy on offense is completely outdated. It is but it's also what you get sometimes. It's also a little bit of like an archetype of what you get in defensive-minded head coaches. It's almost like something you would draw out of a comic book if you were to drop a comic book head coach that was a defensive-minded head coach. It's that type of cliched stuff where you go, well, they're going to want to run the ball all the time. Yeah. And they're not going to want to be too cute with the passing game and be too exotic because they're going to consider that a risk. And they're going to want to minimize risks on offense. Yeah. And then they're probably just going to want to try to attack deep here and there just to try to get this stuff done on one play. So it's not a bunch of plays needing to go right. It's just one play needing to go right. So again, just minimizing a little bit of the risk offensively. Yeah. They're probably going to lean towards wanting to tell the offense, don't ever turn over the ball. Don't ever turn over the ball. Don't ever turn over the ball Even if it comes down to a moment where you think there's a big play there to be had, make sure that guy's open. Make sure he's wide open. Yeah, that's what you get as a cliche. And that's what we get right now as our defensive-minded head coach as a cliche in regards to how he looks at the offense, which wouldn't be a problem if he wasn't so active in the offense on a continuous basis. If he didn't intricate himself in there and say, hey, I want to have a say on this. I'm going to have some active say. What are you doing? What are the next 3 plays, Waldron? Are you doing run, run, pass, or pass, pass, run? Hey, Wally. Yes, Coach Carroll. I've got a good idea for the next 3 play calls. I'm setting up, Coach Carroll, I'm setting up a cross screen right now. I'm doing 2 strong side running plays. We're going to do play action to a backside screen in 2 plays. Yeah, that sounds great. I got something else, though. I want you to take Alex Collins and have him run up the middle twice. Coach Carroll, though, I'm setting this up. I mean, then what we get to third down, we've not set anything up in the passing game. Yeah, I get that, but I just feel like we're going to be able to get a first down with 2 runs with Collins up the middle. Fast forward to 3rd down and 6 after 2-yard runs by Collins. Wilson drops back to throw. He's got to wait for a little bit longer developing routes to up. Nope, nothing long developing throws. Up, Russell sacked. Inept offense once again. How'd that happen? Berg Show, Gino would have given us a better chance to win the last 2 weeks. I'm so angry I could eat nails. I agree with you, Bergs. I'm fully in agreement. I would have gone with Gino last couple of weeks. And I said that last week before this game. John, is it impossible for us to get a first on a 3rd and long? How many times does he get sacked instantaneously? Quite often. Quite often there's some instantaneous sacks going on there. And yeah, no, it's not impossible. But here's the thing on that 3rd and 20, to me, it ain't even about getting the first down. I can understand where you go, we're not going to get the first. But you're sitting in a position to easily get inside the 35-yard line there, which puts you in field goal range. On a day where it's not raining, where there doesn't seem to be a lot of wind in the stadium, it looks like a makeable kick to me in that situation, especially as, look, you got to try to get any points you can with where the offense is playing in that moment. Or I guess it's early on in the game, so you can't really attest that your offense is going to be that bad throughout the game. But all the same, your offense hasn't exactly been lighting up the scoreboard recently anyway. So you can't lean back. Well, we'll get back down there soon. We'll be back down there on the next series. Berg Show says time of possession, what an effing joke. Yeah, we're getting sandblasted in the time of possession game on a weekly basis right now. We basically are watching defensive NFL football. That's pretty much as Seahawks fans what we're watching. We're not watching really football. We're watching defensive NFL football. It's a pretty crazy kind of game, you know, which is 15 play drives, 17 play drives, usually like 92 yards. A lot of 3rd down conversions, probably a fourth third downer conversion or 2 throughout there. Probably a game-turning penalty at one point or a drive-turning penalty at one point by the defense to give them a first down. You know, you guys know the story, right? You know that tune, that same old tune. Randall McDaniel says, how'd we get here? Years of bad draft, bad personnel decisions, unwillingness to adapt offensively and defensively. A team who hangs their hat on running the ball and defense that can't run the ball or play D. Woo. Well said, Randall, coming in hot. And yeah, I agree with you. You know me on this 100%. When we talk about moving on from Carroll, it has nothing to do with just a losing season. It has to do with direction. It has to do with bad choices. It has to do with bad decision-making that has not just occurred at a coaching level or a schematic level, and not just at a personnel level, and not just at a free agent level, but at a drafting level. All the way down the line, you can pick, and not nitpick, but pick at bad spots, bad choices, bad decision-making over and over and over again. And right now, we're bearing out the fruits of that poor decision-making, in my opinion. Nathaniel Martin, we need some new coaches. Yeah, you're darn right we do, Nathaniel. A big country, the words describe this game, 3rd down. It's good. I would say that they might not be my words to describe exactly this game. I mean, it definitely is included as to why we weren't doing what we needed to do. I think from a standpoint of 3rd down, it's like, you know, look, when you have a bend but don't break defense, you're going to give up a lot of 3rd down conversions, so you're never going to be usually great at stopping teams 3rd down. You just want to keep them to field goals. Defense did that today, really, for the most part, outside of the 2 touchdowns they gave up. Offensively, this has been a common theme this year. This is an offense that was supposed to be brought in to allow you to As Brendan said last week on our live show, matriculate the ball up the football field. Well, they're not doing much of that. Instead, it's a lot of 3 and outs. Instead, it's a lot of struggle to get first downs. And it shouldn't be this hard with the type of offense you've now implemented here, with the type of scheme you've implemented this season. Being now, again, we're halfway into the year. We should start to be seeing some of the fruits of this. User big hit, sorry. I added the stick. It kind of feels like a chore watching the Seahawks recently. It does. This has been chore-like. There's no doubt about this. I literally need to. I go start cleaning to take myself away from watching the Seahawks game during the commercials, just to do something and it just brings me not even enjoyment at that moment, but just to get the energy out of just, dear God, what am I watching? A Jubal Orb, the fact they have never gotten a center to replace Unger has been a huge issue. Agreed, Jubal Orb. Indeed, the center position has been treated like the redheaded stepchild of our offensive line since Unger has left, including taking guys that were former, I think, defensive tackles and moving them to center at times and giving them some snaps. Christian Sokolji. Or Drew Nowak, those frontline guys. And that would be my base issue on this, is that we can trace all of the problems that they have, be it at a center position or across the board at the things that we have issues with this coaching staff, and find it to be a repeating story over recent years. The center position hasn't just been bad this year. It's been bad going over and over and over and over again. To the point you had fans almost en masse, to the point you had YouTube commentators en masse over this past draft saying, go get Creed Humphrey in this draft. Go actually get one of the cleanest prospects you can get in this draft. I say nothing of being a star center, which is what he's on his rise to becoming. Just a clean prospect. A guy that's going to turn your center position from a black hole to at least league average, which in itself could have a huge positive effect on this team going forward. But no, they were smarter. They knew well. They decided to go for a guy by the name of Dwayne Eskridge. Did any of you see Dwayne Eskridge out on this football field today when our offense could get nothing done, when we desperately needed another playmaker out there? To me, it looked like Freddie Swain was still getting snaps over him. To me, it looked like Penny Hart was still getting snaps over him out there on the football field. Did you guys see the same thing? Second round pick, oft injured, old, second round pick. Somebody explain that methodology behind me. If you're going to pick him, if now he's healthy, if he's out on the field, if you have him here with a role in mind, where's the role? Where is the utilization? Why is he sitting on the football field for the whole game offensively on a day where you can't move the football? This is insanity, folks. Insanity. I'm not speaking something like, this is not smart stuff. I'm over here as much of a caveman, just, bad football. But it's this clear. It's this concise. It's this on display. I hope ownership's paying attention. I hope somebody out there is pushing the periscope up above, from below the waters of we don't give a crap. We're busy being rich and decadent to realize what's going on. Ryan Eddy, I'm disgusted. I think you meant disgusted, but I like disgust. That works too, Ryan. So embarrassing watching Russell play. It ruins our amazing stature. It ruins our amazing stature of our players, including our amazing defensive play. The defense has turned it around recently. Russell's not helping matters. I think the defense wasn't great today. A lot of sustained drives throughout. Their day looks a lot worse if the kicker can make an extra point, make a couple field goals in this game. But again, I couldn't put this game. I'm not going to stick this game necessarily on the defense. This goes to the offense. They were inept. They couldn't get anything done here. I would definitely put it on them above all else. Sector 7 with a $10 donation. Thank you, Spectre 7. Sorry it took me a little long to get you on that. Appreciate the donation though. He says, I almost have no comment. There's just so much wrong with this offense. Where to start? I'm just broken. So here's $10, buddy. Wilson is lying on his finger health. 4 out of 8 on DK. I mean, shit. I'm so salted. Spectre 7, it's well said. And this is the state you get to as far as a point of disgust. You watch something week after week. You watch a product on the football field with certain aspects of it that repeat over and over again. You get discouraged. You get tired of it. This is why some people say, I can't watch this, because you keep watching the same thing. And it's why I harp on it over and over again, because it goes outside of the just a bad season. Just things not quite breaking your way this year, just in a really tough division. Those excuses get kind of tossed out in favor of the understanding of this. Of that, if it is a mistake that has been replicated prior to this over and over, to believe that that mistake suddenly stops in the future for the sake of optimism, and blind optimism at that, is, as they have said many times before, it's been attributed to Einstein, but the other said it's not Einstein who said it. Either way, it is remaining a truth. It is the definition of insanity. Something, you're going along, you're winning. You're Seahawks, you're dominant. Oh my God, we're dominant. Legion of boom. Look out, dear God. Okay, you get to 2015. No, it's getting rugged. Guys are starting to leave. Guys are breaking down. 2016, 2017. Okay, everybody's just about out the door out of the yellow beam years. That went fast. That went downward quick. Russell's playing great. This is back now. Wow, this is awesome. Things are just kind of just not quite working as good. 18, 9th, not quite working as good. We got to rebuild. The defense is kind of not really rebuilt. Russell's still really good. He's saving the day, but man, there's some rough moments here. It takes some while with the offense. You go through this pattern, but now we get to the pattern to me. We get to this pattern we're at right now, where stuff just continues to, the bad stuff continues to replay over and over again. The sustained drives offensively. And why are these offenses, why are guys like Colt McCoy coming in and sustaining drives? Because the word has gotten out on this defense with Seattle. If you just remain patient in the pocket and you take what they give you, the little 5-6 yard dink and dunk routes all day, that will be there all day. The defense is relying on you to grow impatient at one point or another, to become inaccurate at one point or another, to get a tip ball, or to get a receiver that knocks the ball up into the air. They're relying on that. They're hoping on that's going to happen at some point, gosh darn it. But these teams and these offenses and these passing attacks have become more refined. The completions have got easier to be had, and it's harder to find those mistakes. As evidenced by, I pointed to a stat last week where even within the defensive turnaround of our Seattle Seahawks, a couple of key stats that were on the building blocks of their defense prior were sacks, generating pressure, and turnovers. And when you looked at them over even up until this point with that great recent defensive run of the Saints and the Jaguars and the Steelers and last week against the Packers, even before it kind of blew up a little bit there at the end, the thing that jumped out to you was that you were averaging a sack and a half a game and 0.5 turnovers a game. And those used to be hallmarks of the great defenses of old of the Seattle Seahawks. Now that stuff starts to go away. The stuff that you used to do good way back in the day is gone. And that's the place I'm going to try to point to with folks to look at as to why we're pushing so much for change. But thank you, Spectre7, for the $10 donation. I do appreciate it. And hang in there, buddy. Mike Skinner, we all know what Michael Bennett was talking about. I think we're starting to get a little bit of a better understanding of what some of those players at the end of the defense were speaking about with Carroll and what was talked about in losing your way. I don't think Carroll's full on lost his way to the measure that they were saying it, but I think there's a lost your way and understanding of why you were successful when you initially walked in the door. It wasn't because you found a magical, impenetrable scheme that no one could ever solve. It was because you were innovative and you were instilling and installing a scheme and spirit that the NFL didn't have anywhere else. And that's what made you unique. That's what allowed you to tap into that type of spirit at that time. What's your second chapter of that book now? What's your second turn? And instead let's try the same stuff we did before. The same stuff's been solved. Got to do the new. Got to do the different. Big Country says, time to clean house. Not sure who I'd want to keep at this point. I'm okay with it, Big Country. I'm okay with it. If that's what it takes to get the new, I want to get the new. The old is wearing me out. The old is prematurely aging me. The old is going to give me a heart attack. Even Tech World, what did you do like 2 out of 10 on third down? What did they do like 2 out of 10 on third down? Carroll's goal, is it to convert on third, yet when it's third down, we give up and run the ball with Travis Homer? Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous, isn't it, Ethan? Like for who and for what and for why. You're not even getting in that moment of running Homer, by the way. It's a complete give up because not only are you giving up to try to get the field goal there, but you're already in punting range to where Dixon's going to easily get it within the 20 by how he kicks. The extra 4 or 5 yards you get in the run game doesn't help improve, hinder, help, do anything for Dixon as far as that goes. In fact, it might hurt him as, we see those offenses sometimes get a delay of game penalty so the kickers can get it back 5 yards because they want a little extra different distance to get it inside the 20. Just saying, like, what is the upshot on that versus just going for a 13-yard in route, Carroll goes, well, you might intercept it. Well, then we're back to, again, that fear-based aspect of things, right? We're back to that cliche archetype defensive coach, scared of the offensive turnover. Just don't mess things up. My defense will carry the day. No, they won't. Not enough. You need offense. Randall McDaniel says, reminds me of the last Holmgren year. It does have echoes of that, Randall. Well said. Thank you, Megan, for the $10 donation. Appreciate you, Megan. Sorry it took me a little while on the I'm just trying to go through the chat here first thing up the top, but I thank you so much for the donation. You're very kind. I'm so angry at the moment, 12s. While I love my 12s, I am wondering why I bother getting up early for this team. At the same time, while I don't know the rules of the game, what is up with the refs? Oh, well, thank you for the $10 donation, Megan. And of course, Megan, for those who don't know, is one of our subs from Australia on the channel here. She's got to get up at like 2 or 3 in the morning to watch these games when it's at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, as they normally are on at that time. You got to get up kind of early to see that. You got to be a true fan at that point to get up that early and go through a wrecked next part of your day, a Monday morning type day. They're not giving you a lot of reason to do so, Megan. You can lose in the NFL and at least have moments of bright spots there that you can kind of glom onto. I mean, the Jacksonville Jaguars, even with Urban Meyer, for instance, being kind of the clown show he's been a little bit with coming there. Having Lawrence there gives you a little bit of hope, even within the loss and the win there. There's a couple of teams like that, I think, that still feel, at least they didn't think they were going to be contenders coming in, so they can feel a little bit better about being okay in the losses. It's hard to feel okay in these losses. The refs today, something I said we would continue to monitor through this year, and look, the refs were not good again this game. I'm always hesitant to blame the refs or put it on them. I don't want to do that. But the Sidney Jones, again, you get these calls that I hate with the refs where they're subjective. They provide the refs an ability to basically choose the call to go wherever they may. That Sidney Jones interception, yeah, did the ball hit the turf? But as the guy spoke about on the telecast, if it's not affecting the possession, if it's not the guy leaning on the turf to give him a catch, but in actuality he's got the catch and the ball just happens to also be hitting the turf and he's maintaining possession throughout, that's what it looked like to me. Now, if this is what really is the bottom line on that particular play myself, is that if the officials determine there live that they go, no, it's not an interception, the ball hit the turf, we saw that, I don't overturn it on replay. Likewise, if the officials determine on the spot that it's an interception, I don't overturn it on replay. It has to be conclusive to turn the play over. That play was not a conclusive play. Likewise, you have the jump ball to DK Metcalf where he makes seemingly the sensational play with his one hand, but he's out of bounds. But if you notice on that play, and people will point to that play saying, see, this is why you don't high point the ball to DK Metcalf. And it's again like, watch the play, fans. Do you see the defender's hand locking him down, keeping him from jumping up to his full height, and it going uncalled? That's pass interference. That's blatant pass interference, but no call, though we know that would go the other way, as it did against Seattle in this game. Again, I'm not blaming the refs in this one. We've got plenty of other problems on this team that go beyond refs. But boy, on top of when your team's playing bad, you also can't get a damn call to go your way at any point in time in a game now, weeks after weeks after weeks. That gets old too. That gets old as well. Emmanuel, we won't win 5 games this year. Barely watched today, and I didn't miss much. Carroll is gone. I don't know. He's got a new contract. If somebody's told me before on this, Emmanuel, and it's a very well said sentiment on this, is that who do you know that's going to walk away from $27 million of guaranteed money? Who do you know like that's not going to force his way and force them to fire him? Now, are they going to have the stones at this point to fire him? I'd believe it if they had more of an active owner. But I don't know that we have the active owner. I don't know if the fan base is still yet turned up enough against Carroll. There's enough people that are just anti-Russ but are Carroll believers in this that they can carry the day for Carroll, carry that flag up over that mountaintop despite all the gunfire being laid down by the rest of us over the top of the trench. There's still maybe enough to push him through for the day and get him in here for the next a couple of years for this foreseeable future. Ethan Techworld says, blow this team up. Blow him up, my guy. Blow him up. Washington Visquest. I now accept no playoffs this year. I am 100% certain of that. Still rooting for 9-8 though, although I think we'll actually go 7-10. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Washington Fistquest, and I'm nothing wrong with still a little bit more optimism at this point, but I think we're all in the right state of mind and thinking, how do we draw forward on this team, having any hope on this going forward with this team, despite the fact, again, you're not mathematically out of it necessarily. It is possible, but boy, they're not giving you a lot to go off of here, man. We're asking them, just give me a glint, man. Just give me a little spark. Give me a little light. Give me a big lighter light. I don't need a forest fire. I don't need a bonfire. Just give me the little bick turned on. Just that'll be enough. And we ain't even getting the bick. I can't even get a candle. Chewable Orb, trade Russ and his brand while he still has value. Well, that's going to happen, I think, at this point. Absent Carroll leaving and then bringing in offense, I think the most certain thing we can take right now as we stand is that Russell will be moved at the end of this year, most assuredly. Whether you like it or not, whether you love Russ or not, this is the path that this is heading. I've been talking about this a long time, again, not because I've wanted to see it, but because I thought that this was the inevitability that we seem to be heading towards. An inevitability that didn't have to be inevitable. You could have controlled this. You could have stopped this. You could have used $13.3 million to put better players around him and turn this around. But, there's also a part of this that you could make an argument to say, perhaps maybe the team didn't want long-term to keep him around. And that's why they didn't take those steps. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. And yes, B, the text from my brother I have already started, and he's at work. Oh, good. Your brother's going to lay it on thick. I know, Megan. They beat us to the backup quarterback, so he's going to let you hear it now. He's going to let you hear it now. There's no doubt about it. He's coming in hot. It's going to happen. It's going to happen, Megan. I'm sorry. We all got to take our beating. I know there's going to be a couple of Cards fans. Let me have it. Hey, you guys won. Take your swings. I'll put the chin out. I'll stick the chin right out. Go ahead. All right. Who's the next one? Okay. Who's the next one? All right. Fat Daddy Stacks, thank you for the $5 donation. You're awesome, my brother. He says, I feel like I've watched the same game over the last 3 years with different players and different outcomes. Well, thank you. I'm glad I'm not the only one that's seeing this. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. But thank you for the $5 donation, Fat Daddy Stacks. And this is what this really at me as I think about this draws down to the bottom line that I've hit on again and again with this Fat Daddy being that this is it for me. I've seen things break over and over again in the same way, in the way they've broken from their personnel decisions, from the way that they've broken down schematically to coaching. It all happens the same kind of way. And so if it's happened over and over and over again prior the same way, why will it not continue over and over and over again the same way into the future if we keep all of the conditions the same? I think it's the valid question to ask here. D Nugget with a super chat of $2. Thank you, D Nugget. He says, we suck. D Nugget, we do suck right now, man. I can't deny it. I can't deny it. Seahawks suck right now. I wish it was a lot better, but we are not good. We're not. I've been hoping for us to turn this around. We seem like we've had some flashes. We have a very talented football team. We do. There's no denying that. But it's just not. It's like just what parts that are all different, working in different ways. Different guys going good at good times. Other guys that nothing. Kind of again that cohesive team function. Everything kind of is separate. Washington Fistquest is celebrating 2 months as a member. Thank you for that membership, Washington Fistquest. He says, switching from TV to radio rest of the year. Go Hawks. Can't blame you, man. It's the commercials with the TV, the telecast, just the talking, the stuff with it gets tiresome. I turn off the sound a lot of times. I'm just watching it silently. A lot of the game. Megan Gockross with the $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. It's very kind on the channel. I appreciate you. It says, love coach, as you all know. I'm left shaking my head thinking, what the hell are you doing? Yeah, Megan is a big supporter of Coach Carroll and one of those folks, I think came along as a fan because of Coach Carroll and what he's done. And I think rightfully so and question this going, what are you doing, man? What was the plan in place here? You can see some of these problems coming down the trek and some of these things could have been addressed, like the offensive line. The offensive line, Megan, after the last game ended last year against the Rams, where once again the Rams took our offensive line out to the woodshed and gave them a beating for the ages. Not a name for beating for the ages, but just a typical beating, right? The same old story type beating. Our offensive line just looks like a complete sieve. It's broken down by the end of the year. You were trying to get just by at the certain parts and positions, like center, like left guard, right tackle. And so I said at the end of the game, that if you guys can go back and watch my stream at the last game of the year last year, the thing I said at the top is that, okay, here's our off-season plan if I'm the general manager. This ain't hard. This ain't complicated. This doesn't take a doctorate in football to understand. Make addressing the offensive line the top priority. And this was, folks, before Russell Wilson said a word in the offseason, before he talked about getting hit too much, before he did that, I said, go after the offensive line. Analytics are telling you this is how you should build your team. Your quarterback's getting the hell beat out of him and you're going to get him injured. I literally referenced the fact he's due for an injury. And if you keep doing this with the offensive line, he is going to get injured. And they didn't do it. What are they doing? What are you doing? Why would you ignore it in that way? They could see Russell's athleticism and speed and quickness behind the pocket wasn't the same. They could see there was more of a need now that wasn't there maybe in 2015 to find that guy who could help him out there. But they ignored it. And ignored it with cash in the bank. Inexcusable. Spectre 7 with a $2 donation. Thank you, Spectre 7. Says Trey Brown out for the year. Parella tendon. Eesh. Well, Lumen Field, CenturyLink Turf claims another. I've been saying a long time on this one. You folks can go and look at the statistics on this that back this up. This artificial turf crap that they put these players on, which is all supposed to be this new age, science, astronaut crap. You get more torn ACLs, more tendon injuries on this playing surface than you do get on natural grass. And I really understand how much it's hard to take care of the grass in Seattle weather, hard to maintain that with all that's going on. But frankly, I think you've got to find a way to do it at this point. It's decimated us with injuries over the years with this. If you guys go back and look at this, and I really don't know why they don't, because it's you protecting your own product. If you're losing so much of your team every year to these kind of injuries because the field surface is in the shape it is in, because it just happens with this kind of surface. It boggles my mind why these NFL owners don't take care of their players, their most vital assets, and put them on this turf. What is really the cost difference between just putting out grass versus natural field turf? What is it really? I mean, in dollars and cents in this billion-dollar business, how much does grass really cost? And I know there's a lot of people out there going to make some pot jokes in the chat on that one. Randall McDaniel coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you for the $20 donation, Randall. You are very kind, my sir, and always so very kind to the channel. Thank you much. I appreciate you. He says, let's hope Jody makes the right call. Blow it up or sell the team. There we go, Randall. I think you got our mantra now as a chat. Blow it up or sell the team. Blow it up, sell the team. Blow it up or sell the team. Blow it up or sell the team. I mean, it doesn't have the, it doesn't have the marching kind of chant to it, like if we were going to be doing a protest down the road, but it's got a little bit of catchiness to it. I hope she does one or the other. If you're going to be an owner of a football team, I know you inherited it. I know you're carrying on your brother's legacy, Jody, and we all really appreciate that. I don't think anybody would say you've done wrong by Paul Allen's legacy and what you've done to try to keep things as they were when he passed. Everyone gets that, okay? But now we're moving beyond that time period. We're beyond that time period. And now you could even ask yourself, sitting in that moment, what would Paul do? What would Paul do? What would Paul do? Paul would be enacting change. This was the man who hired Jim Mora, and after a season of Jim Mora giving you crap show football, moved him out and shipped him out on a rail. That is how reactive he was as an owner. Did he go through a lot of different coaches? No. You want to know why? Because he knew how to hire good coaches. But when he had a bad hire, he didn't sit on it. When he had Ruskell there and he realized Ruskell wasn't working, coming off a quick Super Bowl thing where Ruskell came in and got them to the Super Bowl in 2005 with some of his last-minute personnel decision-making at that time. But within a couple of years, he had Ruskell out of there. Say nothing of Mora, at least Ruskell had that Super Bowl where, hey, I got you to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago with me drafting Lofa Tatupu and Leroy Hill and the like. And within 3 years, Paul said, yeah, you're gone. He would not be sitting steady on this. He would be moving in a big way with this team with the way they're looking right now. And hopefully Jody takes a page, Randall, out of Paul's book with this one. And if not, then sell them. Get Mr. Ballmer up on the phone. Get that thigh hugging crazy man up on the phone, you know? And say, Mr. Ballmer, can you put down the cocaine for a second? And he's going, huh? What? You want to buy the Seahawks? Just say, wait, what did you say? Mr. Ballmer, why are you putting me on FaceTime? Is that a tie? Do you want to buy the Seahawks, Mr. Ballmer? Yeah. I love it, man. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get Ballmer. Let's go, Randall. Not for sale. Thank you for the $5 chat. The next home game should be completely empty. This team doesn't deserve fans. I am pissed. Thank you for the $5 donation. Not for sale. I'm pissed with you. I'm fed up. I'm angry. I've had enough. I've had enough. I'm tired of watching this product. And I think most of the folks in this chat are going to be of like mind with you. I think most of this fan base is like mind with you. Like I said before, I've been watching football for 35 some odd years. I don't want to say how much because it's going to date me to a degree on that, but just a lot of years, folks, okay? When Moses was walking around over in a desert, I was probably watching football. And I'm going to tell you this. I've never seen the stadium boo like that before. Not in your dark 80s period that all of you freaking Warners warned me about. Oh, you want it to be like the 80s again? You want it to be not in the 90s period where you couldn't even fill up the stadium. People that were in the stadium in the 90s were at least happy to watch what they were on watching. It was bad football, but they were still enjoying it. From the beginning to the end on this game, you were getting boos. Beginning to the end. That is different. That is different. So I agree with you, man. They're not earning fandom watching right now. Watch VizQuest, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you. It says, I'm a time traveler from January 2014. What's up? Well, enjoy it. Enjoy it watching VizQuest. You're about to win a Super Bowl, so, Super Bowl is going to be awesome, okay? So this is going to be awesome. I mean, it's going to be epic. You'll beat the most prolific offense of all time. Your defense is going to be measured as one of the great historic defenses of all time from this season. No doubt about that. But you know how they say to people after trauma, watching VizQuest, where they say, it gets better. They tell people after you're living with nightmares today, but it gets better. You got the shakes today, but it gets better. You can't sleep tonight, but it gets better. Okay, so it's going to be the opposite now, moving on from 2014. It's going to get a little bit worse every year moving forward. So, diminishing returns, whatever phrase you want to use. That's pretty much what you're dealing with going forward. But, you've got a time traveling device. You can go to any era. So, I mean, you don't have to dwell on that. You could just fast forward to 2022 when we win the Super Bowl again. Yeah, I said it. Clara McCaff. Hello, Clara. So good to see you. Clara coming in with double donations on $5 a piece. Thank you, Clara. You're very kind. I appreciate you so much. Says Brandon, can you please tell me what is wrong with the Seahawks? We can't beat anyone. 49ers are looking better. Well, Clara, it's so good to see you always in the chat. And I can tell you exactly what I believe is going on with the Seahawks that's wrong right now on a couple different levels, because you gave me $10, so at least I can do is give you a good, strong, long answer on this one. Number one, top of the line here is that bad decision-making over a multitude of items has caught up to you. You have not drafted well over recent years. That catches up to you. You have made trades like the Jamal Adams trade and not gotten quite the returns you need to make for as much as you gave up in draft capital. To give up 2 first-rounders, a third, means that you need to have a remarkable player in return to overcome that draft capital, especially considering my first point being that you weren't drafting well prior to making that trade. And then when you look at how they've spent the money in recent years, where they've actually had some cap space, they've probably had over the last 2 seasons somewhere in the neighborhood of about $80 to $90 million cumulatively to spend. They've really only on their own team had to re-sign to a new contract during those 2-year period. The only guy that they've really had to re-sign to a new deal through that time period was Tyler Lockett, meaning they had the majority of that money to go out on the open market and buy whoever they wanted to, Clara, and they didn't get anybody. There's nobody they've gotten with that money that's having any impact on this team. So you waste away draft picks, you waste away money, and then you pair it with a head coach whose thinking has gotten old. This continues to be something that just absolutely makes me want to pound my head into a damn wall with the Carroll lovers who go, oh, everybody who's calling him old are just ages. You just keep calling him old. And that's where your criticism's coming from. You just keep calling him old. No, it's not that Coach Carroll is old. It is that his methodology has gotten old. His methodology, his approach to things, his outlook on things has gotten old. There is no longer any innovation. There is no longer any cutting edgeness to what you are doing, either offensively or defensively. And that is what has gotten old. I could care less about his age. I really could. I'd offer you that there's probably a reason there's not a lot of 70-year-old coaches in the league, and that when you got one, you probably want to make sure that they're minding their P's and Q's with the warning signs you might have from a coach who's getting older. I might offer you that. I don't know if that makes me an ageist, but just kind of what I'm seeing. So I think it's all of those coming together in one, Clara, and then you throw on top that your Iron Man quarterback gets hurt for the first time ever. He's going out there far too early from this injury, trying to gut through this. It's cut down your offensive playbook by probably at least 35% with all of your under center stuff, if not more, because they can't run under center stuff, Clara, with him with his finger. So it's all of that souped up together, basically in a soup with a you got your chicken tortilla soup, a little shrimp soup, you got a little jambalaya thrown in there, all these different soups, that all in themselves individually might taste good, but now it's just being thrown in together, and there's no method here to the madness. It's just madness. Megan with the $5 donations. Thank you, Megan. Says, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. I must be insane to keep getting up at 4 a.m. for this team. Well, there's an alignment in it, isn't there, Megan? You get up at 4 a.m., they play out the same game. You get up at 4 a.m., same game. It's very parallel in a lot of respects. It's uniform, and things are always better with a little more uniformity, a little bit more organization to them. I can't blame you, Megan. Like for yourself and folks in the chat saying, man, I can't watch this team right now. Can't blame you in the least. This is bad football to watch. It is some of the worst football that I've seen played by Seahawks teams. I'm not just saying it's the worst team I've seen, just what you're seeing on the field in bad play at times. Though again, I'll give the defense some credit today. They came out and they fought. It's Colt McCoy you're going up against. You got no DeAndre Hopkins. Really, you should be kind of almost dominating that kind of offense in the state that they were in. This was more on the offense in that respect. But at the end of the day, how much can you give them as at the end of the day really in saying like they played amazingly? I don't know if we can go to that realm of things necessarily. That seems, kind of a bit much. Aiden Simmons says, if we get that pick, we win. Say I'm wrong. You're not wrong. If the Sidney Jones pick stands, I think we do have a good chance to get back and win that game. I don't think that the defense is going to, I think they could hold it up enough there with a little bit of momentum. But that not only did it sort of take off the instantaneous points off the board, but it also took the momentum out. There was a momentum swing in that moment where something finally turned your way, a big play turned your way. You needed something to break through. It broke through now, and now the officials are taking it away from you, or the replay booth taking it away from you. And then that drains back out that momentum. Football is a game of momentum and swings back and forth, and so that does factor in at times. It's harder to quantify, but it does exist within the game. Mike P says 5 bad drafts, no discipline. Lazy Pete culture breeds players that are not hungry or smart. Very well said, Mike. Very well said. And I nothing that I would disagree with that in the least, frankly. I said that's part of that, I think, that lack of energy of what you sometimes see on the football field where there's not that, guys out there looking like they're fighting for their job type level of play, playing with their hair on fire, playing with that sense of urgency and fire. Where is that? Who is the guy showing that to you, playing and play out across the board? You don't see it. Berg Show, I hate Russell. He's too short, and he's the oldest 33-year-old quarterback I've ever seen. He's gone. It will maybe be the point where we see everybody go at this point, Berg Show. And maybe see everybody, but I think it's at this point minimum likely that we do see Russell go at this point, regardless of almost what happens with Pete. Russ may just be at a spot where he's heading out one way or another. It doesn't matter one way or another. Megan says, I love Coach, as you know, but I'm left shaking my head thinking, what the hell are you doing? I'm right there with you. I don't get it, Megan. I'm gobsmacked a little bit by this season. This caught me off guard, but I can't deny the overarching, repetitive theme that has been at play since the start of this season, and a theme that frankly has carried over from last season and is a little bit in part and parcel carried over from the season prior to that. There's just these elements here, and it's in that repetition of those elements that we find that insanity that you talked about, Megan. And yeah, I think it's, whether that quote is attributed to Einstein is true or not, it absolutely, to me, is a truth that I see in my life over and over. You can see it in your personal life. You can see it on a football field. You can see it applied wherever. We all have friends that make the same mistake over and over again, and they know they shouldn't, but they keep doing the same thing over and over again, and they keep thinking something will change in that approach, and it never does for them. And you go, man, why don't you just try something different? Instead of keep going left, go right. You've gone left every single time. Just try going right once. Just try the different. No. This left. One of these times, this left's going to pay off. Like, somebody pulling the slot machine that never hits. Washington Visquest. Tyler Lockett played very well. That's nice. Since he'll be a Hawk for a long time. Everett looked great too. I've been very impressed by Gerald Everett. To me, he has been everything as advertised. I really like him a lot. Part of me almost really sort of wishes a bit that we had him on maybe a 2-year deal here. Not for big money or anything, but just that. A guy that I looked up last offseason that I really liked a lot was Jonnu Smith, who went to the Patriots with big money, man. They threw him like $50 million. You got Everett at a lot more of a significantly discounted rate. And while Everett's not Jonnu Smith, or they're much different players, he is really a good receiver out there and really great with the yak stuff. And he provides you the quintessential element of what you need in an H-back tight end, that move tight end, as they like to call him. And Tyler Lockett's been great this year. Yeah, he's been really solid. After getting paid, sometimes guys can go in the tank and not show you as much. Tyler's not done that. He's come out and still performed really well. He's given you, even with Geno Smith in there in that Jaguar game, we saw him get 12 catches there. Still a little bit of the boom or bust element to his game, but at the end of the day, he finishes up the season, he's going to have 90 catches and 1,100 yards, 1,150 yards, something like that, 9 touchdowns. Just keeps knocking those kind of seasons out, and props to Tyler in that respect. Josh Reynolds, I don't think Russ will leave, but they're going to have to replace Pete. I think, John, that's the only way Russ does remain, in my opinion. I think it's it's either me or him kind of be kind of situation. I think Russ would be open to staying if Pete goes because of, the aforementioned reasons I said prior, being you bring in an offensive-minded head coach, you build this more around Russ, that could keep him into the fold. But absent that, I think it's pretty much set and certain that he's going to go, which I think, John, you'd probably admit too. If Pete does remain, then that means Russ will want to move on. The second, thumbnails always make me laugh even after a loss. That's all I'm hoping for, second. If I can get a couple chuckles out of you guys, say nothing of giving you guys some entertainment, that's all I would hope for being able to do for my fellow 12th man when I know they're down in the dumps, when there's a little bit of misery going on. Let me see if I can put a smile on your face even for just a moment. B-Russ, how about big boy Monet getting a couple of sacks? Yeah, Brian Monet having his best game of the year. The second one was really impressive to me. Right off the snap, he takes the center and takes his hand and just gives him one of those hump moves where he just throws him up out of the way and then just attacks the quarterback as McCoy's trying to step up into the pocket. He's got some strength. He's got some grown man strength to him. And I think, he started out the year against the Colts having a really good game against them. And then I think he had a little bit of an arm injury. You can see he's carrying around that brace on his arm, and I think he's really trying to gut through it a little bit. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if we learned there was an injury there he was kind of going through the whole year. But he's been okay. I think it's caused a little bit of an up and down in his game, but not today. It was pretty much up for him today, and I thought he played really well. Russell Mark says this team is a joke and has no direction. # we deserve better. Well said, Russell Mark, and I agree with you. We do deserve better. And yeah, this team is getting into a joking level of play. We're looking like getting closer and closer to one of the, if not the, we're definitely into bottom feederville. Say nothing of cellar dwellers. It's one thing to be a cellar dweller. You don't want to be a bottom feeder as well. That is bad. F4 Fake says Colt McCoy deserved this pathetic defense. Fire everyone, including Russ. It could go that direction, man. And you're not alone. Like I said, we've got a few people in this chat, Fake, not a few, but a lot of people in this chat that are ready for all of it to be done. Get everyone out. Get all of the ego out. Get all of the legacy building out. Get all of the baggage out of the room. Clear it all out. Clear it all out and let's rebuild it. Let's remodel this sucker. Luna Racing. I know, Luna, it was tough. Tough game today. It's a rough one. Brian Koski, Ken Norton and the improved defense gave up 413 yards, 29 first downs, and over 40 minutes of ball possession to Arizona. They whooped ass. They did. And Brian doing it with Colt McCoy, no Chase Edmonds, who in my opinion is the best running back for the Cardinals, no DeAndre Hopkins. Obviously, Kyler Murray's not there with Colt McCoy there, but that's a lot of guys to lose on your team. On your offense, especially for offense to still be in a real, again, efficient, effective, productive mode throughout the whole day. Bergshow says our secondary is so short. Why? Nobody's over 6 feet. I think that the 6-foot people that they brought in recently, like their Trey Flowers, have just not done very well for them, and teams have attacked them in that way. I don't think that they plan to have guys under 6 feet, Bergs. I think that they've just ended up with DJ Reed and Trey Brown, through happenstance, through bad drafting, through, really probably honestly not giving the position as much importance as it needs to be given, being that they've just kind of, again, let's get by at the position. We'll make do, rather than finding guys that can really get the job done. But it's also harder to find the 6-foot cornerback. This goes a little bit to my point on the lack of innovation of Carroll. When Carroll walked in the door, no team in the NFL had 6-foot cornerbacks. In fact, there were teams in the NFL who would literally take a prospect off their draft board if he was over 6 feet tall. This was in 2011. So Carroll coming in and not only admiring but favoring 6-foot cornerbacks gave him the pick of the 6-foot cornerback litter. Now you fast forward 10 years and every team in the NFL has got a 6-foot cornerback, at least one. That's a sea change that Coach Carroll helped to implement, to help to bring about. But now he is also the product, he is also fighting against his own success with that, because now he doesn't have those pickings anymore. Now he's really got to give up substantial assets to find the 6-foot plus cornerback like he would like to have within his defense. And so you then fall back to the secondary point of let's just find guys that at least can cover and get the job done. And then if they happen to be under 6 feet tall now, so be it. We've got to just find some way to fill out this positional group. Mike Jaws says we might get the first overall pick. Face palm. That would be brutal to give the New York Jets the first overall selection in this upcoming draft. Basically give them Kayvon Thibodeau on top of whoever they drafted last year. I forgot who they picked with the first pick. Wasn't it, I think, Moore out of Mississippi last year they took with the first pick, and who had a big day-to-day for the Jets. Yeah, it's not looking good right now, Mike. I ain't going to lie to you. I ain't lying to you, Mike. Mike P., this defense holds teams to 17 points, third in the NFL, even on the field, 40 minutes. I blame the offense 100%. Defense needs points. I think it's always that place you got to arrive at, Mike, where it's a pie chart. We got 100%. We got 100% of blame in this pie chart. That's what the fillings are in this, okay? We got our crust, and the fillings are 100% of defensive blame, or of blame for not defensive blame, but team blame for this loss. I think if you're going to look at it, you're going to dole out a big portion of this pie to the offense. Probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 75% of this day goes on the offense. But there's going to be a good 25, 30% of it that goes back to the defense, even in the holding them to the points like they did. They did allow a lot of sustained drives. They really were not able to cause any turnovers. They got a couple sacks, but they really weren't generating a ton of consistent pressure. Too often they let Colt McCoy get out of the pocket and didn't get him down. They didn't play perfect in that realm of things. They played a worse game than we've even seen recently over these last 4 weeks from this team, in my opinion. But it does fall on the offense, to your point, when it's all said and done. F4 Fake says, I'm done wasting my afternoons watching this garbage team. I get it, man. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to lose. It's one thing to lose ugly. It's one thing to lose looking like I said earlier on this F4, have they practiced this week? Have you guys even tried to run these plays before? Why is nothing looking like you guys know what you're doing? Like you're running your offense for the first time today or something. It's really weird to see. GoOx05 says, burn it all down. Burn it down. Second, new coaching personnel for next year. Pete retires, Ken goes, and we start looking for new options. I'm good with it. I'm good with new. New sounds really good. I'm not expecting new to be 100% certain that we're going to be a winning team, but at least it's something new. At least it's a different methodology, a different approach. It's not the same insanity being brought forth. Eric99, this is the game that probably broke this team. Last week was a tough loss, but understandable. This loss to Colt, yeah, that was all bad. I would say you're probably right on the money with that, Eric. Hard to see this team necessarily bouncing back from this loss in the way of really going on a run. They'll probably get you a few more wins through this year. But this is the type of loss where you look at and how do you find hope within this loss as a football team? You played a divisional opponent, it's an opponent you know very well, opponent that's not going to trick you in any respect. And they went out there with their backup quarterback. They went out there without their superstar wide receiver. They went out there without a sub game-wrecking force on the defensive line in J.J. Watt. And, you know, you couldn't muster up much of a fight against them, frankly. Whoever's to blame, you couldn't muster up much of a fight. Imagine if they had those guys. They would have blown our doors off at home. Spencer Williamson. We are the worst team in the NFC record-wise with the Lions following. Yes. It's getting ugly. This is a year of parity, and we're one of the worst in a year of parity. Ugh. John Reynolds, we're used to being in the hunt every year since Russ got there. Well, sometimes you lose. Yeah, sometimes you do. I wish I could make it easier putting in that perspective. I really do, and I'm trying. Daniel W., why do people act like Matt Hasselbeck wasn't a franchise quarterback? He was literally an MVP candidate behind Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Drew Brees. Every year, he was like fourth or fifth guy. I don't know on that one. I'm going to look at this really quickly to make sure that I'm... I don't know. I'll go look this up to make sure I'm wrong. I'm not speaking out of turn on this. But I don't believe that Matt Hasselbeck was ever in the MVP discussion. I don't. So, I mean, you know, Matt Hasselbeck was a solid football player. But Matt Hasselbeck was not. And look, I guess, Daniel, it comes down to what's the definition of a franchise quarterback, right? I mean, the guy had his number or his name retired. He's in the Ring of Honor. He certainly had a successful year here in Seattle. He did pretty decently statistically overall. But again, it's a little bit of, you know, is Matt Hasselbeck a franchise quarterback? Well, is Dave Craig? You know, because if I'm not mistaken, Dave Craig ends up put up more yards, put up more touchdowns than I think than Matt Hasselbeck did, and he did it with lesser talent. That's not to say that Dave was better than Matt, but just again, you know, Matt was a solid player, but best not to elevate a solid player to greatness or above what they were as being a really solid player. You know, Washington Visquest, I'm starting to put a lot more on Waldron. Carroll often looks flummoxed on play calling. I think he probably stays off of him until it's a critical play. Maybe. Could be that. Could be that for sure. I mean, we don't know. So we're all kind of guessing on that. You know, I can take that little bit of sound bit that I got from the Jaguars a couple weeks ago where Waldron's going to him directly and kind of try to draw a little bit more from that. But maybe that was a rare occurrence. Maybe more often than not, Waldron's just over there calling his plays. Tony Reidensdorf, watching the Seahawks lose like this is the only thing that makes the Rams fans feel better. I would think so. I would think so. Jonathan Salazar, what should I even say? The Seahawks are just disappointing. Does this mean Murray would have blown us out? That was just what I was postulating about. Is if this is what Colt McCoy does to you. What happens if Murray and Hopkins play in this game? I mean, how bad does it look then? You know, I think it's a valid question to ask, and frankly, it should tell you about, as you move into this offseason, how far this team kind of has fallen behind the front runners of this division at this point. How much work there is that needs to get done. I.e., let's not sit on $13 million of cap space next year. Let's not act like we got a stacked roster when we don't. Michael Simon, Jacob Eason next year. Oh, we got a Jacob Eason believer in the house. Look out. Delusional Warriors fan, 2022 champions. Hear me out. Russell Wilson traded to the Washington football team or Giants for 3 first-rounders. I'd take Danny Dimes two for two firsts. Trade Bobby Wagner for a first or second rounder. Fire Pete John and Ken Norton. Well, the back end of it, I'm okay with the back end of what you said would be fine with me. I would prefer not to move Russ if Russ insists on being moved out of town. Delusional Warriors fan. I have predicted that if he goes anywhere, his first most likely destination is the New York Giants. If we do go take him to the Giants, I want 3 first-round picks plus. Danny Dimes is not worth a first rounder. He's about due to have to be paid soon. So trading for Danny Dimes after this year doesn't bring a lot of value to the Giants. It's a kicker in the trade, not a valuable piece of the trade. But as a guy thrown in on the trade with 3 first rounders, that's maybe something I'm open to. Bobby Wagner is not going to get you a first round pick. So 33-year-old middle linebackers, albeit Hall of Fame middle linebackers, moved in trade, just aren't going to establish that much value in return. You would be maybe lucky to get like a 5th rounder back for Bobby if you were to look to move him this offseason. Brian says, where's Waldo? I thought he's some kind of genius. 265 yards, 19 minutes and 40 seconds of time of possession, 2 and 8 on third down conversions. Well, he's not doing a lot to show anything good on us, right? He's not showing us a lot of bright spots here to think that there's an improvement over what we had in Schottenheimer, or a guy who has got a good feel for play calling, or whose schematic designs fit to Russell Wilson and his skill set. I mean, we can kind of go down the list. Just not a lot of positivity there on that one, no doubt. Patrick says, I wonder if Carson wants to get hurt again for a losing campaign. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think he's just, body is where it is, probably broken up, probably broken down. He's had a lot of injuries. Neck probably is where it is. He'll be done after this year. Kyle, laughing out loud, it's funny that people think Russ is leaving. Half the time when we lose, it's because Russ tries to play hero ball. He should look in the mirror. Pete, thanks for the ring, but you can leave. I like how you put that, man. And yeah, I think Russ leaving is he deciding he's going, and that he doesn't look at what he did this past season or what's been done last few years and see any blame on his own shoulders in it. I think he will look at it as the blame lies on Coach Carroll, and it's Coach Carroll who you have to put this on. And whether that's right or wrong, I think that's a little bit of where Russell Wilson looks at it, as evidenced by his comments this offseason, which didn't seem to point really to any of his own shortcomings, but the shortcomings of personnel decision-making, of the way that they, their philosophy, offensively speaking, etc. Delusional Warriors fan says it's not Waldron's fault. As long as Pete's still head coach, he's going to dip his hands and mess up the offense. The offensive coordinator, Shane, can't do anything. Pete needs to go. I do tend to lean to believing that that's probably likely the case. As I was saying a moment ago, we don't know for sure how it's really playing out in that dynamic, but I do tend to think that Carroll tends to be more of a micromanager with this stuff than he is a hands-off guy, and that it makes it harder to ascertain whether or not Shane's really doing a good job if Carroll is coming in like that. Again, another place that we can establish was this, folks. 2020, 2019, the Rams offense ran as much, if not as much, it ran the most under center offense in all of the NFL. Quarterback under center, not in shotgun, under center. Now, with the decision to have Russell Wilson out in the field, whether it's Russell's decision or Carroll's decision or both of their decision, that means you now remove a lot of your playbook coming into the game because he can't run the under center stuff. So is that Waldron's fault now? Is he expected to succeed and be brilliant, throwing out 40% of his playbook, if not more? I mean, you can make that argument again. I'm not trying to let Waldron off the hook, but I think it's a valid argument to say that, look, he needs to be able to utilize his whole offense. You can't hamstring him in that way just so you can get your star quarterback on the field who's really not able to play at a star level. Mike P says, Eagles and Colts play with great effort, fun to watch. This team is flat and uninspired. Well said. Agreed. Berg Show says, I hate the name Lumen Field. I do too. It does not come off the mouth right. It's like it just gets garbled in your mouth trying to say it. Brian says, boo, it was effing ugly. Again, it was ugly. Alex Silva, running on 3rd and 20. I'm done with this season. I don't get, you're not alone, Alex. We're going to hear this sentiment a lot, and we've heard it a lot, and I completely understand it. I completely get it. I'm with you there. I'm with you. I watched the game. I stayed with it. There's a part of me in that third quarter is like, I want to just almost click this thing off. I was like, I had hope. Maybe there's something that can turn around with this, but you're just like, come on, team. Give me something, man. Give me something. Ground Knox 83. Watching this O is taking me back to the trauma of 92 with Stan Gelbaugh and the 6'8" Dan McGuire. Was Dan only 6'8"? I always call him 6'10", but I guess maybe he was only 6'8". Yeah, that 92 season was brutal, as that was maybe one of the great defenses in Seahawks history. I know Legion of Boom is what's known about here, but that 92 defense is very close to in the level of being as good as that Legion of Boom team defensively was. It's just that the offense was so bad that year that they were selling on that defense right and left. And you had nothing offensively to speak for. You had the great defense with Tez in his prime, Eugene Robinson back there controlling things in the secondary. They were fantastic. But yeah, that was a tough year, and it was just the beginning of the dark era of the 90s football going in that measure of things. Could have been Brett Favre, Ground Knox. You know, if Knox had his way, he would have had Favre in there instead of Dan McGuire. Berg Show says tequila, and Xanax. F it. F it, Berg Show. Go hard. Lolo, dream scenario. Trade Russell to the Eagles for 2 first-round picks, Jalen Hurts, and a second next year. I'd rather have Jalen than a rookie quarterback from the draft. We need an offensive line, completely new coaching staff. I could go with that, I guess. To me, it's like you got to come away with the 3 first-rounders above all else on the Russell deal, in my opinion. We can unpack why I believe so fervently that that's got to be the case, but that's the minimum you need to draw away from it. Whoever I bring in at quarterback is, to me, a stopgap until they prove themselves otherwise. So I'm okay with bringing a guy in to let him prove it for a year. I don't want to draft a quarterback in this draft anyway, so if that's the way that we can avoid doing that, then so be it. Because I do think 2023 draft is going to be way better for quarterbacks. You're gonna have more of a pick of 2 or 3 or 4 guys. In Utero says a bad product deserves boos. You're right, it does. You're right, it does. I am not one of those people who says you should never boo. No, you boo. When they're giving you this product in the field, when they're showing you this, when they're operating with such hubris as to believe, for instance, they don't have to use up all their salary cap. It's not important to keep our franchise quarterback happy. We can push him out the door. Look at Green Bay this year. Happy enough in their decision-making with the drafting of Jordan Love, not getting Rodgers any more playmaking, getting a running back after you drafted Jordan Love in the same draft. So basically 3 of the 4 picks in your draft were utterly nothing of help to really Aaron Rodgers and what he was going to try to accomplish for you going forward, despite the guy being at basically an MVP level at that point. You know, now they're finally being forced, with Aaron still playing really well for them there, where they're going to have to probably pay him on another contract and not go with Jordan Love. I don't know why these teams are so much in a hurry at times to push guys out the door, but that indeed does seem to be a little bit of the case with this current season. HB says, I think Waldron has to take a bit of the blame here, but it's clear the players have lost respect for Pete. I think that's happening. Delusional Warriors fan, Daniel Jones needs to come to Seattle or Taylor Heineke. Heineke does nothing for me. I'd trade Russ for 3 first-rounders and Daniel Jones, Taylor Heineke. You could probably talk me into 3 first and Daniel. We may have a hard time getting anything past 3. John Reynolds, Hawks are my team, always, and I watch them win or lose. Well, I will be there with you, John. Win or lose, I'm watching every game. So I don't care how ugly or bad it gets. I'm going to strap myself to the seat, pull the bindings tight, get my eyelids pulled open with that tape, so it's all nice and wide, forcing myself to watch. I don't care. Ian Deck World, 3rd and 20, run the ball. Boo. So much responding to Waldron with, I want touchdowns. Boo. Indeed. Delusional, whenever we use play action with Russ, he has an extremely high completion percentage. Instead, Pete wants to run, and mess up the entire drive. We just take deep shots instead of hitting the middle. Agreed. They've not embraced the short and intermediate passing attack, which is the hallmark of this new offense you're instituting. It's kind of odd. Kind of odd you're falling back on the old time and time again instead of just trying to embrace the new. But that is what we're seeing on the football field. Eric99, you can tell from the attitude at the press conference that this team has checked out. They look it on the field. Looks it on the field, so I'm not surprised. Brian Kowski, I was doing yard work during half of the game, playing fetch with my dog, listening to the game on the radio, getting pissed. Only a few highlights. Good luck next week. Well, good luck next week on that one, Brian. And yeah, you folks that avoided this game, you probably made the right decision on this particular one. This was not a fun one to watch. This was a hard one to watch. Joe Mann says, how about them Hawks? Ha ha. Delusional Warriors fan, these deep shots and spamming the run game just ruin our entire offense. No way you only score 13 points with Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. Too much talent to suck this much. Very disappointed. I am too, man. This is an underperforming football team, an underachieving football team. You went out and you won the division last year. You brought back a squad that mostly had everybody returning. You added even just a tiny bit to it this offseason, but yet you are vastly worse than what you were even last year, as you were, you can make the argument, even being kind of a little worse than what you were the prior year before that, even though the record didn't show that. HB, it's like we have no game plan on offense going into games, just relying on Russ to figure it out, and he's making terrible choices. That's what you get. It's my feeling as well. I say, where's the direction? Here's how we're going to attack this defense. Here's our methodology. Instead, it seems to be more of a let's throw it up against the wall and see what sticks approach. Let's try that. Oh, that didn't work. Let's try this. That didn't work. Let's try that. Okay, that worked. Okay, let's keep trying that. Oh, they finally solved it. Okay, let's then try this. Okay, that didn't work. It's a little bit too much of that, in my opinion, as opposed to there being just what's the coherent plan of attack, you know? Oh, they like to tend to drop into their deep zones. We're just going to hit the short underneath stuff to get them to draw in on their short zones, then we'll hit them deep over the top. Even that simplistic way of going about it is missing with this team at times, and very odd at that. Anderson says, I think the Eagles are the best trade suitor right now, mostly because of the quarterback. We know what Daniel Jones and Heineke are. I still see potential in Hurts. However, I still want those 3 firsts too. Yeah, I just don't want to strap whoever. My only thing with this Anderson, I'm not like married to one side or the other on this, other than the fact of you got to get the 3 first-round picks. You can't let one of these quarterbacks in return be part of the value you bring back in return for Russell Wilson. There has never been a Hall of Fame quarterback traded, even though he's in the end of his prime. He is still within his prime. As bad as he played today, when he's healthy, he is still in that place, in my opinion. That means you do need to still get top return on him, and that to me starts with the 3 first-round picks. I'm more for Jones than Heineke. Heineke just doesn't do a lot for me, but Jones at least has upside to him. Although I'm not, he is what he is too. I'll sit through a 1 or 2 rebuild years if it means the future of this franchise will be bright. I grew up with the PC, Pete Carroll, John Schneider era. It's now time to end. Patriots did it. Now we can. Yes, they did. And I agree with it, man. I'm willing to sit through a little bit of a rebuild as well. I'm not against that. I don't need to be a consistent winner every year, as long as I know my team is actually pressing forward towards a Super Bowl hope, that they're trying to build a team that can go out there and win Super Bowls. They can get to conference championships. They can be truly an elite football team. Not a very good football team, an elite football team. And they might miss that mark. They might fall short, but it won't be that they fall short because they weren't taking big swings. And folks, when you're sitting on $13 million of cap space, when you're not converting your quarterback's base money to bonus, which, by the way, they put that into Russell Wilson's contract. When Russell Wilson last signed his contract, that was put into the deal. And if you put it into the deal, it meant that there was an intention at that time. We're going to have a point a couple years in this contract. We're going to want to go for it. We're going to want to convert that base to bonus. We're going to want to get that extra $10 million so we can keep restocking our team. But it went unused. No, we're not going to convert that base to bonus money. And then on top of that, you also now are sitting on $13 million of cap space. And then putting this team out on the football field, charging fans money to watch this product. But they've been consistent winners. But they've been consistent winners. So I should ignore all of that and just shut my mouth. Delusional sports fan says Hurts' completion percentage is so bad. Is his decision making? Yeah, he doesn't do a bunch for me. So I'm just kind of For a year, get by with him, okay, but yeah. Brian Koski, Arizona whooped ass, especially with 3 All-Pros out. Indeed. Might be. When do players start pointing fingers? The spiral down will get worse. Divided locker room is coming. Players going to be posting blame and protecting their brand. It's what losers do. I don't know. There almost seems to be such a lack of care here where there almost seems to not even be that care at play. Where people just seem to be a little bit, I'm not going to say it's going through the motions yet, but there just seems to be of whatever it is, what it is type of feeling that's at play here. Rather than a play of like everybody's trying to do their best but then they can look at somebody else that's not holding up there in the line and a little more of the finger pointing what you'd get. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if this all goes out with not a bang, but a whimper. HB, we have a rookie offensive staff. We do. I do think HB, though, we've got a coach that's also having some say into that offense. Delusional, I want Taylor or Daniel as a bridge quarterback. Maybe Daniel can be our potential starter. Hurts is a bust. He's terrible. Yeah, Jalen Hurts, I thought, got overdrafted a couple of years ago, and that's kind of carrying some of his, why people like him, I think, as much as they do. I think he's a much, much, much reduced Russell Wilson, in my opinion, in almost every way. He might have a little more mobility at this point where he stands, but he does not give you any of the ability with the arm talent Russell had. And I just think he falls short in that matter of it. But Daniel's interesting. Because Daniel's got the arm and the mobility, size. You know, there's a little bit more with Daniel, in my opinion. John Reynolds, anyone who thinks letting Russ leave is a good solution is nuts. Pete has 2 losing seasons till Russ got there. That's why I've said, John, my main plan of attack this offseason would not be to move on from Russ, but to instead stay with Russ and bring on an offensive head coach. So I'm in agreement with you. I think people are just done with this in a lot of different realms of things, and it's wore people out in whatever way they're looking at this, and it's understandable, I think, to a degree. Anderson says, does it really matter, though, if we're looking to rebuild? We'd be drafting a quarterback anyway in any Russ trade situation down the line. Might as well get the best quarterback out of those 3. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit Anderson on if you're trying to marry one of those guys long-term. To me, it's more about what about the first-round assets are the most important part of the deal, not the quarterback kickers. And look at the Eagles, for instance, who potentially are going to have 2 top 10 first-round picks in this upcoming draft. That, to me, would be an indicator that you might lean to wanting their picks more than the other guys. And so then you're taking maybe Jalen Hurts as the kicker at that point, and you're not really favoring any of the which is the best of those quarterbacks, because you're really, at the end of the day, making the trade to look towards 2023 to make your quarterback selection at that time. So I know where you're coming from with that. I can get where you're coming from with that on that a little bit. But at the end of the day, it's more, I think, the first round picks will really be what drives this. Eric99, unfortunately, Pete will get 1 pass from the front office, but a repeat of this dog S, and he will be sent down the river. I think it's a good chance that he can end up getting a pass on it, Eric. I know where you're coming from with that. And I mean, it's going to be a hard swallow on the front office's part to pay $27 million to Pete to walk. So no guarantee that he gets fired at this point. No guarantee that he moves on. There's a part of me that hopes that maybe Pete can recognize the fact that the game's passed him by a bit here. I mean, you're literally you're reaching for a challenge flag last week, and you're literally pulling a hand warmer out of your pocket. You know, I mean, what's the next thing? You're going to poop your pants on press conferences? Like, I think that there is a time and place where it comes where it's like, okay, let's go for something new here. Randall says, wonder how Pete will try to weasel out of this. Let's see if he has any self-awareness. I've given up on any of them having self-awareness in that building. I don't know who is the one that takes ownership on this. Part of the reason why you continue to make the same mistakes, I think, has to do a little bit with the lack of ownership and responsibility here. It's kind of always somebody else's fault. Then you never see anything fixed from that. And I do think we've seen a little bit of that at play here with this team recently. Delusional sports fan, delusional Warriors fan, sorry. If I could trade all of our playoff appearances the past 5 years for the 2015 Super Bowl, I'd do it. I'd do it as well. I would do it as well. In a heartbeat. This is a long debated thing among Seahawks fans out there. You know, would you take the 10 years of consistent winning, or would you take 8 years of losing for the one Super Bowl? And to me, you play this game for Super Bowls. You play this game to be great. You don't play this game to be very good. You don't play this game to be a consistent winner. That has no value at the end of the day. If you are not on an ascending path, if you are not on a trajectory to building to something, then you're on the path of falling. It's one or the other in football. And what has, I think, tricked us with this football team is that it's not been the kind of fall that you're normally used to, where it's this great cavernous drop to the bottom of a canyon. Instead, we've gotten this thing going a little bit like this, where it's this slow, subtle decline over the years. But a decline it is. Joe Mann, we need a new general manager and a head coach. I'm with it. I'm with it, Joe. COA team, as I have maintained, this team hasn't been formable since 2015. The badness of this team has been concealed by its ability to scrap together a few wins above a 500 record. The team is overrated as F. Well said, COA team, and to point to a statistic to back you up as well, we've seen in recent years that the point differential between Seattle and the rest of the teams out there, teams that also win similar games that Seattle wins, there's a vast difference. Our point differential tends to be really close. We barely edge teams out. And what history tends to tell you about that, statistically speaking, is you really can't sustain yourself that way as a football team. That's not a method to winning long term. You might have outlier years where you're able to be on the better end of it, but more often than not, when you play that type of game, you're going to get burned by it as much as you're going to succeed by it. And unfortunately, that was the way that they were leaning towards trying to win over recent years. And all of that magic is kind of drained away. There's no reservoir left. It's all been tapped, you know? It's a straw at the end of an empty cup. And I don't know that there's another one to find. There's some other well to tap into. John Reynolds says that I'd make the playoffs every year than never be in the conversation. I'd rather make the playoffs every year than never be in the conversation. Well, you're in the conversation the year you win the Super Bowl, John. But again, I know that this is a debate that's raged for a long period of time on this channel in particular, even amongst fans on what they would value more. Brian says, I hope injuries were low today. Trey Brown banged up his knee, I believe. It sounds like a tendon injury, Brian, and he is done for the year. Kyle, so what is the route we'd have to take to get Pete out since we don't have an owner involved? The committee that the owner has mandated sort of keeping active control over Pete would have to be in Jody's ear and say it's time to fire him. So we'd have to have enough of an active presence there to do that. And I don't know if we would. Pete really has stood as the head of this mountain here. He's the guy with a large amount of control in this organization, which then makes it hard for him to be held accountable, frankly. John Henderson, he cashed in his one-and-done chip last season. His one-and-done season? Which guy is that, John? In utero, fans who don't pay enough attention are the fans who still want Pete to stay. He's going to be remembered for a Super Bowl, blowing a Super Bowl, and pushing Russ out the door. Sadly, that's where a little bit of where his legacy could end up with this stuff, which is not great to see. You know, and it doesn't have to be this way, you know. Brian Koski, rest in peace, 2021. Yep. Rick Cepeda, what do you think about Jonathan Vilma's commentary about the fans booing on the 3rd and 20 call? To put this succinctly on this, Rick, just because I've said it a couple times on the channel, so I don't want to repeat too much for the folks here. It's early in the game. Yes, it's a 3rd and 20, so it's not likely, Rick, that you're going to complete the pass. But I'm going to give the fans credit here, where I believe what they're booing is that if you get even 14 yards on the play, you are within field goal range of Jonathan Myers' range. You're going to probably kick about a 53-yarder on about a 14-yard completion. You know, why not even go for that? The defense at that point is going to protect deep on that play with their coverage, so they're going to run probably a cover 2 look out there. They're going to drop their defenders back just behind the sticks. They're going to leave everything out in front of you, so there's a good likelihood that there's a 14-yard play to be had there if you run the right kind of play call, and then you have a field goal attempt. Instead, you just completely roll over and show your belly on a running play that wasn't going to get you anything, on top of which you didn't improve your punting position by it. You literally are just giving up a play for nothing there. It didn't change your ability to get the ball within the 20-yard line with Dickinson. He was going to do that regardless. So I think that's where you get the people booing and why Vilma was pointing it out in that moment, and frankly, rightfully so. Megan Gock-Roger with the $20 donation. If I can get it up right here. Jeez, please. With $2 donation, sorry. Dixon, my fellow Aussie, is why I'm smiling. Look, Dixon's been maybe the team MVP this year. I'm not gonna lie, Megan. Now we're gonna use his leg out, okay? So he's no longer gonna have a tendon on his hip after this from all the kicking we're having him do this year. But hey, he's doing it. Megan says, I'm putting away my DK jersey. I can't wear it. Another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate you. Yeah, DK had some chances today. He did have some chances, and he just came just this close to coming down with some real sensational catches. He was right there on it and almost got it, man. You just want to see him explode. You know he's on the edge at times. Right there, could have gone. Just couldn't quite bring him in, unfortunately. Tough as it was there. It was kind of brutal on that, but yeah. DK couldn't quite get together. I still think it was a good choice, though, by your part, Megan. I still think it's a good jersey choice, and it's going to pay off eventually on that one. Washington Fish Quest, the $5 donation. Thank you, Washington Fish Quest. I do appreciate you, my sir. Also a member of the channel. Says, let's do a fun hypothetical. Do you think the team functions better if Coach Carroll and Coach Thornton switched roles? Go Bizarro World. Go Bizarro World Hawks. Go Bizarro World Hawks. No, but that has less to do with maybe Coach Carroll's ability to just like do something amazing with his defense, and more to do with Norton would be as much as I don't think highly of Carroll as a head coach. I think Norton would be worse as a head coach. I think he'd be completely in over his head. But at this point, I think, where I stand on this when it comes to the defense is I think that you really cannot cut between Carroll and Norton a difference. I think that they're both basically together on this defense. That was the point of hiring Norton, was to hire a yes man, to hire a guy that was going to do what Carroll said and not fight him on it. So I just think that you can't really separate them one from the other. Charles Riley with a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. I do appreciate it, sir. Very kind of you. Says, Brando, Philly is playing their balls off under Hurts. No way Philly gives a ransom for Russell Wilson III. I'm trying to understand y'all knocking Hurts, but I've been too busy observing them win games. Well said, Charles. Look, admittedly, I haven't done a big deep dive on Hurts since he's become a pro as much. I can go off of the college tape and what I saw, which is a guy with good athleticism. Again, the arm is going to be to me a little bit limited whenever I'm building my team with quarterbacks. I've said time and time again, the first thing that I need to see kind of above all else or to be held up on in this is going to be, I need to see arm talent. And if you're missing certain parts of arm talent, you can't make certain throws I'm going to need you to make. It's going to make me hard almost even beyond the intangibles or leadership, your moxie or pocket presence you bring. It's going to knock you down on my range of things just a little bit, because this game is sometimes about being able to make that 15-yard out route on a frozen rope. You sometimes need to just be able to make that throw and be able to make an accuracy. With that said, he's a young quarterback. He's developing. It'd be great to see if he can kind of turn it around and become a franchise quarterback for him. I think Philadelphia, when you mentioned why they would make that move, they have a guy in the general manager in Howie Roseman who is right now on the hot seat. And he is going to be a guy who, they're turning it around a little bit right now, who could get a big win to the franchise by trading for a guy like Russell. And the thing that people have got to remember with this is that when whoever's potentially trading for Russ is not just trading for Russ the player, you're trading for the PR when you get with your fan base by going after Russell. So I think you've got to kind of consider both of those elements in the trade. That's part of why I think you do get the 3 first-round picks as well, but why I think people kind of forget that. But we'll see. There'll be some team out there. Again, Charles, my lead team on this is New York above anybody else. So I think they would be the team that makes the most sense as far as wanting Russ the most, willing to give up the most capital, Russ wanting to go play there, it all being a little bit of just a better, easier fit. Mr. Kraken says, R.I.P. R.I.P., Mr. Kraken. COA team, Russ won't do any better if he gets to the New York Giants. Will never win another championship and will be remembered for being carried to his only ring by the Legion of Boom. Very well could be, COA. I think the real question with Russ comes down to this as far as his potential and if there is still untapped potential if Russ can be an MVP level of quarterback. And that is, can he have a team build around him in the way some of the great quarterbacks have had teams built around them? And would he fail within that? If Russ has 3 Pro Bowlers on an offensive line in front of him and then solid 2 other guys around him, does he play differently? Is he better? Is he play at an MVP type level? And that is a question that is going to remain unanswered if we are to trade Russ now into this offseason, and remains unanswered until a team tries to do that with him. But we have seen with those teams that have put those kind of resources behind their star quarterbacks, they get a lot of good returns from it. Not just in the run game, not just in pass protection, but in actual productivity and putting points up on the board. So that would be my one question, COA team, on that, is if he does have a team willing to do that, and an offensive-minded head coach, and a head coach that's not in his ear at every other turn saying, don't turn the ball over, don't turn the ball over, but instead saying, let her rip. No risk it, no biscuit. That kind of thing. Punk91 says, Pete just walked out of his presser without answering all the questions. Unacceptable. I'm not surprised, Punk91. They don't like to ask. He doesn't like to have tough questions asked. And he's gotten more salty about it the longer he's been here in Seattle. He's gotten less patient with it the longer he's here. But that's also why I think a lot of why the media doesn't ask him tough questions is because he becomes so sensitive about it. Will you stop? Kitty. Yeah, they can hear you. They don't want to hear you yelling at them. Randall says, the consensus between the stream, the fans, and my wife is this is so hard to watch. I think everyone agrees on that, even the people that want to be pro Carroll, pro Russ, pro whatever. This isn't fun to watch. That part isn't true. Anderson says, Jody selling the team would be the best thing to happen to Seattle since the Super Bowl. I agree. I think it would be a big boon to this team to get an owner in here who actually really cares again and is active in their involvement. The Berg Show, why did they take that interception away from us? Berg Show, the ball hit the ground. Now, I personally don't think that it changed possession with the Sidney Jones on the catch. I think he was going to catch the ball regardless, and the rule in that case is supposed to be that it's a catch. But they determined that the ball helped him catch the football, and therefore they overruled it. I disagreed with it, but that's why they made the call in the way they did. In utero, Pete makes it way too easy for the opposition to game plan against us. Agreed, in utero. Take Colt McCoy. Colt McCoy is a guy with limited arm strength. He's had limited arm strength since coming out of Texas. So maybe with a guy with limited arm strength, you don't want to give the easy short completions, right? Just logically speaking. Maybe this week we try to take away the short, easy completions and force him to try to throw the ball down the football field. Test his velocity. Test his accuracy 15, 20, 25 yards down the field. Instead, as you saw at the start of this game, he started 13 out of 13, they just gave up all of that same short stuff that you saw in the Titans game, where Derrick Henry had like 6 catches because Seattle just stopped covering running backs over the middle and underneath. And they did that again this game, and it makes it easy. You're playing to Colt McCoy's strengths at that point. Colt McCoy is going to love to dink and dunk you. You let me dink and dunk you? You're not going to play legitimate defense? I'm just going to throw these little easy passes all day where a guy's not even covered? Okay, I'll take that. That's why he's succeeding. That's why a guy with limited talent, limited production in this NFL succeeds against you in back-to-back years on 2 different teams playing the same type of game. That's how he pulls that off, is because you're that easy to go against for the opposition's quarterbacks due to the simplicity of your schematics, due to the lack of complexity of how you try to confuse your opponent. Pete walked out. That's funny. Watch VizQuest. To be clear, Pete needs to go, but from an ownership perspective, it'd be a push to fire him after his first losing season in 9 seasons. He'll get 1 pass. Pete himself would have to walk. I agree. The way you just said it is the way this will have to probably go, where people will probably have to go himself. I don't know if ownership's going to have the guts, especially because they're not in a strong situation right now. You don't have a firm hand at place. Without a firm hand, are they going to come in strong? Because they can lean back on that. He's got 9 straight seasons of winning football. You're going to fire him in the one that he doesn't. That's going to be trotted out again and again and again and again. Frankly, that's all really Pete has at this point. And it could be enough to win out the day on keeping him, bringing him back. Brian Wilson says, playmaker, how about an offensive coordinator worth the Charmin extra soft he wipes his butt with? Chewable Orb, Russ wants to play in a big market so he can better showcase his brand. Yeah. What a brand. Sco that dirtbag. Offense looked better in the second half. It seems like Russ started to catch his rhythm. He was trying to make all the difficult throws early. I guess I don't know if I saw as much of that in the second half myself. I mean, sometimes I guess. I don't see anything really consistently from this offense since Russ has returned myself. A delusional Warriors fan. We could have traded for Gilmore. Yeah, we could have. We could have. And one thing that I was at, one of many moves I had advocated for over the past six months that were not made, which would have made this team better. Which is part of where my frustration comes into play, where there's obvious players that can help this team that they've passed on, and you don't have a really understanding as to why. It doesn't make a lot of sense of what they were looking at in this roster to believe that they were so solidly placed as to not to need to make those moves. Especially for a guy like Gilmore, who you could have gotten relatively recently, having had a lot more data to know what type of team you actually had, where you were weak, i.e. the cornerback position. Mike P. Russ will never be the same. He had top value last year. Should have been traded before the draft. It was so foreseeable. We all saw it. Sentimental attachment is for losers. Ask Bill Belichick. Yeah, you're not going to find any sentimental attachment in Bill Belichick's soul, that's for sure. He has absolutely the opposite of that. And that might end up being the case, Mike. I do think you're going to end up still getting a lot of value for Russ. I think last year you didn't have as many teams looking for the franchise quarterback. The thing that helped hurt last year as far as trading for Russ is that you had a lot of legitimate top-end quarterbacks in the draft. So those teams that might have looked to trade for Russ would have said instead, well, you got a Mac Jones, you've got a Justin Fields, you've got a Trey Lance. You got a variety of guys here, that are really legitimately talented guys. This year's draft of quarterbacks is not as deep, as well as you're going to have a couple of teams out there more that might be looking for quarterbacks than were last year. We know Miami's going to be looking. Probably New York's going to be looking. Maybe we'll see how Jalen Hurts continues to go, but maybe Philadelphia is in that realm. The Carolina Panthers will be in that realm. I mean, that's just off the top of my head. There'll be a lot of teams probably looking this offseason without clear-cut top-end quarterbacks in the draft. Brian Wilson says, oh, yeah, Colt McCoy looking like Joe Montana today. Shaking my head. He did look like Montana. Anderson, I feel like our local journalists aren't hard enough on Pete, the players, etc. They never ask the hard questions. I agree with you 100% with this, Anderson. I think you have a journalistic integrity and responsibility to ask those hard questions. I don't care if it's sports or it's regular news. That's the job you've taken. That is the job you're there to perform. I do think a little of this comes back again to Coach Carroll having the power he has, for instance, where when he's at the top of this organization, if there's a media member he doesn't want there because that media member is asking too hard of a question, that is, he has the power to swing to get that media member out of the room. And I think that those media members, Anderson, are very well aware of that fact. So that probably plays into it a little bit. Just one more reason why you can make the argument of why you maybe shouldn't give ultimate power to a head coach, letting him run everything within an organization. Randall says, can't run the ball and mediocre on D, zero pass rush. Yeah, and then when you do get there, you can't ever seem to take the quarterback down, Randall. You always seem to be flying past him. Like it took every effort just to get there. Now you can't tackle him in addition. But yeah, nothing there, man. Bye, Pete. It's been fun since Maxwell. He's going to have to retire, Maxwell. I don't think he's going to go out but kicking and screaming. Delusional Warriors fan. Pete might retire after this year. He walked out after his presser with no answers. Actions speak louder than words. Pete is done. He could be. I think if there was a season enough to where an older coach would need to look at the writing on the wall and recognize that writing for what it is, this would be that year. And I don't say this with happiness. I know I'm being very hard on Pete throughout this stream. I've been hard on Pete throughout this year. And I don't do it happily. I love Coach Carroll. Coach Carroll has been the best Seahawks coach that we've had in our history. And I revere what he's done. He brought us a Super Bowl. He brought in a culture. He had to do this with a foresight and a vision that required so much detail-driven nature to it on exactly how he wanted to do it. And he executed that plan exactly how he foresaw wanting to execute it when he was at USC, forecasting his next approach when he got to the NFL. There is no denying that. And he will have forever a special place in Seahawks history, even after we have maybe a next coach come along to win us a Super Bowl. God hoping and God willing that happens. But we all run to the end of our line, and it's going to happen to every person in life, everyone, me included. I'm going to run to my end of my line at this channel someday. There'll be some spot when I'm 70 years old. There's these 20-year-old guys that are funny and on point, and they got this whole graphics they do, and they CGI their stuff, and I can't compete. And I go, well, I'm just going to be sitting back now watching the stream as an old man, letting the young guys do it. Let the young guys stream it. Let the other guys cover this stuff. And there's no sadness in that. It's just it's the circle of life. That's all it is, man. Circle of life, baby. We all got to embrace it. It sucks, but it happens with us all, man. Brian Konsky, Robert, retirement age should be 65 for all referees and coaches, too, in all pro sports. I'm with you on the refs. We don't need old referees either. Let's get those young, nothing worse than those 7-year-old dudes trying to run with 255-pound linebackers up the field. It gets a little sad sometimes. Just observe, I've been done with Pete. Sadly, it's just the point. I'm not even mad when we lose. Will he ever leave? No. I've wondered, just observe, if he was going to be a guy that's the equivalent of the player that you have to rip his jersey off to get him off the field. Like where they say, you have to tear this jersey off my back. And if Carroll's like that, you're going to have to rip this whistle off my neck. And he strikes me as maybe that type of guy that's a little bit in that vein of things. I would hope, again, as we were just talking about a moment ago, this would be that year, though, that where it's pretty crystal clear to him that your time comes here where maybe we need to reevaluate that, Pete. Maybe you need to see if the writing's on the wall. Time has come. My greatest era has passed. I'm going to be a Hall of Fame college coach. I'm going to be a Hall of Fame head football coach. That's more than that would take 2 lifetimes for most men to accomplish. It's nothing. It's no great horrible thing at this point to say, okay, I've done my stuff. I've accomplished all that stuff, and now the era has passed. Now the day has come. It's no great horrible thing to say that, in my opinion. It really isn't. It doesn't take anything away from the greatness of what he's achieved. But it does, I think it is the truth nonetheless. Randall says, I don't disagree with a fire sale if we trade Russ. I'm okay with it. I'm okay if you're going to go Russ trade at that point. I'm okay with not trying to return to be a instant winner. I'd rather they do the rebuild right. Randall, we've related this a lot to the Mariners and how they finally have rebuilt themselves right. And it's by going with the slow approach methodology. It's to not trying to think of yourself as, let's get ourselves back to being as quick as we can to contender status, but actually let's get ourselves to the right stage of contender status. Again, being that team that is not just good enough to maybe barely get in the playoffs, but good enough to actually compete for championships. Jaden says, I'm telling you, man, we are going to lose to the Lions. Well, look, I was guaranteeing those being wins a couple weeks ago, Jaden. I can't make those guarantees now. So there's no win. There is no guaranteed win on this schedule remaining. I don't care how low the opponent is that we're playing. Wolf of Odin. You can all kiss Russell Wilson goodbye. He wants to leave y'all so bad. I think that's the way it's going to go, Wolf. Didn't want to see it come to this, but it does seem the way it wants to go. Brian Kosky, I saw some fairly easy drop passes today. Yeah. I guess there was a couple maybe in there. You might have to point to the ones you're referencing on that, Brian. Nothing's jumping up to my head right now. So I know DK had the one down the field in double coverage. Yeah, and then he had the trust ball. There was a drop. I don't know. There wasn't a ton of other ones, was there? Mike Washington with a $2 donation says, would you take Carroll or Mike Leach right now? Well, I'd take Mike Leach, but I wouldn't want Mike Leach as my head coach right now. But that's probably just as down as I am on Carroll than anything else. At least Leach would be entertaining. Like, we're bad, not entertaining. Under Leach, you would, even if you were bad, would at least be entertaining and fun. So I'll at least take fun if I can't win. I don't want to be bad and unfun to watch. That's miserable. But I'm still not a big backer of Leach. He's a live wire, that one, and I don't know if that would work as a head coach in the NFL. It barely, I think, works at times in the college football setting, and even in that setting, he's got to move on every couple of years just to keep it working, I think. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate you, buddy. Double donating on the channel. Wash Fist Quest, you guys are awesome. Brando, your cat is telling you Russell Wilson III to New York Giants is a great solution, but he wants salmon chips. That's true. My cat's going, okay, look, I'll do Russell to New York, but we need some of that good Eastern Seaboard seafood, okay? If they're going to package a little bit of that for this orange little goblin over here, then I'm good. That's what she's really saying. It's shorthand. I've got to pick it up in tones from her, Charles, but that's what she's saying. So, would you trade Russell? Would you trade him? She said yes. You would trade Russell Wilson? You would? Why would you trade him? Because I'm going to give you seafood? If I gave you seafood, would you want me to trade Russell? All right. She said it. You guys heard it. From her lips to God's ears. You know what I mean? Can't deny that. Thank you for the $5 donation, though, Charles. Nolan R. Vance with the $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan. You are very kind, my sir. Another member of the channel says, a beautiful day at Lumen. Crowd was good. I miss yelling for 3 hours for a reason. Oh, yeah, nothing like yelling, screaming your lungs out. And props to the fans, man, when the moments were there for them to have a little momentum to make their voices heard beyond the boos, just being loud in the stadium. It felt like they were they were loud. They were trying to do what they could. Props. I thought the fans were good today in that respect, or at least that's how it seemed through the telecast. Wash Visquez says fire sale is looking more attractive, but my concern is we can't draft for beans. We could trade Russell for 3 firsts and squander them all. It's a possibility. It's kind of going to be an irrelevant thing as far as you're not going to hold on to Russ. And if Russ wants out of town, it's a matter of you got to get what you can get at that point, which I think this is where this is going to bend towards. It's not a matter of Seattle being willing to move on from Russ as much as Russ saying, all right, I want out of here. I wanted out of here last year. You wouldn't you wouldn't let me go last year. Now you're going to let me go this year. Paul Third says, can Seattle purchase the team so it's community owned like Green Bay? I wish the NFL would do stuff like that a little bit more. The funny thing about Green Bay is you actually don't own the team when you buy a stock. You're essentially you're giving them money for them to give you a certificate, which I think is kind of lame. Not that I think you should ever get like the profit or whatever from that, but like, I don't know, there's a part of me that's like, you should be part of an owner at that point, even if it's like a really itty bitty percentage, if you're going to call them ownership. It would be cool though to have like the local fandom, the local citizenry actually own the team would be, I think, pretty cool. And would be a way you could keep a team from ever being potentially moved at that point. It'd be a lot harder to get them out of town. But yeah, sadly, probably not. I think that's just a specific thing for Green Bay, and it was done specifically because they're such a small market that they had to kind of do it that way. Shade Apex, where was our second round pick, Eskridge? You let me know, Shade. I saw him standing next to Waldron quite a bit on the sideline when they went to Waldron, but they continue to have no game plan for him. They have no way to utilize him. They don't have, he's run one fly sweep since he's been back in 2 games. So when you guys have an understanding of what's going on there, you let me know. What was the plan for him at this point? Work him in next year? Your receiving corps was so deep this year you weren't going to need him? Just silly stuff, frankly. It's really just silly stuff. In utero, I want a fire sale if Pete is gone too. I'm okay with it, man. Randall, Pete is complacent. Don't forget when the going got tough in St. SC, Pete bailed. My guess is he resigns at the end of the year. Great point by Randall's part. A little bit, I guess Randall would be pushing against maybe my thought process that he's going to be a guy you're going to have to rip off the field. But in actuality, you're right. He did move on from USC when things started to go bad. It wasn't that, it was the sanctions were going to come down on him, that type of thing. And he went, all right, I'm going. And maybe there's a little bit of that same feeling at play here with Carroll this year. Solid point. Delusional Warriors fan, I just want a half decent quarterback for next year so we can rebuild. I'm with that. To me, though, it's really, again, I'm not as worried about 2022 as I'm worried about 2023. And I want to truly compete. I don't want to just be a decent team at that point. I want to be like all-in type team by that point in time. And so what if that takes being patient through 2022 to get there, I'm okay with that. But I'd rather that more of the long, far-reaching approach to this. Michael Simon, do you see Russ going to New Orleans, or are there too many Drew ghosts? The New Orleans one has been one many fans have proposed, Michael, but one that has not made sense to me for a long period of time. The New Orleans Saints had about $105 million or so that they were over the cap this past offseason. They sliced about half of that this past offseason. So they, instead of taking on the full brunt of that hit this year, they did it in half. So they're taking half of the hit this year, half of the hit next year. I don't think that means that they're going to be able to build enough around Russ to make him happy if you bring him over there, if you're going to give him enough playmakers. I would imagine that in any Russ trade, you're going to see Michael Thomas moved on in conjunction with it. And so if that's going to be the case at that point in time, you're going to need to go find some wide receivers. They don't have the draft picks to do so. They don't have the money to do so at that point. Granted, they would have a good offensive line, and Kamara would be good for them. But I don't know if that would be enough to draw Russ in quite enough there at that point, in my opinion. Maybe. They would certainly be one of those teams in the fray for him, but I don't think that they would be a front runner for him. Randall says, someone call Steve Ballmer and tell him to buy the team. Come on, Steve. Do the right thing, man. Do the right thing. Mike P., we could have Mac Jones and a bright future. Bears had great personnel and draft picks. Boy, I wouldn't feel... I know Mac Jones is doing well, but I think he's a guy that's going to hit the height of his ceiling very quickly in this league, and we're going to come to find out that there's not a higher point of ceiling beyond that point. I may end up wrong on that one, but I think that he's showing you the best of what you're going to get from him right now. Might be we could have Bears have a great personnel and draft picks. I mean, great. I don't know if Bears have great personnel. They're one of the worst teams out there this year too. Keldon, Seahawks would be better off with Waldron as interim head coach to see what he can do without Pete. I'm okay with that. If Pete wants to retire tomorrow and put Waldron as head coach, at least it's different for the rest of the year. Like, we're in desperation mode. We're almost mathematically out of the playoffs here at this point, so it can't be worse than where we're going right now. Mike P says, it's okay. Pete promised he will do better. All is well. Megan Gograch with another $5 donation. Megan, thank you for all the donations you do to the channel. I hope you feel the love for me enough on that. I do really appreciate it. Megan says, Brando, your cat sounds like my 2-year-old nephew when it comes to food. Well, you should see her when the wet cat food comes out, because she gets real talkative. She tells me what time it is at that point, big time. But yeah, she's the most vocal cat I've ever met in my life. I've actually taught her to say words. She says water. She says lay down. She's got a couple of words that she'll say. Pet me. You can get that every once in a while. But she loves to talk. She's a talker. I wonder if sometimes she thinks she's human. Reincarnated human in a cat. Elliot Clark with a $5 donation. Thank you, Elliot. I appreciate you. Says, not keen on trading Russ unless he wants out. No confidence in 3 first-round picks would be used wisely. Our season was over before his injury. Understandable, Elliot. And again, as I reiterate on this, my first plan of attack, if I am a committee member sitting above all else, right? I'm one of those guys to go to Jody Allen. I tell Jody Allen, here's what our recommendation is. We move on from Coach Carroll. We can talk about Schneider, but I think at this point in time, it's Carroll we're really most important about. We're most, on point with here. And then I tell her, we're going to bring in an offensive-minded coach. I'm going to bring in an offensive-minded head coach to get the most out of Russell Wilson. We're going to build around his talents. We're going to advise the general managers to do so. We're going to then have a defensive guy separate of the offensive coach who just runs the defense. We go down the line quite intricately on this if you guys really want to. But that would be where I would go first and foremost, Elliot. But again, I can be open to other plans of attack too, with people that want to go more into the full rebuild of things too. Less of let's stop holding on to the new and then just try to draw into a new era wholly here. I could get that as well. But again, Elliot, my first method of attack would be keep Russ, build the offense around him. And as I was saying earlier, largely in part because I think that you still can't make the determination that there's not some upper level of productivity in Russell Wilson because you've not fully built a good offensive line in front of him like teams normally do when they have a Hall of Fame quarterback. Like the Green Bay Packers have for Aaron Rodgers, like the Patriots did for Tom Brady. Go down the line, Shade Apex, I say bring back Diggs and Everett and let everyone else go. I'm okay with bringing back Everett. The thing with this Shade Apex is you can't pay both your safeties that type of money. You can't do it. Not for a Shade, not for a defense that isn't performing well. The only if you've got no team in the NFL that's paying both of their safeties top end money, right? If you're going to break that rule of thumb, meaning that 31 NFL teams are telling you the proper way to roster build is to not spend all that money at the safety position, a position that is devalued throughout the league, then you probably don't want to spend that money when you're one of the back end, middle of the road type defenses. You'd only want to really break that and go away from that if you had a defense that was performing at a phenomenal level. They could say, hey, this is where we break that rule of thumb. And I just don't think that this defense has shown you enough to do that with Diggs back there, especially understanding he's going to be up into his 30s here soon. He's getting closer to that range of things. Randall, Matt Patricia as the next defensive coordinator? No, I can't do Matt Patricia. His beard bothers me. There's a bird in his beard, Randall. I can't have a coach with a bird in his beard. Samuel Gutierrez, can we stop blaming the defense? They played well, but you can only do so much when the offense can get going and you have the defense 70 of the game on the field. I'm going to lose my jaja. Yeah, I'm not blaming the defense wholly here. Part of the blame of Carroll goes beyond defense for me, Samuel. It goes beyond the team building, roster building, and all that stuff. It goes on to schematics. It goes on to his input in the offensive side of the ball and all of that down the line. I've said I would put the majority of the blame on this on the offense by far. I do think that the defense didn't play great. I mean, they let that team drive up and down the football field on him, Samuel, with a backup quarterback, missing their best wide receiver, missing their best running back. Quite honestly, at home, you should as a defense be kind of shutting down that offense. That offense shouldn't be just moving the ball up the field at you at will at times. Now, again, I want to make this, Samuel, clear because I want us to land in the place of nuance with this. This lands on the back of the offense. Like last week, landed on the back of the offense. There is no doubting that. But it's not a black and white world. It is a world where you've got to parse out the blame, I think, percentage-wise when it comes down to this stuff. Bleed Blue and Green says, I've lived through worse Seahawks football. Hashtag retire Pete. Bleed Blue and Green, good to see you, man. It's been a little bit, but good to see you on the chat. And we have lived through worse, though. I don't know if we've seen worse football being played. It's just as bad as it kind of gets. As somebody said earlier, Bleed Blue and Green, this is shades of 92. Shades of 92. 1902. 1992. Jesus Padilla, how you doing? Joseph Beck, no pressure, no pass rush, no Irvin, no Clowney, nothing. No, Joseph, no pass rush at all. It's been absent out of this defense. One of the things that I've said over and over with Coach Carroll's defense is, okay, Coach Carroll, you want to continue to run your soft defense. You want to run your bend but don't break defense. Well, for that defense to work, you have to have a defensive line that can generate pass rush. And he said, oh yeah? He said, okay, well, I'm going to move a one-tech defensive tackle to 3 as my main 3-tech pass rusher. Wait, no, Coach Carroll, did you hear me? I just said you need all 4 of those guys to be a threat. If you're going to move a 1-tech to a 3-tech, he's not going to be as good of a pass rusher. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if I believe you. Okay, well, then the rest of them have got to be really upper level then. Well, yeah, I'll put a 33-year-old left tackle out there as my left defensive end as my main guy. Yeah, well, I mean, he's kind of old, isn't he? Yeah, he is, but he was productive for us last year, so he'll be good this year. Is that your prime rusher? Yeah, that's our prime rusher. What else do you got? Well, I got this guy that got the rod out of his leg last year, and he's going to play basically his rookie year this year. That'll be our number 2 guy. A guy coming this season that didn't have a single sack for you, but they've undersold on the offensive line or defensive line as well. I speak about the offensive line, but the defensive line comes very close to the offensive line in the way they've ignored it and not understanding that they need the talent across the board to generate pass rush so they can drop as many defenders as possible into their zone defense. And it's again over and over again throughout the years where they've continued to kind of ignore that. Bringing back Dunlap was nice. Getting a guy like Kerry Hyder would be a useful addition there, but Benson Mayowa, he's not going to give you anything. Rasheem Green continues to get snaps. He's not giving you anything. Not much pass rush. And I sure would have liked to have seen them go after Clowney. I still maintain, you look at Clowney this year, everybody's harping on last year. Aren't we glad we didn't get Clowney last year? Aren't we glad we didn't go after him last year? And I said, well, yeah, he went to the Titans and they misused him in that defense, having him basically play as the 3-tech in their system, which is not the way to play him. Now he's over with the Cleveland Browns. I think he had 5 sacks coming into this game this week, looking good, looking like what he was with us. Sure would like to have that instead. Sure would be rather have Clowney instead of Kerry Hyder, Benson Mayowa, and Carlos Dunlap. Mike Skinner says, never mind, Carroll apparently went back and apologized after. What a clown show. I just watched the Pete Carroll conference and not one reporter asked if Russell's finger is still injured. Are they afraid that Pete will take away their press passes? That's my opinion, Berg Show, yeah. And again, I'm guessing, I don't know for sure on this, but that would be my pretty ardent guess on this, is that Coach Carroll is indeed is indeed like, look, if you ask a question that's going to piss me off too much, then you can find your happy ass out on the outside. And if you're a journalist, that's a death knell for you, right? You might as well be fired as a journalist, because part of what makes you what you are is your access to the coaches and players. Mike Skinner, the press doesn't have any, yeah, you know where that's going. Trey Smith, you're the Colin Cowherd for the 12s. I'll take it, Trey. I'll take it, man. I'm here for you. You know I got you guys, Trey. You know I got you guys back. You know I won't lead you astray. Ruben Watson, it has been a great run. Unfortunately, time to start over with new players and new coaches. That is going to be a painful path, but the Mariners and Seahawks might switch places for a while. Very well said, Ruben. Very well said. And welcome on into the chat. I think that is the place where we're at. And again, I think that the people that wring their hands too much over a rebuild are a little bit caught up in the worry of all the potential darkness that comes around that corner, rather than looking at the potential light that is around that corner by that rebuild. And if you do it right and you do it correctly and you don't take any shortcuts, it actually doesn't have to take that long. And especially in the sport of football, above any and all other sport, it is the one that allows you to turn around your fate quicker than any other. Then their parity lies harder. The ability to get out from under bad contracts is easier. These are things you don't have in baseball. And to me, all the much more reason why you shouldn't be reticent or fight at every turn to go into doing more of a rebuild approach to things. Brian Koski, I'm surprised that the front D line has been so bad this season. No player has picked up the pace. Where the F are the sacks and quarterback pressures? I don't know. They've been missing. You know, you never got the development from Rasheem Green. Poona Ford has been a mixed bag at the 3 tech. Certainly you could have gone harder there in finding a more of a legitimate traditional 3 tech there. I have to wonder as well if that's hurt you a little bit with your pass rush from the 1 tech. You don't have much of a cheetah package that you can go to. What used to be the NASCAR package of the old, you don't really have that right now. Carlos Dunlap is giving you nothing of anywhere near close to the pass rush you had last year. And while Darrell Taylor started like a bat out of hell to begin this season, he has completely disappeared since that neck injury. You know, that's left you with nobody else. That's as hard as you went. And since you released Aldon Smith at the start of the season, you got really nobody else to go to. There are no other horses. Joseph Beck, because USC Pete does not play freshman, freshman picks Dwayne will play next season. Joseph Beck, because USC does not, sorry, Joseph, I'm trying to print, because USC Pete does not play freshman, picks Dwayne will play next season. It was my understanding, Joseph Beck, that the Pete, and I remember this watching at the time, Pete played freshman, he just found a role for them. Oh, you're talking about Dwayne Eskridge. Sorry, Joseph. So let me counter this a little bit, Joseph. Pete would play freshman players. This is how he won a lot of the recruiting early on in his career with the Trojans. He came to the Trojans. They were a bad program at that time. He had to turn them around. There were other colleges in the nearby area that were out recruiting them. And the way that he was able to bring guys on is he was promising them playing time in their first year. They would not get redshirted, but he would find a role for them instantaneously. Now, they wouldn't have a large role. They wouldn't be the number 1 running back or the number 1 receiver or starting cornerback, but he might get a freshman corner who he'll have as his starting slot, or a freshman receiver that's his kick and punt returner specialist. He'll find that role. Now he's stopped with Dwayne. So I disagree a little bit, Joseph. This goes counter to what Pete would do with USC and how he would look at freshmen there. It's not that he played them a ton, but he would at least find them a role. Mike P. Pete tries to justify his bad picks. Starting Rashad Penny was a publicity stunt. Pete's truly ill. Maybe so. In utero, the booze should get the owner's attention. I hope they do, in utero. I hope they do. We're doing all we can, man. We're banging this drum as loud as we can bang it. Let's go. Brian Goski, let's get cracking. Go Mariners. Go Mariners, go Kraken. Agreed. Megan Gok Rogers with a $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, can you explain the bend but don't break defense to me, please? Yes. Let's start out with the first measure of the bend but don't break defense, which is essentially it's like a testament from the Bible that this defense lives by. Thou shalt not give up thine big play. So you do not give up big plays first and foremost to begin things in this defense. That is where they're going to begin with. So that means that they're going to try to keep as much as they can as much help as they can deep in the secondary. More often than not, historically for our Seahawks, Megan, this has meant what's called cover 3. Cover 3 means you got a single high safety in the center of the field. Then you have your 2 outside corners who already usually start playing off coverage to begin things, who then drop into what's called bail technique at the snap, which means they already start backpedaling at the snap, essentially. Okay? So you end up in a place where you have 3 players like a line across the board on a football field, and that line is built to keep over the top clean. Nobody will get past this line. But what happens with that Megan, is when you devote those 3 players, historically speaking, to that deep end of the field, what you're going to then give up on the counter to that is going to be stuff underneath and short. You cover deep, you give up underneath short. It's kind of a push-pull me thing, right? It logically makes a lot of sense. And I always say, Megan, every defense is going to have some kind of hole to it. There is no perfect schematic defense. But so within this now, what you also do is you tend to have your linebackers get a lot of depth off of the snap. Because within the don't give up the big plays is also don't just give up the bombs, but also don't give up the big post routes down the field. Don't give up the chunk play throws down the football field. So what this is then going to allow is the flat routes to the running backs and all of the short underneath stuff to running backs and tight ends to be wide open over the course of a football game. And this will also mean, Megan, what you get is long sustained drives. Colt McCoy drops back, dinks 5 yards to Connor, he gets tackled. Colt McCoy drops back, dinks the ball to Rondale Moore for 3 yards, he gets tackled. Colt McCoy drops back, dinks the ball to Christian Kirk for 7 yards, gets tackled. And this is why you see these long sustained drives, is because Colt McCoy is never at any point saying, I'm going to attack tape down the field. Colt McCoy knows, being a guy who's played in this league like 15 years and understanding the Seahawks defense, having played against this defense before many times, he understands they're just going to stay clean over the top all day. If I take my short stuff, if I take what the defense gives me, they're of no threat to me. There's no threat of me being picked off. There's no threat of a defender closing late on the guy. It's going to be there all day. Now, I'm not going to throw for maybe a lot of yards with this, but I will be able to be efficient. I'll be able to get the ball out of my hands really quickly, Megan, because this neutralizes, you can imagine, the pass rush. If I have a quarterback know the 4 or 5 yard route is always wide open underneath, then I'm not going to have to hold on to the ball for extra long period of time to allow the pass rushers to get home. So this is the sort of the methodology behind the bend but don't break defense, why it sort of annoys me at this point, and why with the next defense we do implement on this team, be it now, be it next year, be it 10 years down the road, whenever that day does come, I want to see more of a downhill attacking defense personally. I've sort of had my day of seeing this bend but don't break. We're going to allow 15-minute drives. Your offense is going to see 1 possession in the first quarter because your defense never will get off the football field. I would rather have a defense coming downhill and trying to create chaos, trying to make the offense feel like it's under a landfill or under a landslide. And again, that just may be my preference at this point. Bend but don't break can work. I think it has a lot less effectiveness with the new offenses, with the spread concepts, which are built in themselves, Megan, to attack a bend but don't break defense. Randall with a $5 donation. Randall, thank you for your second donation on the chat, my guy. I really do appreciate it. He says, my theory on the draft success in 2011 and 2012 skewed Pete Carroll and John Schneider into believing they're smarter than everyone else. Russ bailed them out since. Now Russell Wilson needs help. I believe that drove some of it in thinking they could tap back into that old spirit. It just took one draft, right, Randall? You can say, look at that work we got done in each of those 2 drafts so thoroughly. From the start of the draft, the end of the draft, we found quality players. And in the NFL, you can just have one great draft to turn around a team that maybe is on a downtrodden approach. It happened a couple of years ago with the Saints, where it was a draft where I believe they got the Kamuras and the P.J. Williams, and they made they got 5-6 upper level guys in one draft, just knocked it out of the park. And they did that, and it helped a team in the Saints that were starting to kind of go do, and re-got them back into contender status for a couple of years, and they've still been able to draw success as we've gone into even this year on the back of that really good draft. I think that they saw that draft in that retrospect, Randall, of, okay, well, we missed in 13. Okay, well, we missed in 14. Okay, well, we missed in 15. But if we hit in 16, we overcome all of that bad. I do agree with that there was a little bit of them looking at it like that, Randall. I also think there was a little bit of not learning from their mistakes in their approach to roster building through that time, and understanding, why didn't it go right in 14? Why didn't it go right at 15? What did we do wrong in 16? Why were our drafts so bad? And I think that's also part of this. Again, as a reoccurring theme on this show, why I'm to a little bit personally of my fed up stage of things is that you've made the same mistakes over and over again. You've not learned from them. You've drawn back towards, and the outsmarting approach of everybody else on the draft, Randall, I think that you kind of mentioned is certainly at play there. You see it in the LJ Collier pick. You see it in the Jordan Brooks pick. It's shown up enough that, again, it's a theme. It's a common theme that shows up over and over. Thank you though, Randall, again for the $5 donation. Kyle says, if Paul was alive, what week would he have fired Pete? I don't know if he fires him mid-year, Paul. Kyle, I think Paul would have had a lot of respect for what Pete's done here in Seattle, but I do think after this year he would move on from Pete. I do believe that he would be at that stage of things by that point. I don't think he'd do it mid-year though. JD Brandt, look, fire Pete Carroll and Schneider right effing now. He's old. They suck together. I love it, JD. Everyone has been basically on that stance of this. I don't think I've seen one person, and this might be the first chat I've seen, JD. We always usually at least have one person in there that's still going, no, but it's Carroll, man. Carroll will find a way, but no, but Carroll, though. This is probably the first stream that I've had in talking about this and these problems for the last couple of years of finally seeing a pretty much a congruence of everyone down the line going, we're done with this. Now's the time for this to be moving on. Now the time this needs to go. This needs to be done. I think it's been pretty uniform. We're to the point, JD, where we've got our fans in the stadium booing from the first quarter through the fourth quarter. It's gotten that dark. Stephen Donovan Schwartz says, let Dixon cook. Trevor McGuire, I don't want to defend Jamal Adams, but all these haters have me doing it anyways. Jamal Adams is not the problem with our team right now, Trevor. You know what I mean? Like, is he getting all of the return that we maybe would want for the first round picks and the money we're spending? Maybe not. Is he being used right at all times? Not exactly. He's had some good performances this year. He's turned in. I'm not expecting the world out of him. I think he's still part of the plan as we go forward, Trevor, regardless of whatever the plan may entail. But he's not our biggest issue here. Jamal Adams is not the problem right now as we stand. Jeffrey A. Thistle, I have more fun watching the season 8 of Game of Thrones. I don't know. It's probably a close tie for me, Jeffrey. That series went off the rails that final year. My God, the writing got bad. Whoo! Anderson, Eagles looking better. Niners heating up. Vikings won today. Panthers could get hot. Forget our record. Teams like these are going to be taking the wild card spots. Agreed. You know me, Anderson, I've been pretty hopeful on this stream with saying, hey, we still got a chance. We just got to get hot. Hey, we got the easiest schedule in the NFL moving forward. You know, hey this, hey that. Just look at this. Just look at that. I can't do that after this particular game. This one hurts a little bit differently in the respective man. It just doesn't look like we have no spark or life here. Things just look kind of in a Dunsky kind of state. Brian Koski says, I wonder if the Hawks can lure the offensive coordinator from the Dallas, Kellen Moore, to Seattle. His home state from Prosser. The tosser from Prosser was a badass at Boise State. I do like the tosser from Prosser. That's an awesome nickname. And I think he would be an interesting guy to take a look at, Brian, especially paired with Russell Wilson. And some of the work that he's done with Dak has been very impressive. Very impressive. I think he would be a guy on the list of potential candidates if you were looking at other head coaches, and certainly a guy who would drum up a lot of interest from me. UE2K says Snyder has to go too. This is his mess. His piss poor drafts and bargain basement free agent signings have put us in this position. Agreed, Huey. You know, and what really brings me to this point with Schneider is, you know, I was a little bit hesitant on this. I didn't know what can you attribute to Schneider? What can you attribute to Carroll? But at the end of the day, what brings me over to this line of thinking on this, Huey, is you're sitting on this $13 million of cap space. You're sitting on the base to bonus conversion that you could have done at any point in time with Russell Wilson. You are a team right now that is a cellar dweller team, a bottom rung team in this NFL, and you're sitting on $23.5 million of cap space, essentially. That, to me, if you're a general manager, is an unforgivable mistake. You can make mistakes in spending the money wrong. You can make mistakes in drafting the wrong player. But you don't leave bullets in the gun. You don't do that. Mike P., I have a backup plan this year. I adopted my emergency team for mental health reasons. Rooted for the Colts too, so I will survive. Colts are on fire. Imagine the Colts win the Super Bowl this year, Mike. That'd be crazy. I can't see it, but hey, they're a solid team, man. Chewable Orb says, in all honesty, their drafting has never been good since Scott McLuhan left. I think Scott had a lot of effect on things. I've said that there's probably, in my opinion, a combination for the success of our early drafting from those epic all-time like draft classes that they had when they first walked in the door. I believe a lot of that came from two different components, Chewable. The first component was Coach Carroll having intrinsic knowledge of these prospects going back to his days on the recruiting trail. He was in these guys' living room, right? And not just the guys that they picked, but the guys that they passed on. In fact, more especially the guys you pass on, the guys that they avoided. You then put this in conjunction with Scott McLuhan and his brilliance as a talent evaluator, a brilliance which showed up over a couple different organizations, including the 49ers, along with our Seahawks. And you go, okay, that pairing is what sort of allowed you to get those special draft classes as you did. But I think it's a bit of both of those. Merck, I'd rather have a 3-7 record with a new head coach and a new young quarterback and a younger team. We can't compete. Blow this ass up. I'm with it on that, Merck. I'm with it. I can put up with a couple of losing seasons if you're building towards something. We're not building towards anything right now. We're supposed to be a team that's supposed to be competing, but we're not. We're a team that's coming off winning the division, but you would have thought we're coming off of being at the bottom of the division. Yeah, I'm with you on it. D-Nugget. Going to be so weird with new players and stuff. This is the only Hawks team I've known, Pete and Russell era. It will be odd. It'll be tough for a lot of you younger fans that kind of have grown up on this era. Merck, we give up a top 10 pick for Adams, a horrible trade. Definitely is looking horrible in retrospect for sure. And wasn't necessarily great at the time from a lot of different standpoints. I was in favor of it, but I also thought they were going to utilize Adams correctly and not do a Jimmy Graham 2.0, which there's been more of that than there has been of using him correctly. Mike P says, worst part, we are killing Russell's resale value. Should have sat him. Healthy Geno is better. At this point, I think you've got to sit Russell, in my opinion. If we look forward on this going through the rest of the season, I'd be sitting him. If to keep his value, if to keep his health, if for the fact that you don't want to throw out 30, 40% of your playbook every week because he can't take snaps under center. Adrian D, I know how we can turn this team around. Let's get a new head coach, preferably a coach from a college in California, trade for a running back from the Bills, and draft a lot of defensive players in the draft. Adrian, that plan sounds so familiar. College coach from California, a running back from the Bills. God, I feel like I've heard that somewhere before. I don't know where. Washington Visquest, for those that became fans since Russ, it's actually not too tough being a fan when the team is bad normally. Part of the reason it sucks real bad right now is the squandered talent opportunity. Very well said, Washington Visquest. Let me echo that and say, yeah, I agree. This makes it a little bit harder in that you should be better, that this is an underachieving team. It's not a team building towards something. It's a team that now has landed here. And that's what makes it more disappointing than a team that would be stinking, wouldn't be as good, but at least building towards something. Had a plan in place you could see that was starting to come together. You know, we could see the plan starting to come together even in that 7-9 year where the Seahawks backed into the playoffs with Marshawn Lynch's brilliant run against the Saints. There was a building there you could see. You go, I could see something kind of coming together here. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but something's kind of fitting together here. Something's kind of interestingly coming together in just a way I hadn't quite considered, you know? And you were getting that. I felt like, now that it wasn't 2013, I think it was 2010. But you were feeling that early on in the Carroll era, and we could feel that again with, I think, somebody different. Stephen Donovan Schwartz, say we trade Russ. What are you looking for? Same regarding Pete. If he retires, gets fired, who are we looking for? Shane and Ken included too, I guess. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Stephen. Great question. It depends a little bit on this, Shane. Steve, if you're able to keep Russ in the fold, my first plan of attack would be to go get a new offensive-minded head coach, and then build around Russell Wilson. If we're going to say that it's gone with Russell wants out and then Pete wants to retire and we've got to rebuild the whole thing from start to finish, I'd go out there and I find the best possible head coach I can. I'd lean to go for an offensive-minded head coach first and foremost. I would kind of leave no stone unturned, so to speak. I'd look for a guy that's running a modernized offense, a guy that's willing to accept new ideas. We mentioned Kellen Moore with the Cowboys, or Lincoln Riley, or Hell, even a guy like Harbaugh down there with the Michigan, what he's starting to get doing with Michigan, how they're starting to look would maybe be interesting. I'd have a kind of a list of some guys, but it would be more of an offensive-minded guy that I'd be wanting to look for first and foremost. And then I'd want to take a little bit more of a longer-minded approach to it, Stephen. Being that I'm not necessarily looking to get back and compete to 2022, that's not realistic. But we do take a little bit of a little further off approach to it, and then we've got to build this whole thing kind of from the start to finish here. We have no real beginning ground that we're working from. Flyboy 1960, Patera, Knox, Holmgren, Carroll. Next. Well said. Elena McCollum, gone. What's up, Elena? Good to see you in here. Seahawks Rain, tank for next season. Shaking my head. This is just awful. It is awful. This is tough to watch, Seahawks Rain. No doubt about it. Elena McCollum says, Colt McCoy smoked Russ. Colt McCoy smoked us for a second straight season, Elena. Second straight year he got you. On a different team. Doesn't matter the team. Doesn't matter the place. Doesn't matter the stadium. Colt McCoy, he's going to get you. He's going to get you real good. Richard Crowley, this has nothing to do with the refs. Nope, I'm not blaming the refs. I didn't like the calls, but I'm not blaming the refs. Chewable Orb, Eric Bieniemy, pair him with Wade Phillips. I'm okay with that. That would be approach somebody was asking above too, or Stephen was asking above. Stephen, I'd like to do that as well. As you bring an offensive head coach in and you do a little bit like the Rams did with McVay. You get your good offensive coach who knows what he's doing offensively. He can handle that. He's going to do some of the head coaching duties as well. But then you pair him with a defensive coach who he doesn't have to do anything defensively then. It's on the defensive head. It's on the defensive coordinator to get the job done. He's running that side of it. Your other guy's running what he's running. You've got everything kind of, compartmentalized at that point in the proper place. But I'd be okay with that. Eric doesn't get me as much excited for whatever reason as maybe some other candidates out there would, but he's going to get a head coaching job sooner than later at some point here. There's no doubt about that. Seahawks Rain, Colt, the Seahawks season ender, McCoy, laughing my ass off. We are done out here. Seahawks Rain. Yeah, you're not wrong, man. He knows how to end our seasons. He put the brakes on last year in that Giants game. I think that was right about the point where it's like, man, you can't beat the Giants of Colt McCoy. What can you really hope for from your year? And likewise today, I think the same thing can be said. Can't beat him at home with a beaten down Cardinal team. How far can you hope to get this season? Anderson, here's a fun question, Brandon. If you could have one quarterback from any team, let's leave out dudes like Brady Mahomes, who would you take? I think I would take Josh Allen. Well, you probably stole my answer. You probably stole my answer, my guy. No, I'll go with Justin Herbert, Anderson. Justin Herbert would be whom I'd go. But Josh Allen would be very close behind him. But I like Justin's upside still a little bit more. Wash Visquez says, one thing I have to give Colt McCoy is his name is very cool. It's a cool name. I can't lie. It's a cool name. It is a cool name. Mike Thon, trade Russ now, get all the picks from either the Eagles or the Saints. Well, you passed the trade deadline at this point, Mike, so you got to wait till the offseason. I do think that there's going to be a few teams that are going to come calling. I do think you're going to be able to get 3 first-round picks for Russell. I know some people are a little reticent to believe that's going to be the case. I think it will be the case. I also think Russell's going to want out of town. So it's all going to line up in that direction. Seahawks Rain, Colt McCoy, ender our season. We're done out here like JaVale McGee. Oh, my goodness. Megan Gock Roger with $5. Another $5 donation for Megan. Megan, you're always dropping like 50 a stream. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Sometimes I wonder if you all think, oh, she's an Aussie. She's an Aussie, so she can't be a true 12. No, quite the opposite, Megan. I think everyone in here is not at all. You are a 12. We've talked about this before. You don't have to be from the Pacific Northwest to be a 12. And Megan, we're ideally situated in our fandom here in Washington to have people outside of the state be fans. It's one thing when you're a New York Giant fan and it's like you have the Jets up downtown and then you've got the Steelers over here and you got the Eagles like 30 miles to the south of you. Seattle has nobody in the nearby area. So people from Idaho and Montana and Alaska and Hawaii and Oregon be fans, then Australians can be too. So no, you're a true 12. You're absolutely a true 12. No doubt about it. Thank you for the chat. Don't you deny for a second the chat believes that. We don't judge you based on the country you were born. Not around here. That's not the Pacific Northwest way. Jerry O'Malley, help us, Jody 1, Kenobi. You're our only hope. She is indeed. Please remove your covering. Take out your Jedi sword and cut him down. Eddie Castro says, Matt Flynn, where are you? Oh, Flinny. That's good. You got a 6 touchdown game left in you. Brian says, finger ain't recovering, cracking. You guys got jokes. Calvin Dickerson, Arizona is really good on both sides of the ball, period, for the Seahawks. Your window of opportunity is over. Arizona is very good on both sides of the ball. Agree with you 100%. They do everything really solidly down the board. Can't deny that. And yeah, it does look like our window has been ever shutting, and now it does appear as though it's been fully fully clothed. EU2 cases, Russ is obviously still injured. The return time for an injury like that is still 2 weeks away. He rushed back, and it's a mistake on both his and the coach's part. Season is cooked. Look to the future. Well said, and I agree. 100% agree, Yui. Very much so. Watch Face Quest says, thanks for the Carol Norton answer. I was wondering, too, about how that would impact the offense. If Carroll is overreaching, as often hypothesized, 3-time Super Bowl winner, worst guys to follow. Maybe it wouldn't be worse. Maybe it'd be a little bit better, Watch Face Quest, for the reasons you mentioned, that just getting him out of the offense alone and how that would go could help it out. I mean, it's not a crazy theory. It isn't. And I do believe Washington Quest, if I was to make a bet here, that Carroll's got a lot to say on that offense, a lot more than any of us would like him to see if we all had a peek behind that particular curtain. So, I agree with you, man. It could help. It could. I don't think it would have a chance of happening, though. Mike, I'm here now. Start over. I wish I could, Mike. I wish I could, but we're 3 hours in. I can't start over 3 hours in. Matt Callaway, Russ probably the Texans. Hawks front office will take Watson since they always take players with character issues. I don't know if Russ is going to want to go to Houston, Matt. He's going to have some say. He does have a no-trade clause here, so he does get a little bit of say into where he does go. And I don't know if Houston's going to be that vibrant, big market that he wants to go to. Maybe, but they also don't have a great team aligned around him to get the most out of his abilities. And let's face it, he's wanting to build his legacy or build his legacy brighter, whichever team he goes to. And that's not going to want to probably include a rebuild in Texas, much less a rebuild in Seattle. Andrew Tobias, did you see the Hawks post-game press conference? Pete bugged out in frustration after a couple minutes. Then he came back to answer more questions. I've never seen him do that before. I've never seen him do that before either, Andrew. I didn't get a chance to watch it. I've been doing the live stream since we finished up, the game finished up. But I'm not surprised to hear that he's going to try to avoid the tough questions at this point, because there's a lot of tough questions to be asked, and I don't think he's going to want to answer them, because a lot of it falls down to his responsibility on those questions. Brian Smith, Kraken, and that has to do with the price of tea in China. Are you 16? Dwart 55, 12-4 last season, and won the division. Seahawks have not had a losing season since 2011. Fans be spoiled. Well, here's where I'm pushing back on you, Dwarf, on this. This is something that I've led in with. There hasn't been a lot of folks like yourself in the chat that have been proposing this, but I'm going to kind of come back at you on this one a little bit, because I've heard this from a couple of fans out there that are they're small in their contingent, but they tend to be pretty loud in how they say that. There are fans out there that value being a consistent winner. There's fans out there that value trying to get to Super Bowls. I understand it's very hard to get to Super Bowl. I don't expect my team every year to get to the Super Bowl. I don't expect my team every 5 years to get to the Super Bowl. I expect my team to be pushing to try to get to the Super Bowl. I want that to be their intention, not their intention to be just merely good. And yes, this is the first losing season in the last 10 years, as you said. But really, what it really comes down to is playoff success when we look at the last 5 or 6 years. Not just merely getting the playoffs, but what have you done, Dort, when you've gotten in the playoffs? Over the last 4 years, the Jacksonville Jaguars, Dort, have more playoff wins than you do. Is anybody right now calling the Jacksonville Jaguars a good, consistent team? No. If you look at the NFC over that same period of time, 17 teams in the NFC. 13 of those teams have been to the conference championship. I didn't say Dwart Super Bowl. I said conference championship. Over the last 4 years, 13 of the 17 teams in the NFC have been to the conference championship. Your Seattle Seahawks have not been one of them. Is that a consistent winner? So while, yeah, you've technically won more games than you've lost, and you've barely gotten in the playoffs, and then you've always been a one-and-done season when you've done that, that's not a great measure of success, in my opinion. And only simply looking at that win-loss record is not properly analyzing this football team, nor the state they're in. Because, Dwart, this is really about the future, not about the now. Yeah, having one bad losing season in 9-10 years is not the worst thing for a fan to have to sustain. But we're also talking about the next year and ahead, 2 years ahead, 3 years ahead. And when the same mistakes have been made prior to this year and are going to continue to be made going forward, if you stay with the same, then you're going to continue to get this result over and over again. As opposed to right now, you have an ability to change off that, Dwart. Now, you can call that being spoiled as much as you want. I have maintained again and again, Dwart, that those folks in your stance who take this stance, the thing that you do over and over again is it ends up being name-calling from your standpoint. Facts on my side, fans that are on my side of the fence with this will bring up statistics, they'll bring up philosophy, they'll bring up the direction of the team, they'll bring up the energy of the team, they'll bring up all these different components as to why this has gone south, why this needs to be changed and turned over, and then your side comes back with it, and all you have is, you're spoiled. Let me name call you. It's an empty argument on your part. And if you believe what you believe, then bring more than just a win-loss record to me, and then I got to not be spoiled based off that. Bring more to me as far as, how do I have optimism moving into the forward? How do I know that the mistakes that have not been continually made over the last 5 and 6 years, Dwart, are not going to continually be made over the next 5 to 6 years if I stick with the same crap? How do you land on that? How do you land on that? That's the key question. But if you want, you can just keep name calling too, because that's the direction that your guys' side seems to want to take on this. Yui, of course, Russ can shine with all pro offensive line and solid wide receivers. He's done more with less than any other quarterback in the last 10 years. And one of the reasons why, Yui, I say that should be the first plan of attack, the first methodology at play here. I'm going to be right back, folks. I'm going to go use it and get a little bit more coffee. We're going to run my little Manscaped ad. I do want to thank Manscaped.com again for supporting this show. Please go over to Manscaped if you guys have any lower Manscaped needs. I'm going to run a quick little 60-second ad here, though, for you guys. Please hang in there with that ad, and I will be right back. Well, I'm away. I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, Manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th-generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped to make me time the best time. And enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. 20% off, free worldwide shipping with my code NEST. Help yourself, help your boys, help the show. It's appreciated very much, and thank you, Manscaped, for sponsoring the show. We're back here. Thank you for holding on with me, folks. Alrighty. Calvin Dickerson says, so why did the owner give Carroll so much power? What happened with this, Calvin, is that you had the untimely death of Paul Allen happen. And Paul Allen passed all of his widely accumulated wealth and assets and properties all went down to his sister, basically, including the Seattle Seahawks. Now, when you get that much from your brother at that point, that's a lot of responsibility. That's a lot of awesomeness he's given you in your life at that point, right? But she's also wanted to carry on his legacy. She's also been very much understanding that this was one of Paul Allen's favorite things in his life, was owning this football team. And he hired Coach Carroll. That was one of his final hires. And Coach Carroll gave him some of the most ultimate success that Allen had in any of his endeavors. And so she's going to want to continue on that legacy. And I don't think her heart has necessarily been in the wrong place up until this point. But the heart does need to change now. There does need to be a different approach given to this. But that's why she did it. It wasn't a matter of her just being lazy or not wanting to be an active owner, though we do hear those things as far as not those that are being lazy, but that she's not wanting to be an active owner necessarily. But I think initially it was to try to continue on with his legacy a little bit with it. Mark Kraken, buddy. Andrew Tobias, will Urban Meyer get more wins than Pete this year? I'm going to say no, but I don't say that with a ton of confidence. Merck says all these winning seasons with the first or second round exits. Yeah, it's just not worth it a lot. It doesn't mean a lot to me when that ends up being the case every year. If you even had one outlier year in these 5 or 6 years of consistent success where you even got to a conference championship, maybe I could be made to be a little bit more understanding of being in a spoiled mind state by not being happy with what we're seeing right now. But I just can't, being that it's been the same story playing out time and time again. UE2K says, Seahawks fans are spoiled, but are right to be critical. This team has underachieved for years, relying on Russ to save them at the end of games for years and blame him now when he's out of miracles. And I'm not, I don't know if it's, look, there's some folks that are ready to move on from Russ with this UE to a degree with his performance and stuff on this. But I also don't think that he's where the majority of this blame is landing right now. I think the majority of the blame is landing on Coach Carroll, at least what I'm getting out of the chat on this. Calvin Dickerson says, do you think Russ returned too soon? Yeah, Calvin, he returned too soon. As evidenced, Calvin, by the fact they had to throw out all of the playbook that they had with Russell Wilson under center. They're basically running pistol formations 24/7 now because he can't take the pain of a snap under center on his finger. So that in itself is indicative of the fact that he's come back too soon. Drunk Squidward, any potential head coaching candidates? These would be the names off the top of my head that would be like if you had a kind of a top list of guys you're looking at. Lincoln Riley, Eric Bieniemy, Jim Harbaugh at Michigan. Certainly the offensive coordinator we just talked, Kellen Moore, would be a guy that you'd look at. Maybe Campbell of Iowa would be a kind of a left field guy that they might take a peek at. I think obviously another guy that's got some local roots, being Doug Peterson, would be somebody they may take a peek at as well. Those would be the guys off the top of my head that would be probably right there as the number one guys. In Utero says Gilmore didn't want to come to Seattle. A deal was in place, but Gilmore wanted to be close to home. Here's as I understand it with that in utero is that Gilmore was willing to come to Seattle if Seattle was willing to give him a new contract, but Seattle wanted to play out the final year of his current deal as it stood. Gilmore was not willing to do that if he was going to have to travel all the way out to Seattle. He was willing to play on that final year of his contract if he was playing close to home. You're free to correct me if I'm wrong on these deals of that, but that's how as I understood it at the time in the way it played out. And if Seattle had been willing to throw him money, which maybe wasn't the smart way to go, but also maybe considering the desperation of the cornerback situation at the time, maybe would have been the smarter way to go. But that's what I think ended up holding it up as I understand it. Matt Callaway, Pete doesn't have sentimental value either. He cut the entire Legion of Boom. I don't know if he cut the entire Legion of Boom. With Richard, they didn't want to, I think, ever really pay cornerbacks big-time money anyway, and they thought he was nearing the end of his career. Cam retired due to a neck injury. Earl, they had him play out the final year of his contract, so they didn't cut any of these guys. They let him play out the final year of their deals. Sherman played out the final year of his deal. Thomas played out the final year of his deal. Brandon Browner played out the final year of his deal. Byron Maxwell played out the final year of his deal and then got paid in free agency, and Seattle couldn't afford to pay the same money to Byron that I think Eagles paid him, or was the Dolphins, one of the two. So it wasn't exactly that he let him go for sentimental reasons or lack of sentimental reasons. It was kind of a variety of different circumstances with each of them. UE2K says, Russ deserves better. With Russ, we've had a Lamborghini, we've parked it on the street, and now we wonder why it's so scratched up. Unbelievable. Brian Smith doesn't agree with you. He says, it's called overachieved, UE2K. Hawks are basic, have been for years. Nice try, though. Mike P says, Dave Wyman said we are amateur critics, are unqualified, and players should ignore our criticism. Outrageously dishonest homer. Yeah, I got no time for Mr. Dave Wyman. I really don't. And I went back and forth with Paul Gallant last year with a lot of stuff that Dave Wyman was trying to tell Ball, and it's this appeal to authority crap that pisses me off in this day and age where people say you can't say anything because you have to only be an expert on everything to have any say about anything. So we shouldn't talk about anything at all unless we're just an expert about it. Is that the new way we're running things in life? That's silly. And, really what it comes down to for me on this, Mike, and I'm getting ready to put together this video because I've had enough people that are naysayers and wonder, why do you want to listen to me? I'll show you why you want to listen to me. I'm going to go back through my live streams of the last couple of years, and I'm going to do a cut-up of my predictions, of my telling you what's going to happen with the team, all that stuff. I'm going to go down the line, put a nice video together. And then I'm going to come back to those people that are like the Wyman types that go, why do we listen to you? Well, how am I right for 3 straight years? How am I right on most of the things I do? I'm not right on everything. I'm wrong on a lot of stuff. More often than not, I'm way more right than you are, Dave. Cody Barton is a quality starting linebacker in this league, Wyman. Okay? And there isn't a linebacker Wyman's found that he hasn't gushed over right and left. He has no unbiased nature to the way he looks at stuff. Everything is how dare any fan has any criticism ever of any team. It's silly approach to my standpoint of things. I don't get why there's a contingent of Seahawks fans who are so largely in this stance of don't ever say anything bad about the team or I'm going to freak out. When did we become so soft? When did we become so unable to call what something is what it is? It doesn't always take an expert to see things. I can see the forest despite the trees. And I'm going to put it together, those videos together, just for those type of folks that are like those Dave Wyman types to go, yeah, there's a lot of us that cover this type of stuff, that look at it closely, that can see the stuff without having to play it formally, without having to be a player formally to know everything about it. I think it's a ridiculous sentiment. Does it help you as a former player to have a better understanding of the game? Does it give you a perspective that somebody who didn't play the game have? Yeah, it absolutely does. But when you have that natural perspective given to you like David Wyman, and you're wrong at so many different turns as he's been in his analyzing of the football team, well then how much is it really giving you to be a former player, right? How much is it really giving you? And maybe there's a little bit of a difference between being a player and being an analyzer of what you're seeing on the football field. Maybe those are actually 2 different skill sets as well. I don't care whether you went to Stanford or not. So Wyman can shut his big mouth. Hawks 3-7. I think Russ ends up on the Saints. What would you ask for them as far as picks and players? 3 first-round picks, an offensive lineman. It's probably a bit much. Goodness gracious. I'd probably just go pick heavier than player heavy. I wouldn't want Michael Thomas because you're going to have to sign probably DK unless you're looking to trade DK and bring him. Even though Michael Thomas is kind of like damaged goods at this point. So I'd probably go 3 first-round picks and hopefully try to pluck a lineman. I'd love to get 3 first-round picks in Ruiz, the kid that they took out of Michigan a couple of years ago that they've been playing at guard, but who will be best suited at center eventually. You could slide him as a starting center and then take the 3 first-round picks. I would do that deal if that was on the table. Batman Fan 20 Batman. Trey Brown hurt with a patella injury. Yep, out for the year. Tough, man. The kid played so well this year, and to sustain that injury is just brutal. Just brutal. Tom Valentine. Pete is done. Schneider is done. Russ was done last year. Everybody done. Why are they even playing? But I agree. That looks like the spirit of things, doesn't it, Tom? Looks like people just aren't feeling anymore on those sidelines or in this front office. There's not a lot of, we really care as much as you fans seem to care a little bit. I don't want to accuse them of that, but that's just how it feels. I don't think that's the key. I think they care in that building. I think they want to win. But it's just how it feels as a fan right now when you watch this product on the football field. Merck says, I don't think the Saints have enough draft capital. Maybe not. Maybe not, especially when you consider Merck, that first-round pick you're giving him off the top is going to be somewhere in the teens in best-case scenario. I've always been reticent to believe that the Saints are at the top of the stack as far as one of the front-running teams to get Russell's services. I think they'll be in on it, but they'll be on the outside looking in. U2K says, I have long ago given up on this front office. I wanted Russ to be traded to Chicago for Russ's sake. We've watched his window, and we have wasted his window, and I wish more, and I wish more for him. IMO, the greatest Seahawk. Well, I've got a different guy for my greatest Seahawk, U2K, but I can't argue with anything you said in the respect of we've maybe wasted his window, wasted his prime, didn't get the most out of it. And I think we're clearer and clearer going to be looking back on this era in retrospect saying, wow, well, what happened if in 2018, rather than trying to double back down onto a defense that had long ago passed on, that was long ago nowhere near the greatness of once it was, instead transitioned to more of an offensive approach, build around your Hall of Fame quarterback who is just heading into his prime. Rather than make that choice, they went the other way. Merck says, I want Russ to leave for his sake and ours. Well said. Calvin Dickerson, give Arizona credit. They outplayed the Hawks and outcoached them. The score didn't tell how the Cardinals dominated this game. Absolutely, Calvin. Full credit to Arizona. No excuses. Full credit given. Absolutely, 100%. They outplayed us today. Mike P. Pete is self-absorbed and clueless. Got to give him the brutal Pete because he won't fade away gracefully. This has been my sentiment on it too. It needs people standing up and saying this isn't good enough. I don't care. We're not going to linger on what you did 10 years ago. We're going to linger on what we're looking at right now. And yeah, I think that there is a little bit of a self-absorbed quotient to this. I do. And I hope there's a realization that's taking place here somewhere, somehow, be it front office, be it a committee members above Coach Carroll, be it Carroll himself, whatever it takes. A change is going to be needed here. TJ Singh, I don't like Daniel Jones, but I feel like he can work in Seattle. It's possible. He doesn't get me excited. He'd be a placeholder for me, so I'm not as married to whether he comes or whoever comes. I don't think you give him a chance that first year to see what you got, but I don't think you're marrying yourself to him in that trade. Mike P says Disley and Collins had 2 drops. Okay. Yep. You're right. There was a couple of drops in there. I'd forgotten about those, Mike. UE2K, Brando can't see it because he remembers running around his backyard in his Largent jersey wearing that plastic replica helmet as a kid. I've made my argument with UE2K on the greatness of Largent, and Largent's achieved greatness, and what he accomplished in his career has outpaced Russell Wilson. So Russell Wilson's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Largent retired at his age at the time as the best wide receiver in the history of the NFL. Nobody out there anywhere at UE is making the argument that Russell Wilson is the best quarterback in the history of the NFL. That argument was being made by many people, a huge amount of people outside of even the Seattle area when Largent retired. Now, Rice came in and broke and blew a lot of those things away, but I think that perspective has to be remembered when looking at Largent's greatness in retrospect. Mike P says Leach is honest, brutally honest. Pete is dishonest and evades and you're not going to make me pronounce that name after 3 hours in the stream, Mike. Obfuscates the truth. I know the word you mean there, but I can't pronounce it right now, Mike. So obfuscates. He gets in the way of. I'm a Porky Pig, man. In Euro says if we rebuild, the quarterback drafted should be the final piece. I agree, in Utero. That would be my approach to it too. Build the offensive line first, get your playmakers, then get the quarterback in there. Set him up to succeed right from the jump. Take full advantage of that rookie deal. U2K says if we trade Russ, we should try to get Mitch Trubisky from the Bills. He's a serviceable bridge quarterback. I guess what's the cost, Huey? I mean, if we're talking about moving him for a 5th-round pick, I'm okay with that as the bridge, if that's the point where they want to go with that. If we're talking about substantial assets, like giving up a 2nd, 3rd, even a 4th-round pick, that's going to be a little bit too much for me for Mitch Trubisky. For a basic bridge quarterback, that'd be a bit much on that. Yeah. Andrew Bias, yeah, you're right. Zorn and Greg years were losing, but they sure were fun. They were fun, man. The 80s Seahawks were always fun. Trick plays, a defense that would stack the line of scrimmage with 9 guys, a lot of playmakers out there on those teams. They were fun teams. Brian Koski says Will Beasley took his eye off the ball for lots of potential yards. Will dropped an easy pass by Russell Wilson too. He did. I do remember that one you're talking about for sure. And that was a big play in that game because he probably has another 15-yard catch there on that play if he takes it. Calvin Dickerson said, you would trade Wilson but not fire Carroll first? I don't know how. Calvin, are you responding to somebody above? Because that's not what I've said on the stream throughout the stream. I've led with the stream from the top where I've said, first and foremost, I keep Wilson and bring in an offensive-minded head coach and build around Russell Wilson. If I'm in charge, that is my first method of approach. That's my first plan of attack. But that's also different, Calvin, than saying what I expect to happen as we go into the offseason. So I'm asking you to kind of wear a couple different hats in understanding the situation. But if I take this path, I would not be moving on from Wilson first and foremost. No, I'd fire Carroll first. I guess maybe you're responding to someone else on that too. Resk 11, good to see you on in here. Westville says, love my Cardinals. Congratulations, Westville. You guys played a good game. Best of luck to you moving on through the rest of the year. Cappy McCappy, trade Wilson and retire Pete and Norton. Yeah, we may be in that boat too. I think that's a big possibility right now as a potential happening here. Mr. Kraken says, I want Pete gone. I'm okay if Russ gets traded. It's possible. I don't know why I can't see my super chat the way I want to see it here today. It's like just getting through. Jeff Logan, what happened to Collins? He got stopped once and then disappeared. I think he was limping on his ankle, Jeff, after one play. And I think he was already dealing with a little bit of a hip injury coming into this game. That's what it looked like. Cappy McCappy says Pete is too soft. I don't disagree. His defense is definitely kind of plays soft at times. And yeah, I don't think he's always as aggressive. I don't know. Maybe he is. Merck says, I forgot Chris Carson was on the roster. Well, he's only played like 2 games, so understandable. And now he's out for the rest of the year. UE2K, firing Pete isn't up to the fans. I'm just trying to be realistic. Don't think Pete retires and think Russ demands to be traded if Pete is still here. Yeah, I think Russ, I still am hard-pressed to believe that Carroll will move on at this point after this year. I think we are going to probably be stuck with Pete moving on, and I think they're going to probably end up moving Russ. I don't want that to be the result of what we see, but I do think that's what we are going to see. Calvin Dickerson said, who would be better coach than Carroll? I think there'd be a variety of coaches at this point that would be better than Carroll, Calvin. And the one thing that you get with a different coach beyond that at this point is you get a guy that doesn't have his finger in every single pie of the football team. You know, where he's going to be a head coach, he's a head coach. And he's going to have a say on the defensive side of the ball. And he's going to say on the offensive side of the ball. And then, hey, guess what? He gets to overrule his general manager whenever he sees fit. I do not think ultimate power is good for coaches. There is the old axiom that is ultimate power ultimately corrupts. Right? And that's what happens, I think, here, is you put somebody in charge, you give him full control of the board for 10 years, and it ultimately becomes a little bit corrupted. And that's, I think, what's happened here. Mike P says openings in the SEC now, Florida and LSU. Maybe Pete can bow gracefully, please. Cappy McCappy says scrap the rest of the season and get them picks. Well, of course, Cappy, you are down your first round pick in this year, upcoming draft with the Jamal Adams trade. So you would get a better second round pick. You get a better third round pick from losing, to your point on that. But you don't get as much as you'd normally get from being in a tank it type mode. And I don't think this team's going to move into necessarily tank mode. They're going to try. We'll see how much of their effort really produces much, but they will try. U2K, Seahawks' problem is talent and assessment, and they don't have anyone that is good at it. I think that's one of their problems, Yui, but I think they have a multitude of other issues that go beyond that. Again, a coach with too much power. I think their schematics are flawed. I don't think they always commit to a philosophy on both sides of the ball and the way that they want to approach both sides of the ball. I think there's a couple issues there. In utero, I know one thing. I'm going to puke if we draft another running back in the first 3 rounds. And that might be a possibility with Carson on his way out, Penny being done. They might just do something crazy like that in utero. They might. So you might end up doing some puking is what I'm saying. Get that puke bucket ready is all I'm saying. Mike P says Khalil Mack, Robinson, O-lineman, draft picks. Chicago is the deal. I'm going to disagree on Mac Jones. He fits Pete. Let's go with Mac Jones for a second on the he fits Pete. Mac Jones is playing in an offense right now that's going to spread the football around and allow him to throw the ball short and have easy completions. That's going to run a lot of option routes. You know, option routes have a high propensity, if you don't run them precisely enough, to get interceptions when the receiver runs one way and the quarterback throws another way. Is Pete going to have those kind of routes built into his offense? There's a lot of sort of secondary quarterbacking that Mac Jones does that helps him get beyond the little bit of the limited arm strength that he has, that would then require a little bit of a sea change from Coach Carroll and his philosophy as it associates with the offensive side of the ball. I've seen no proof that Carroll would embrace that scheme in the same way. Khalil Mack, Robinson, O-lineman, draft picks. Chicago is the deal. Chicago is not offering Khalil Mack. Chicago is not offering Allen Robinson in the deal last year. You only had what Chicago was willing to offer you, which is they were going to give you the 3 first-round picks, but they were not going to give you really 2 very useful players. Akeem Hicks is nearing the end of his career. Kyle Fuller, they released after he was not going to be included in the Seahawks trade for Russell Wilson at that time. So you were essentially only getting the first-round picks, and Chicago was picking 20th in the first round last year, which was not very high, frankly. To go out there, you had no pathway to go out there and get your next quarterback, essentially, by the offering of what Chicago was giving you. You also have to factor in that you were going to have to eat $38 million of dead money hit this offseason to move on from Russell. But Khalil Mack was not being offered. Allen Robinson was not being offered. Offensive linemen were not being offered. Those pieces were not on the board from Chicago. Randall says it's going to be a long offseason. It does look like that. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate you. He says, I'm sending this super chat in remembrance of all Chris Carson's monster freaking runs. That dude gave it all and paid the price. I appreciated him. I appreciate him too. It's fun watching those bull runners that will give you all they got. They leave it all on the football field. They make every defender pay for every tackle that they try. No doubt about that. You can say that there's a little bit of a shelf life for these type of guys, that these are the type of guys you can't count on giving a second contract to, that maybe, Charles, there is a little bit of a lesson learned here in giving Carson this deal as you have, knowing his injury history as you knew, knowing already that he had this degenerative condition with his neck that was never going away, yet you still gave him the money. All that being said, Carson's a warrior. He gave you some great hard runs during his time here. Guy just couldn't stay healthy. Thomas E. says, we suck. Go Hawks, though. Go Hawks, Thomas E. And yes, we do still suck, but go Hawks. Matthias 23451. Russ has been UE2K says UE2 is going after in utero because he says, wrong, utero. You wouldn't be saying that we shouldn't have drafted in rounds 1 through 3 if we had gotten Chubb, Taylor, or Henry, or even Dillon. All running backs we could have drafted that would be making a difference on this team. Russ is a play-action quarterback. What's interesting about all 3 of those players, all 4 of those players that you mentioned, UE2K, is that all of those running backs are running around upper-level offensive lines. What an amazing coincidence. What amazing coincidence that all of these great running backs that you mentioned also have upper-level offensive lines in front of them. And again, I'm not the only one saying this. This goes to the analytics that tell you that rather than looking for the superstar running back, you look to build through the offensive line first. And then it really matters a lot less as far as the running back you have toting the rock, because they will create holes for him. They will create lanes for him to run through. I mean, don't each of those running backs all have multiple Pro Bowlers on their offensive line, Huey? And Dillon is not that great of a back, in my opinion. He really isn't. He shouldn't be mentioned in the same lane as those other 3 guys you're mentioning. And if you ask Huey, if you ask Aaron Rodgers right now, would you like Dillon, or would you have liked to have taken the best wide receiver that was on the board with that pick? Which would you be in a better state of as a team right now, Aaron? What do you think he'd say, Huey? Matthias 23451 says Russ has been off. I'm not sure if he is the one anymore. I know he has lacked offensive line, but the past few years he's been off. Seems with no run game, he is a limited quarterback. Well, it certainly seems, Matthias, that he's not been able to maybe it's the injury. Maybe it's a lack of willingness. Maybe he's heading to the end of his prime. Maybe he's topped out. I don't have a certain answer for you on this, but he is not acclimating himself to the new offense. It's not fitting well. Certainly the injury's hurting things. I'm not going to hold him responsible for where he stands right now because I know he's fighting through injury, but I also think he shouldn't be playing right now. But it's looking more and more like we're going to be moving on after the season. So Brian Koski, Chris Carson was badass. I hope he can recover from the neck injury and play next season. We'll see. Brian, MSR Rook, Gerald Everett balled out again. Seahawks need to extend him if they haven't had a tight end this good for a while, even if he wants to stay. He'd be one of the few guys on this team you would be looking to extend as we move into this offseason, huh? Hawks 3-7, do I bring back DJ Reed? Depends the cost we're talking, Hawks. I mean, we're coming off of an offseason where Shaquille Griffin got paid $14.5 million on average per year. So if he's making that kind of deal, what is the market going to be out there for DJ Reed? I'm not paying him $10 million a year. So I think he's going to make some money out there on the market. If he wants to come out on a low-end deal and he's open to that, then certainly I'm open to it. But I'm not paying big money to DJ Reed. That doesn't seem a good deal for us. Jeff Logan says defense is better than offense, but that's a low bar. Well said, Jeff. I agree. David Renthal, you don't remember it being worse because you've only been watching since 2012. At least that's the start. That's the start. The flags. At least that's start. The flag behind you says. At least that's the start. The flag says behind you. Okay, David. Ooh. Yeah, you got me with that one, David. What a zinger. Oh. Woo! Okay. Oh, God, I'm embarrassed. I can't even look at the screen. Jesus. Oh. Sometimes the comments on him, like, my goodness. Make sure we rub those brain cells together before we post, folks. Get them fully rubbed together. UE says Carson should have been replaced years ago. That's why they drafted Penny, but they blew it. Mesh Z, yeah, could have gotten Chubb. Big Huss, the team is just no reason to talk about them. Our team is dumb and stupid. Putting Brooks as a corner in some plays is just dumb. We need to fire everyone and rebuild. Yeah, you knew this was a little what I was worried about when they went into this game, where you have times the Cardinals would go to a 4 wide receiver a spread formation, but you were going to keep both of your linebackers on the field, essentially remain in nickel instead of sliding over to dime, because you didn't have the personnel to slide into dime. You were lean at the cornerback position. I think Ryan Neal had a concussion he was coming off of. So this meant that you had Jordan Brooks now lined up at linebacker a large part of this game, which I think was part of the reason that you were getting dinked and dunked so much. And certainly Jordan Brooks, as good as he was as a tackler in this game, as good as he was in the run part element of this game, he was really bad as far as in his coverage. And he definitely got picked on in coverage quite a bit out there. Juan Dufree. Remember Christian Michael? The very next pick was Travis Kelce. Laughing out loud. Yeah, I do. And at the time, I didn't like the pick at the time, Juan. Christian was certainly very explosive. But at the time, you looked at that pick and you went, huh? What? Because Marshawn was so durable. You knew Christian wasn't going to get a lot of carries. It was like a bonus pick. It was one of those picks that you just made to feel like we don't really need anything, so we'll just grab whatever. And yeah, man, what a difference it would have made if you had gone for Kelce instead of a Michael at that point. As well as I believe it was Zach right on the heels of that point of Zach Miller retiring. So you technically did have a need, I believe, at tight end, if I'm not mistaken on that. But maybe they just like Luke Wilson at that point so much. In utero, a rebuild can be as quick as one season. It can. Juan Dufree, we traded Unger for Graham that same offseason. We also gave him a first-round pick on top of it, man. Adam Gonzalez, Cards fan from Arizona. Hawks look like a team that has no confidence. That's the way it feels like to us too, Adam. I'd say even beyond no confidence, just there's a lack of direction and guidance and philosophy and what are you trying to accomplish as a team? What are you trying to accomplish every game? How are you trying to attack your opponent? All of these things are sort of question marks, and we don't have really firm answers for them at this point. But regardless of the answers to those questions, we're not good. Calvin Dickerson says, will the Seahawks win another Super Bowl with Russell Wilson again? Not likely, because it's looking like he's probably going to be moved after this year. Until I see anything different to make me feel differently, that's where I'm going to lean to believe that that's going to be the case. Juan DeFree, remember Paul Richardson, Stephon Diggs, and Devontae Adams were still available? Yeah. Yeah, I do remember that. UGK, I saw them. Prayed the Seahawks would have selected him and his center, Baidez, 2 years ago, being Taylor. I was in favor of doing something like that too, Yui. Our pick should have been 1 Taylor, 2 Claypool, 3 Lewis, 4 Baidez, problem solved. Seahawks revived in 1 draft. I would have been okay with that draft. And again, I don't want to see, this is a place where you and me just disagree, of course, and we agree on a lot, so we have our little bits of disagreement. This is my disagreement in general with folks on drafting running backs in the first round. I think it's not a pathway to drafting successfully overall. But again, if you would have given me that draft versus the draft we got, I would have taken it. V Tiger, nothing is changing next year. This Wilson injury may have purchased 1 more year for Pete. Don't be surprised, my friends. Don't be surprised. Yeah, don't be surprised. I agree with you. Get this damn thing. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Sorry, it took me a little while, Charles, to acknowledge it here. A little slow on this one. I appreciate the $5, though. He says, Brando, I'll take Harbaugh before Riley or any of these other weak wanks. I added weak wanks there, but it still applies. Is he available? Contract up at the end of the season. With college coaches, Charles, you can pluck them at any point in time. So their contracts, even if they have multiple years remaining, unless they have language built within the contract that they can't go back to the pros, you can grab them at any point. So you could absolutely scoop them up if that was what you wanted to do and grab them. People have pushed back on me with this one a little bit, Charles, but I would be very excited by the hire of Harbaugh. I like his crazy, hard-nosed mythology and approach. I know he can wear people out. I know that there's some bad you get with him along with the good, but I like what he's done in Michigan. That's a program that for years could not get right. It took him a while to get it fixed and kind of get him on the right path. He started to do that. He's shown a willingness to bring in spread concepts into his offense where he used to run offenses way more traditionally. That shows growth on his part. I'd be open to it, man. I'm just saying, I'd be open to it. And Charles with another $5 donation. Thank you so much. He says, at this point, I would take Philip Michael Thomas from Miami Vice fame as a coach if we don't have to give up 2 firsts, a third, and McDougal. Well said, Charles. Very well said, my guy. I'll take Charles Michael Thomas. I'll Philip Michael Thomas just for the name alone. That's a badass 3 names right there. Philip Michael Thomas, starring in Miami Vice. In utero says Jimmy Graham, the softest football player ever. Yeah, maybe he wasn't the most hard-nosed of dudes. That's true. Kay says, to be honest, we have been getting worse for a while now. However, since we lost all our running backs and Marshawn came back, I believe that was 2018 season, 2 years ago, our offense looks exactly the same. So I can't blame Shane at all. I'm in that same boat, Kay. I have a hard time blaming Shane on this one. There's a couple of reasons for this. Again, the thing I come back to as we look at right now with the offense currently in its failing state, you're not able to run any of your under center stuff because your quarterback can't take handoffs from under center because it's going to hurt his finger too much. You're throwing out about 40 or 50% of your playbook at that point to accommodate Russell Wilson with his finger in its state. How then can you hold your offensive coordinator fully to account when he's being asked to operate under those kind of restrictions? I think it's a valid question to ask, and it does make it harder to assess the job Shane's doing, especially coming on the heels of the last time Shane had a healthy quarterback playing. You had his offense playing at the best it had played all year, that being in the Jacksonville Jaguar game, where Geno Smith was lighting it up. Cases, but even before the 1 year that we didn't make the playoffs, we haven't been progressing in a while. No, we haven't, Kay. And it's one of the main reasons I ask for change is a lack of progressing, to use your words, but also a lack of seeing any kind of new way you fail. You're just failing in the same way. And again, it's not a lack of progression, a lack of progression just being stuck in the same Groundhog Day-like approach to every football season and every game you play a little bit. And Megan, there's no dumb question. I appreciate all your questions as an Osk fan, and it's a valid question to ask. And it's one I think people understand a little bit like bend but don't break methodology on what it is kind of, but don't really understand what it really does mean. So it's a great question. There are no bad questions in this chat. Not at all. Juan DeFree 2020 was actually a really great draft from top to bottom on the defensive side, but it didn't do nothing to fix the offense. I don't know about that. So you drafted defensively Darrell Taylor, Jordan Brooks, and Alton Robinson. You know, Alton Robinson's is giving you some flashes, but no real consistency, and certainly not a lot of production. Darrell Taylor's giving you a great 5-game stretch in a year and a half. He also has some weaknesses in the run game. So really his value is only determined as it is right now as a pass rusher. And while it's great that first 5 games Darrell Taylor giving you, he's not been the same player off the neck injury. And as far as Jordan Brooks goes, look, Jordan Brooks can tackle. Tackles like crazy. He's going to be probably a really great middle linebacker eventually. But for the first 2 to maybe even 3 years of his career, you're going to have him playing the will, where he's going to have the hell beat up on him in coverage, and he's going to have teams attack him right and left in coverage, and he's going to lose a lot of that time. And that's what you're seeing. And that's hard for me to make him an upper-level defender or say that you solved a lot of things in that particular draft when that's what really is the bottom line of that draft. It's got still some potential, but it certainly hasn't even fixed its defense, that draft, much less been an upper-level draft for defensively speaking. Mickle Cam 10. I think the fact that Russ said, we've got to block out the noise, lets me know he's being cynical and not critical enough of his play. He's got to take the heat as well. To me, that sounds like an excuse. I've long been on board with that with Russell Wilson. I give him a pass and a lot of respect for where we currently stand this year on a couple of different levels, being that they didn't address the offensive line, and then he got his finger broke by the most devastating defender that he's dealt with in 10 years, partly because you didn't ever really address trying to deal with that hellacious defender being Aaron Donald. But also what's gone with that a little bit, and I think this is where Russell Wilson and Coach Carroll have this in common, where I will throw shade at both of them in this respect. They both struggle to take criticism. They both struggle to own the deficiencies of their own game. You would think it's all sunshine and roses with both of them. And the problem with that is that when you're not critical of the places by which you struggle or are weak, you will never fix them. And what is that we see on the football field now on a yearly basis, continually every week, is that the same problems, the same issues continue to rear their ugly heads time and time again. Do you guys think maybe that's because the 2 biggest leaders on your football team are failing to accept those failures, failing to accept those deficiencies? Do you think maybe that's a little bit of a part of why that's the case? And then that goes to both of them, quite frankly. I think Russ, in a little bit of, has taken it from Coach Carroll's game. It's that place where you get the people who tell you to always be positive, never be negative, always keep your mindset in a state of being positive. Something good's always about to happen. I really have no room for that. I think you generally should be positive, but positive at every turn, no matter what, is a little bit of a road paved to hell, is a little bit of a road paved to failure. You always should be a little bit of aware of the negative along with the positive. And I think that they've tuned a little bit of that out over recent years based on having such a great level amount of success that they did have, especially 8 years ago. Agree with you, Mickle. Kay says, if I was Shane, I would be pissed. I would be too. You come here, you're not able to implement your new scheme. Your quarterback doesn't seem to be embracing it. Your head coach doesn't seem to be embracing it. Now you have to tear out half of your playbook to accommodate your injured quarterback because he's insisting on playing despite the fact that he's nowhere near 100%. I'd be pissed about it too. Jordan445 says the Seahawks are trash. They look like trash, that's for sure. Phil Freeman, it's boring football they're selling for $300 a seat. Yeah, Phil, kind of hard to be charging those kind of prices. You're going to put that kind of crappy show out there for them. You're going to put that kind of crappy football. You're giving them nothing to root for as a fan in that stadium right now. And it's sad to see. And it doesn't have to be this way. You got a fan base that loves this team, that supports this team at every turn. Give them something worthy of to watch out there. You know, you don't have to win every football field, but this looking like one side of the ball or the other always has to be in such a dysfunctional state that it can't even look workable. Like they can't even stop anything or can't even get a yard of offense. It's hard to watch. Phil says, was the West Coast offense the Cardinals threw at the Seahawks today? No. The Cardinals run more of a spread. It's the air. This is the air raid. So he's mentioned a Mike Leach, Phil. This is essentially the roots that go back to more of the air raid offense, which is essentially we get as many pass catchers spread out as possible. And then what they used out of that, Phil, is they just ran all of the coverage deep and then always had an offensive guy underneath short that they could attack with time and time again. It wasn't terribly complex, but it worked. And as we've seen with the flood concepts in attacking our defense, that's one of the main methods to attack the defense, especially as it concerns the passing approach to our defense. UEGK says Jamal's not what's wrong with the Seahawks, but is the symbol for what's wrong. He's supposed to be all world. He was really great, but right now he's just a huge disappointment, and so are the Seahawks. Well said, Huey. Well said. Thomas E., I've grown up on this era. I think a lot of folks have. Oswald B. Pena, thanks for trading for Adams. Yeah, you guys, you better do something with that pick, Oswaldo. You better not mess those picks up. Hope you enjoy them. Juan Dufree says Sherman said Pete's message was outdated. Maybe he was right. I think Sherman's looking a little bit more right on that. I think he is. Megan says, I came in on the back end of the Holmgren era and have been with Coach Carroll since day one. It'll be interesting to see how the team goes with the rebuild. Very well said. It will indeed. It will indeed. Megan says, sometimes I think I'm taking up too much time on the chat with the questions, like I should know these things. No, not at all, Megan. This is supposed to be a freelance, free-form kind of show where this can go any which way that the chat wants to take it. And we talk about a lot of subjects that we've harped on. And let's face it, how much can we beat on this team to say, well, we're bad, we're bad, we're bad. So that opens the door to much more questions. And frankly, your questions open the door to why things aren't broken, why things don't work. Why is the bend but don't break defense not as effective now as it was 10 years ago? Well, let's unpack all of that. So I think it's the questions drive discussion. And I don't think that there's any bad question within that. I welcome it. It's a great part of this channel. It's what makes this channel in every way, whatever it will be, as we move forward. Wanda Free says, this is bad, but if you don't know the name Rick Meyer, then you haven't seen the worst. Trust me. We need to have a fire sale before it gets to that point again. I'm open to that, Wanda Free. And yeah, we don't want to get down to the 92 Hawks again. We don't want to be in that sort of state of things. But we're driving perilously close to that state of things here as we're heading down this path. In utero, I love Russ, but I do feel like he wants to move on, more so for his brand than anything else. And if he does, I accommodate him. If he's requesting this offseason to go, then I'm okay with it. I'm not going to hold him over the fire if he doesn't want to be here necessarily. And maybe understandable at this point why Russ would want to move on, understanding all of the factors that are at play. Mike P says Kellen Moore is the answer. Well, he'd certainly be one of my guys I'd be taking a look at for sure. TJ Singh, we were on track to give up the most yards ever, and now the offense is the problem. Yeah, it's just amazing, isn't it, TJ? Offense is going right, defense can't get right. Defense gets right, the offense can't get right. It's like some vaudeville shtick, Like it's like just some bad joke being replayed over and over again. But we saw this even in the last year. First half of the season, offense is dominant, defense is on pace to give up a historical amount of yards in the air, and then suddenly the defense turns it kind of around, and then the offense goes in the tank. I have no explanation for it. I don't understand it, but they just can't seem to get things right on the right page at the same time. James Feisch, thank you for subscribing, James. You're awesome for having done so. Megan Gockrotcher with another $5 donation. What's up, Megan? Thank you so much, Megan. This is another dumb question. Megan, you don't have to ever say dumb question again. There's no dumb questions in this channel. They're great questions. It says, during the draft, do teams have to use all their picks if there's only one they want in the round they're picking in? Technically speaking, a team doesn't have to use their pick, Megan. They could let the pick pass and not make a selection if they wanted to. There have been teams that have taken too long, for instance, in the first round, and then the pick has gone past them, and then another team has gotten a pick in before they could then get their pick in. This happened to the Vikings a couple of years ago, kind of famously. You can still come in at any point in time and use your picks at that point, But technically speaking, if a team wanted to, they could theoretically pass and call it a day on that. We've never seen that happen before, and I don't think there would ever be a team that would do that. Every team's going to want to use every pick they can, or if they didn't really need the pick, they could trade for future draft capital when they might need it down the road. But no, I don't think we would ever see anything like that happen. That would be pretty insane. Wanda Free says trade Russ to Atlanta. His wife would like that, and we could have their picks. Atlanta is still married to Matt Ryan for the next year beyond this season with the way that they set his contract up at the start of the year. So Russ to Atlanta is no possibility of happening. Randall says, so Pete reportedly said, I'm done. I'm really done. Just with the presser or the whole enchilada? Jeez, Randall. That'd be interesting if he's to that point. Jeff Logan, don't forget the Dolphins. They were pushing for Watson. I do have the Dolphins as one of those teams, Jeff. So if we're stacking this up, I think it's the New York Giants. I think it's the Philadelphia Eagles are a team that would be an interesting team to mix, even with Hurts. I think that the Miami Dolphins are in it. I think that the Oakland or that the Las Vegas Raiders would be a team in on it. Those would be sort of my teams that would be probably at the front of the mix with it. But absolutely, the Dolphins would be one of those teams. Some of that, Jeff, would be driven by if they still have an offensive-minded head coach or not. Because remember, Russ, in the 4 teams that he listed last year that he'd be willing to go to, it was all 4 teams listed were teams with offensive-minded head coaches leading those organizations. So will he want to go there if Flores is still there, which doesn't look likely. It does look like Flores is going to probably be shown the door, but that would probably be the big key as far as Miami being a destination location for Russ. Mike P says, are Sonny Six Killer and Colt McCoy the best quarterback names ever? Yeah, I think Sonny Six Killer is still the best beyond Colt McCoy. Colt McCoy is pretty good, but Sonny Six Killer is amazing. Like, they don't get better than that. But yeah, that's about as good as you get, I think. Wanda Free says, unfortunately, we're going to have to suck before we get better. I'm not for trading for another quarterback if we get the same result. I think it's a little bit about embracing a rebuild if you got to go that direction, Juan, and embracing all that comes with, all the patience that requires if you go that direction. In Euro says the Dolphins are going to be that desperate team to trade for Russ. The Bills and Patriots have franchise quarterbacks. The Dolphins are desperate. It's part of the reason why I've told people that had pushed back on me in utero about getting the 3 first-round picks for Russ. I said, you guys got to remember, there's going to be teams that are going to desperately want a quarterback. And if you can go to your fan base this offseason and we got Russell Wilson, future Hall of Fame quarterback, on your football team, and you're moving on from Tua Tagovailoa to put Russell in there, tell me that doesn't galvanize a fan base. To tell me that doesn't get a general manager an instantaneous win without having to get a victory on the football field. So you will still get a huge haul for Russ. I definitely could see the Dolphins being one of those teams in on the mix. And I think, again, they're one of those front-runner teams out there that will be most aggressive in trying to get Russell Wilson's services. Mike P, can Earl Thomas give Russ a finger transplant? The middle one. Joe Mann, yeah, I should start Geno the last 2. Agreed, Joe. Geno should have been starting. Geno should be starting as we go forward until that finger is truly healed. James Smiley, Sean Kemp here. I got more kids than Russell Wilson's QBR number. Go Bigfoot. I'm out. Dubs McDougal, wish we could have known this was how the season would go. That way, we could have traded him before the deadline. Feel like he is hurting his trade value at this point. I don't think he's going to hurt his trade value at this point, Doug. People are going to lean back on looking at Russ this year. And remember, before he went down to the finger injury, he was playing some of his most efficient football in his career. Was it the best football in his career? No. His most efficient. Best quarterback rating, some of his highest QBR ratings, some of his highest yards per attempt, highest completion percentage, which if he's throwing his highest yards per attempt and also having his highest completion percentage, you wouldn't think those two things would be happening at the very same point in time. Some team is going to look at that first start of the year, and then they're going to look at the back half of the year and they go, okay, so he had his finger injury and he came back from it too soon. We're not going to make an assessment of his play based off of him trying to gut through a broken finger. He was just being super tough. In fact, it might work to his benefit where teams are like, look, this guy will play through anything. He's going to find a way to get on that football field. So I just don't think he's doing that much damage to his value overall when teams are really going to look at it through that lens more, especially those teams that are in quarterback need. They're already looking to talk themselves into wanting to make a trade for Russ as opposed to getting back into the draft. And again, remember on this, Dubs, the quarterbacks coming out in this draft, the high-end quarterbacks coming in this draft, have big-time question marks surrounding them. This is not what we've seen traditionally with drafts as far as having 3 and 4 real top-line guys available. It's a lot lighter. That's going to drive the trade market and make it that much hotter for those quarterbacks that are open on the market, be it Watson, Wilson, or Rodgers, or all of them, or only a couple of them. Megan, I'm probably taking it too personally, but but my love of the Hawks is what gets me out of bed to anxiety and depression. So to be called a bandwagoner due to not living in Seattle really stung. Megan, F them. Whoever said it, they can go F themselves. Honestly, if you want to, the name calling and all of that stuff from you fans that disagree with other fans or want to call it like it's unacceptable and it's silly and you're childish for doing it. You know, if you have strength in your belief of a position on anything, then stick to the facts of what your belief is. Back it up with that. Don't have to, the resort to name call stuff is so silly. And again, for what? Anybody throwing around bandwagoner Megan to any fan, I don't care who they are. It pisses me off. The fans that go, oh, you guys must have been fans who came along in 2012, so you didn't understand bop-a-da-bop-a-da-bump-a-da-bop. Like, shove it up your ass. Really. Shove it up your ass. You're so out of pocket, you people that talk like that, and it's all you got is your little silly, pithy insults. Because you can't use your brain, you can't use your intelligence, you can't back it up with recent history of anything. All you can go with is your simple black and white statements, your binary way of looking through life, and it's silly. You have no right to point to anybody and point them as a bandwagon fan. And what, Australians or people from around the world aren't allowed to be Seahawks fans? Because what, they have a football field, they have a football a team where they live? No, they don't. What is the problem with that? I don't get people, Megan, if they're saying that, they can shove it. I'd like to know tell me who that is too in the chat so I can make sure I'm avoiding this person and I'll ban them out of the chat. And I don't ban anyone. But I'm tired of people with the stupid bandwagon, entitled, all that crap. Your name calling is stupid. It really shows you how stupid you are. It's like, do you have an IQ? Can you rub brain cells together to come out with a cogent thought that's not you just spitting insults at other people? Grow up. Grow up. Yeah? You have people interested in your team who live out of country, and you're going to say that to them like that? Well, Megan, I hope you know that that's not the majority of what these people in this chat think and believe about, and your presence is welcome and loved in here, so... Whoever said it can, like I said, shove it up their ass. Ray Promotions, why didn't the Seahawks run the ball? The Seahawks ran the ball, man. They didn't run it effectively. They haven't run it effectively all year, really. Yeah, and another thing that goes hand in hand with running the ball is converting on third down. You run the ball, you get 4 yards. You run the ball on second down, you get 3 yards. Well, guess what? You got to convert on third down. Not enough third down conversions have happened over the course of the season. We're sitting somewhere 30th or 31st in the entire NFL in that respect. You brought in an offense that was supposed to move the chains this offseason, and it's not doing so. In Utero says, remember, word was Russ wants a top market in a franchise that has not had an iconic quarterback for a long time or at all. Yeah, I have a feeling that his requests and his dialing down that request of what he would want would change maybe a little bit into this year in Utero, and that there's a little bit maybe more of a urgency from Russ to get out of town, so he'll lower down his requirements for which team he desires to be moved to because of that. So we'll see. I know a couple of years ago in Utero that he was interested around the contract negotiation time of playing footsies with the New York Giants. And they've had Eli Manning there. I don't know if that's considered if that would be considered a franchise kind of quarterback there. So maybe that's not in that realm of it, but he was looking at them. Lieutenant Ellis says 3 playoff wins in 8 years. There we go, Lieutenant Ellis, but we're to be told that we're spoiled for saying that that's not good enough. We're to be told that we're entitled for saying that that's not good enough. You know, I don't understand, Lieutenant Ellis, why we're not in the right by completely pointing this out and saying that this isn't good enough. This isn't good enough. This is not getting the job done. We don't want to see more of this continuing forward. That's a part of this. It's not just that it's unacceptable now in this moment right now, this season. It's unacceptable as we move into the next couple of years. That's what we're saying. But these folks want to again come back, Lieutenant Ellis. So many folks would just always back to the name calling instead. Let's not deal with the argument at hand. Let's not deal with the points. Let's not have point, counterpoint. Let's not have a little bit of a debate. Instead, let's just fling mud at each other. But that's the thing. 3 playoff wins in 8 years. 13 out of 17 teams in the last 3 years in the NFC, I believe it's either 3 or 4 years, have been to the conference championship. You have not been one of them. This has not been a good football team overall in the full view of things. Consistent winner? Yeah. But an elite football team, a team that's truly challenging for not Super Bowls, just conference championships. Because everybody will tell me I'm being unrealistic with Super Bowls. So let's just say conference championships. In Utero says the Giants might be pretty damn desperate as well. That's why I've got them at the top of the list as far as the number one team that would look at Russ, I think. Dubs McDougal, I think the Giants are the one. I'd take Danny Dimes for a year or two as long as we get some draft picks to start putting things back into place. Yeah, Danny Dimes is okay. Just he can't take away from the draft capital we get in return, in my opinion. That'd be the key on that deal. He's got to be the kicker in the deal. He's got to be the cherry on top, not the sundae. In Utero, a few general managers and coaches need a quarterback to save their jobs. They do. I mean, somebody had mentioned the Eagles with Hurts. Like, if they have the opportunity with the team they got that said, let's say an average team, 8-18 this year with Hurts at the quarterback, and that general manager, Howie Roseman's trying to keep his job and he needs a big-time win, does he make a moonshot move for a guy like Russell Wilson to really just try to save in his job? Because he's had some questionable moves in recent years there. And the feet is to the fire with that particular general manager. Say nothing of the Miami organization as well, who could be moving on from a guy like Flores and need a win that they give not only to the fan base, but to ownership. P. Money, I worshipped faithfully at the altar of Holmgren and Hasselbeck. I learned there could be life afterwards, just like there can be after Pete and Russ. All those guys will always be a ring of honor. Well put, P. Money, well put. And I agree with you. You can appreciate what they've done here and understand that it also is time to move on. And I've seen many different eras of football move through the Seattle team in my time on this earth. I will see many more move through this time. That is the reality of life in the NFL. As much as any sport, it moves as quickly as any sport. Time lasts as short as any sport, be it a coaching career, be it a player's career. And so therefore, in a lot of respects, you do have to embrace change on a lot of levels. Standard Champion, honestly, I'm surprised at how many non-fans predicted this for this team last offseason. Whether other fans or professionals, seems like everyone saw what we didn't at the time. Very true, man. There were a lot of folks from other fans coming in saying that this was the year we were going down. National perspective-wise, there was pretty much a consensus that the Seahawks were being predicted as the third or fourth team in the division. Meanwhile, folks like myself were predicting top of the world, that we were going to repeat as division champs, that we were going to be an even better team. It definitely caught me completely as a curveball this year in the way that this has played out. I didn't see exactly this being the way it's gone, but I can also face reality for what it is. I'm not going to hold on to something just because I made it as a prediction before, but I'll realize what I'm really facing, and I think we're all doing the same here. But yeah, it's been pretty jaw-dropping, the difference of what we thought we were getting on this team versus what we're seeing on the field. I mean, it is startling. In Utero, they all know the NFL passed Pete by. Pete's like the kid on The Sixth Sense that doesn't know that he's dead. Underrated comment in Utero. I love it. Underrated comment. Oh. Classy Nasty says, fire Pete, trade Russ, and rebuild. Classy Nasty, there's a lot of folks in the chat that have been on that board of things in this one. You're not alone. You are not alone. Ray Promotion says, why didn't Seattle run the ball? You didn't run it effectively. The guy that carried the most today was Alex Collins. He ran well. He ran strong. He ran where the holes were there for him to get. He had 10 carries for 35 yards. You know, when your running back averages 30.5 yards per carry, it's really not getting the job done. Dallas ran pretty well in a couple of carries he was given. Penny had one big run. But you got to run the ball effectively, and then you got to convert third downs. And they're not doing either of those two things at all, so just that removes the ability to run the ball. In Utero says, Brandon, thanks for clearing up Gilmore. And again, in Utero, that's just the reports I was reading at the time, that he would come to Seattle if we were willing to throw him the money. But the way he looked at it was like, okay, none of the teams that are looking at wanting to trade for my services mid-year want to give me that contract extension. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go back to Carolina, back to where I played my college ball, I'll give Carolina a little tester's choice here, a little sampling to see how I like the team, how I like the defense, if it's going to work for me through the rest of my career. Then I'll go into the offseason as a free agent and see if I can get that final big contract for myself. And I think that's the way that'll play out for him. Brian Koski says, Brandon's a badass. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that, man. I love doing this. I love talking with you guys, Seahawks, even when we lose, man. I love it. I love it. I can't wait till when we're back to win again. How much more fun even when that will be talking winning. Yeldon says he's on fire tonight. I get up in my stuff sometimes. My energy level gets up a little bit here and there. Mike P says, Pete and Jamal post-game, confidence Seahawks have time to turn it around. Wow. They said that? Yeah, I mean, they're always going to say something positive. You're always going to get people saying the season's over, we're done, this team's cooked. You're never going to get a professional athlete or a coach ever saying something like that. So I'm not going to hold them to account that they don't own the situation for what it is. I do, again, when it comes to the journalists, think they need to ask those tough questions, but I get where the players and the coaches come from, keeping it good and positive. Megan says, agree, Brando. I may not know much about this game, but if we fans are paying our hard-earned cash to see a team fail, why the hell can't we say anything? Yeah, I don't understand. People, Megan, get so bristled when it comes to criticism, and everyone's got their little sacred cows that they seem to worship at, that they can't ever be told, or, look, the cow's got a little bit of poo on it, Let's wipe off the poo. There's no poo on my cow. There's no poo on my cow. Yeah, there's some poo. It's right above its eyebrow. I don't know how the poo got there, but there's no poo. What? How dare you remark about my golden calf having poo above its eye? How dare you say there could ever be excrement on my golden calf? That is a golden calf. That is to be worshipped. I'm just pointing out there's a little bit of poo. You can just wipe the poo off, and then there's no poo. It just gets to gleam. No gleaming. It's gleaming. It gleams whether there's poo or not. Make no mistake. There is no poo there. I can see the poo. There's even a little bit of corn in it. It's that clear. There's no corn. It's a goddamn golden cow. That's what I feel like the argument's like in trying to just bring up anything that's not just being positive and waving palm. Not to you guys here in my chat. I love you guys. You guys absolutely are on board with looking at this team. Good, bad, and different. Look at it with a critical eye. Be positive. Hope for the best. But the part you get where you can't say anything bad, like, I don't get that. I've talked to Brendan about this. He gets the same thing on his channel with some folks. Just don't say anything bad. Only say the good stuff. Only say the good stuff. That's boring and lame. In utero, I would take Harbaugh. Hated him on the 49ers, but would love him as a Seahawks head coach. That's how I feel in utero. I hated on him as a 49ers head coach, but I mean, he's got fire. He would be maybe just having I don't know. There's something about Harbaugh. I know he's a live wire. Make no mistake about it. He is a live wire. But everywhere he goes, he makes wherever he's gone, San Diego State, Stanford, the 49ers, the Michigan Wolverines, wherever Harbaugh goes, he makes those teams better versus before he arrived. And whenever he leaves, those teams are worse. I think that's kind of telling about the guy. I do. Remember the time, 92. At this point, Russ should be benched. I want to see some of the youth out there. Stone Forsythe, Tanner Muse. This season is so dead. I'm with you. Remember the time. Let Russ sit and rest at this point. Get Geno out there. Get your full allotment of your offensive attack in place. Let it roll, and let's go. There's not a lot of hope as it is anyway for this, but at least try to have your offense running at its full strength of what it could do, especially the under center stuff. Russ is just not ready to roll at this point. He's done his best to go out there and grit through it, but it's not doing the team any favors having him out there at this point. They went 10 quarters without a touchdown for the first time in 10 years. They've not mounted anything offensively. They can do nothing in the red zone right now. Geno couldn't be worse. It could be worse. Dubs McDougal. John, yes. Oh, sorry, you responded, John. Oh, John, yes. Jim, I'm not so sure. He seems to wear out his welcome everywhere he goes. And maybe it's just that I hate him because of his time with the 49ers, but I would struggle with that hire. Yeah, I get Jim wouldn't be the most wouldn't be the most popular in certain respects because of his history with the Niners. And yes, I do think he would eventually wear his welcome out. The thing that I do come to with this, and it's been a little bit played out with the Coach Carroll regime, I tend to think NFL coaches have about a 5-year shelf life anywhere that they're at. And there are those rare coaches like John Harbaugh with the Baltimore Ravens or Mike Tomlin with the Pittsburgh Steelers who can last a little bit longer. But I do think after about 5 years, the message goes stale. And it was right about that 5-year period of Coach Carroll's time here with the team that a lot of the Legion of Boom era guys started to tune him out a little bit, right? You have Sherman talking about the Kumbaya meetings. You have Michael Bennett in the meetings literally reading books instead of participating in the meeting and being active in it. And those are signs that the messaging is growing a little stale at that time. So when it comes to Jim wearing his time out here, I don't worry about it as much if I look at it through the emblem of Jim here for 5 years, and then you count on in 5 years going after, maybe another coach. I think it's hard to look at coaching hires from the standpoint of, do we have the next guy who's going to be here for the next 10 years? That's such a rarity in the NFL. Edub says, Pete's going to say, if we just would have got that INT, the game changes, He always says BS like that. Then Russ will say the same with that silly smirk on his face. Great point, Edub. A little bit of what I've talked about in both of them, not taking on that responsibility that I'm asking him at times to take on. Last week, Russell Wilson in his press conference said, yeah, I really only had 2 bad throws. But outside of those 2 bad throws, I was all right. No. You played the worst quarterbacked game of your entire career, maybe outside of the last time that you were in Green Bay. Not last time in Green Bay, but back in 2016 in Green Bay where he threw 5 interceptions. You didn't throw as many interceptions in this game, but in that 5 interception game, at least you threw for more yards. You were more proficient. But coming on the heels of that performance, you then say it was down to just a couple of bad throws? No, Russ. No, it wasn't. And again, not to harp on this too much, but it comes down to taking responsibility to fix things. And if you don't take responsibility, guess what? Shocker. Things don't get fixed. It doesn't matter whether you're the coach or you're the quarterback. They don't get fixed. You must first admit there is a problem. Go Hawks 2022, 3 leagues. NFC West teams, Australian, German players. Seahawks 12th man, NFC teams. Oh, sorry. You were saying that for Megan. Travis Hudson, what Dave on 710 say tomorrow, you just got to tip your hat to AZ is going to be a good team. Laughing out loud. What a clown. Yeah, Travis, I hate that analyzation of it. And I know why those guys do this. This is, again, I get pushed back for being too negative at times. You get pushed back when you're harping on the sacred golden cows. But you have to as well, I think, it's almost like your duty as an analyst, I think, above all else. You have to just kind of accept that and take that brunt. It ain't fun. It gets miserable at times dealing with these folks that are just, but that's, so what? That's what you've chosen to be an analyst. You've chosen to call it as it is. And you're going to be wrong. You're going to be right. But you should always be truthful. And the second you start just being a positive Paul at every turn, then you're now being disingenuous to the same audience that you're trying to entertain and inform. That's not doing your audience. That's not doing right by your audience. And that's where I draw the most, when it comes to a guy like Dave Wyman on that, that's where I draw a little bit of most of the criticism with them. Where I go, where is your negativity on stuff where it needs to be called right? Where's your history of pointing at guys and being right on this guy's not going to be a starter in this league? They're all items showed us for the last couple of years is that Cody Barton cannot start in this league at the will, can't start in this league at the Sam, and indeed looks like his best bet as a player is to be a special team ace through the whole rest of the course of his career, and maybe have a spot start here and there. But Dave has been on this quality starter. He's been saying that for years since we drafted the guy. Based on what? And that's the kind of critiques he gives, and it's part of why 710 goes downhill at times. And that's why they wonder, why aren't we as popular as it is? Why do we have to keep turning over our DJs all the time? Why do we have to keep spinning people through here and we can't find any successes? And you'll get the people try to blame, well, people don't go through rush hour like they did. Well, you're not putting out good content for people. That's why. You're not. You're not being honest with them, and people can sense when you're BSing them. And when you BS them, they're going to turn you off. But, I mean, they've made their bed with that, I guess. Ben Kennedy says, go Hawks. Go Hawks, Ben Kennedy. It's time for Pete to go. Ben, I'm with you, man. I am with you. And it's like watching Rodgers' prime wasted. Yeah, 2 organizations in Seattle and Green Bay that I think have a lot of echoes in the way that they've dealt with their Wilson and Rodgers situation. I think that they've had slightly different tacks that they've taken. But at the same point in time, I think they've ended up making the same mistake, which is that, are you all in on this? Are you all in on this guy? Is this truly your guy? Are you going fully behind him? The fact that Rodgers for the last 5 years has had basically Devontae Adams and nothing else to throw to is ridiculous. You know, just like the same mistake the Packers made before with Aaron Rodgers, where they could have had Randy Moss at one point. Brett Favre was begging for Randy Moss at one point. Did the Packers make that trade? No. And they're doing the same thing a little bit with Rodgers here at the end of his prime and how they've approached it. And I think it's silly. You're in or you're out. You're backing your Hall of Fame quarterback or you're not. There is no middle ground here. There is no middle approach. There is no splitting the difference. But that is indeed what you've seen with both of these two organizations in their approach, I think. Ben Kennedy says Jonathan Taylor had 5 touchdowns against the Bills. Well, we've got our resident folks like UE2K and Randall McDaniel who absolutely would have been in on drafting Jonathan Taylor a couple of years ago. They love this kid. I liked him a lot coming out of college too, and I don't like drafting first-round running backs, but Taylor did earn the right to be drafted in the first round with what he showed on the tape in Wisconsin. And he would have been such a perfect fit for the Seattle team if they would have made that selection, being that we know Carroll loves running that inside zone run so much. He wants to go over that A and B gap all day long, and that's what Jonathan Taylor made his hay with back in Wisconsin. I mean, they basically all they ran was inside of Wisconsin. Every time. Over the back of Tyler Baidez, over and over and over again. He would have been a good fit for what Carroll wanted. Would have been essentially that Marshawn Lynch type running back that we know Coach Carroll has a love affair with. But they passed and went with a linebacker. Voodoo Magic, at this point, it's pointless to make the playoffs. It's apparent the Seahawks won't be able to compete with the top tier teams. Well said, Voodoo. I think that's been proven to be the case at this point. Yeah. Jeffrey says large and in charge. What's up, Jeffrey? Dare Wolfpack. At least we will get a good first round pick. Oh, wait. Oh, we're screwed. Well said, Dare. Well said. Ben Kennedy says, how good is Jonathan Taylor? Jonathan Taylor is ascending into the ranks of being one of these next upper echelon of running backs. He's into the Nick Chubb range. He's into your Alvin Kamara, into your Christian McCaffrey. You know, there's about 5 or 6 of these guys. Dalvin Cook. I think all these guys are right near this. They're in that tier that's right below the Derrick Henry tier, in my opinion. But they're still fantastic running backs. No doubt about it. And they separate themselves from the rest of the running backs in the league, these guys. So probably just those guys I mentioned is just about it. There might be one other guy I'm missing. But they all basically group up into the same place. But he's a fantastic runner. There's not a lot of weaknesses to his game other than he gives you the occasional fumble, and he doesn't have the greatest hands out of the backfield. But as a pure running back and getting yards between the tackles, it's as good as you're going to find out there. Brian Koski says, I'd trade Pete for McGruber at this moment. GoHawks22, thanks, Brandon, for allowing info on fantasy. Oh, yeah, man, anytime. Hell yeah. UE2K says, what did all of Largen's greatness ever get us? Winning trumps everything. Russ's greatness resulted in winning. Largent never carried the franchise because wide receivers can't carry a franchise. No shade. I don't think you're throwing shade, UE2K. I think it's just a difference of opinion on this. So I respect you thinking Russ is better. I do think this. You can control what you can control as a football player. And if you happen to be playing for a franchise at a given point in time and that franchise is fledgling, it's only been around for literally like 1 year and you're coming onto that franchise at that time, that franchise is not going to be stacked with a whole bunch of talent, is it? That franchise is probably not going to have a great quarterback throwing you the football, is it? You look at the inverse of that with what Russell Wilson had coming to the football team, where he literally had an all-time great defense through the first part of his career here. That's helpful. He had a guy that probably will eventually make the Hall of Fame, and Marshawn Lynch is a running back here. That's kind of helpful. So while certainly Russell at times has carried this franchise in sort of the last 5 or 6 years, has carried the franchise a great deal. We're talking about the greatness of the player, not about a player carrying a franchise. We're talking about the greatness of a player. And when you look at a guy like Largent to retire with all of those records that he retired with, the thing you're not considering, I think, Huey, here is that he accomplished all that without having anything good on the other end. He didn't have a Hall of Fame quarterback throwing him the ball. He didn't have a stack of Pro Bowl linemen blocking for the lack of Hall of Fame quarterback he had throwing him the football. He didn't have a number 2 wide receiver or a great tight end to take pressure away from him. He was double teamed for the majority of his football career. And despite all of that, he still retired as the most prolific wide receiver in NFL history. That doesn't make him the best all-time Seahawk, in my opinion. I don't know what does. But again, I appreciate the fact that we just disagree on our opinion on this. Mike P., you still need a catchphrase. Who the hell is David Wyman? Mel Kiper phrase already taken. I do need a catchphrase, man. I'm working on it. But the greatest catchphrase sometimes have to be organically grown. So maybe one of you guys in the chat need to hit me, give me on one here at some point. UG says, I'm not comparing him, just a little defensive my opinion that Russ is the greatest Seahawks. Opinions are like a-holes. Everyone has one and they often stink. And anyway, you don't have to agree on my opinion on it. I'm making my case like you're making your case. And you're not the only person out there, if they pick the greatest Seahawk of all time, who would pick Russell Wilson. So you're not out there on a weird ledge or on a weird, deal that nobody would say that with. I would definitely give you that. You have to compare them to a degree, I think, when you're talking about, when you say, well, who's the best player at any team, you start having to compare the players, because that's the way you determine who's the best. It does come by straight comparison. Randall McDaniel says, power tends to corrupt, and absolute power absolutely corrupts. That's what I was trying to say, Randall. Thank you for fixing that on that. I said that wrong, but that's what I meant. So power tends to corrupt, and absolute power absolutely corrupts. Or corrupts absolutely. I think it's absolutely corrupts is how it's supposed to be said, Randall. But the point still stands. You shouldn't have a lot of power. Dear Wolfpack, Jim Zorn was a good quarterback too. Jim Zorn is revered by the Seattle fan base. And I love Jim Zorn. Okay. I love Jim Zorn. I understand where the fans are coming from and liking Jim Zorn quite a bit. Jim Zorn was not a good quarterback. Okay. Jim Zorn was not a good quarterback. The most yards Jim Zorn ever threw for was 3,600 yards in a given season. The most touchdowns he threw for was 20 touchdowns in a given season. For his career, Jim Zorn has 111 touchdown throws and 141 interceptions. So he has more interceptions by quite a bit than touchdown throws. He threw for 50% completion percentage basically for his entire career. So never a Pro Bowler, never an All-Pro. No, Jim Zorn was not a good quarterback throwing large in the ball. Jim Zorn's revered in Seattle. I know he's held in high esteem. Part of that is that he's like your first quarterback of your franchise, and part of that's also because he was a quarterbacks coach here for a time period as well. But he was not good. Randall says Pete should go to UW. That would be awesome. I'd actually love that. I'd love for Pete to go to UW. That would be okay for me. I'd be with that. Jimmy Don, take 3 firsts from Philly for Russ, then trade the earliest of those firsts for a pile of picks in 2022 and 2023. Ooh, Jimmy, you're speaking my language. You're talking like a talk. I'm telling you, man, I love that thought process. I really do. That would be ideal because Philly's going to have the most draft capital in this upcoming draft to give you the most instantaneous return. So that'd be great, man. I'm with it. Dear Wolfpack says Zorn over Wilson. No, we can't say that. No, not Zorn over Wilson. Wilson's better. Random McDaniel says bigger disappointment, UW or the Hawks. I would hold the Hawks to a bigger disappointment. They should be accomplishing more. I think UW is always kind of fighting behind the ball and that they've always still been somewhat still struggling against that. The sanctions that got passed on them in the late 90s. I think that just crippled the program in a way that's been not impossible for them to overcome. Certainly Peterson got them close to getting back onto the right track of things, but I think it's always sort of set them back a bit, and it's just been hard for them to refine it since that kind of got smashed through the program a bit, Randall. So no, I'd go Seahawks is the bigger one there. You also knew with the Huskies, they didn't have a good quarterback coming into the year, so how much expectation could you have for them at that point? Kay says, God, Penny is such a disappointment. Got hurt again. No targets. no targets for D. Again, why not, Pete? I don't know. You draft these guys high, Kay. Wouldn't you think that you have a plan for them? And yeah, Penny comes out there, rushes once, 18-yard gain. You're like, oh, it's going to be a Penny day. They're telling us on the telecast, oh, he's going to get 10 carries today. Then he's out with an injury again. It's almost sad. If we hadn't seen it before with the, we had ProSize here. It's like ProSize 2.0 when we drafted Penny higher. And Eskridge, that one makes me just scratch my head about it. At least with Penny, it's a matter of injury, which you can't control. With Eskridge, he's healthy now. He is available now. Yet you don't run one fly sweep in this entire football game, which is supposed to be, I don't know, okay. It perplexes my mind. It really does. He says, the point I was making was all of those running backs were drafted by teams that have consistently drafted where the Seahawks draft. Seahawks incompetence does not make them bad selections. Seahawks incompetence does not make them bad selections. No, but my determination on drafting running backs UE2K is more built upon the analytics, what analytics are telling us about building sustainable rushing attacks, and that's based more to the offensive line. So some of this is the driving forward of how we're told about how you should probably be building your running attacks, which is rather than at the running back position, build it with the offensive line. And most of those teams that are successful in running the ball tend to have the great offensive lines, not necessarily the great running backs. You can't really find me, Huey, a great running back out there in this league right now who's really performing with a bad offensive line out in front of him. That's it, you really can't. And so it sort of proves out the case for me, at least where I stand with this. Megan says, I'm not saying Russ isn't a good player. All I'm saying is if I had to choose between Russ and Largent, I'm taking Largent every time. That's where I'm at, Megan. That's all I'm saying. It's throwing no shade at Russ to pick Largent. It's no shade to pick the guy that was, again, the best at his position when he retired, which you can say what you want about Walter Jones. You can say what you want about Russell Wilson. You can say what you want about Kenny Easley and Cortez Kennedy. But none of those guys retired, and everybody said that they were the best at their position all time when they retired. And I'm not talking about the personal fan base. I'm talking about nationally. Nationally. Brian Koski, hey, Brandon, as I recall, Mike Holmgren held both coach and general manager too. Just saying. He did, Brian, but this is Brian, you're not going to like this. I'm going to counter your point on this, though. Your point actually proves out my point. Mike Holmgren was indeed initially a general manager to begin things here with the Seattle Seahawks. But at what point in time did they actually get to a Super Bowl under Mike Holmgren? When he had relinquished for a couple of years the general manager duties, when he had let go of some of his power to concentrate specifically just on coaching, on head coaching, that was when he got his greatest success in Seattle. So you ended up kind of, Brian, I'm sorry, man, you ended up proving my point with this. When Mike Holmgren was a general manager, too many hats, too many responsibilities, too many jobs he had to take on. Dial it back a little bit. Now he finds his ultimate success as his head coach in Seattle, the highest success that he would attain in Seattle. I think that I think that it just kind of holds to my being a rule of thumb on that. And I will say to your point on this, Brian, look, Carroll did have ultimate power here when he did assemble this football squad to get us to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl as well. So you can do it the other way. I just think that the general rule of thumb on this has to be more leaning towards getting guys compartmentalized into their job that is set, that football is a very tremendously competitive sport. It's very hard to win. And when you get overwhelmed in your workload, when you're taking on too much, stuff's going to kind of start falling over the sides. You're going to start leaking spots. And you're going to start giving up advantages that you could be holding on to if you're just concentrating on kind of a streamlined amount of things. Induro says, funny how people who've seen Largent's career and Wilson all agree. Larson is the greatest Hawk ever. Maybe you, whom only see Russ, should think about that. Good point. I think it's a solid point. TJ says, wait, did that dude say the 12 on the flag is the year of the fans? Wow. Yeah, he did, TJ. I was trying to... That guy wins most cringiest comment in the chat tonight. I think that we're going to start doing that. I got to post it. I'm going to put it on wide display when we get the most cringiest chat. But that one wins today. That one wins today. Randall says Benson at linebacker. Yeah, nothing like watching Benson tried out there at the Sam, huh? And Utero says Largent was the most dominant offensive player in the NFL for about a decade. Indeed he was, in Utero. Indeed he was. Again, part of the reason why he's my favorite. Huey, Dillon was a third or a late second-round pick, and it was a good pick in the sense they might not re-sign Jones. Packers' problem was they spent first, third draft picks on a backup player the year after going to the NFC Championship. See, I look at it in that situation from my standpoint, Huey, is that they mess up all of those early picks. Because if you address in those picks going after maybe a couple of receivers, maybe the team's that much more better. So that's really the question to me on that one, U2K. We're in agreement, I think, on the Jordan Love pick. You gave up a first and you gave up a fourth round pick to move up in the first round to take Jordan Love, which was an absolute silly pick when you had a quarterback coming off of an NFC Championship appearance who looked revitalized under this new head coach, Matt LaFleur, and now you're looking to move off from him. It was very odd and very silly. But as well, in addition to that, then you didn't even go back and find the receiver with the Dillon pick. And you could make the argument that if you waited and just took a running back later in that draft, picked more of an important position with that pick, that it would have been a better way to go, that you could have gotten similar to equivalent production of what Dillon has given you when he's been on the football field by going back and taking one of those later running backs later on in the draft. That's where my argument kind of plays on that. So, yeah, and Dillon was a second round pick on that one. He was a late second round pick to your point, but that's where I land with that. And again, knowing that the production he's giving you is still, he's giving it behind a good offensive line with the Green Bay Packers, as well as it's sort of proven by Jones coming back, UE2K, that they didn't have to go with that Dillon pick. It was a miscalculation by the Packers who thought, okay, after Jones has this great, awesome year, some team's going to give him some money this offseason. No team gave him any money this offseason, so they signed him at a heavily discounted rate. That in itself shows that it was a miscalculation on their part by grabbing Dillon to be that heir apparent when they ended up re-signing Jones right back. And if they thought Dillon was so good, they wouldn't have re-signed Jones right back, even for a discounted rate. Dare Wolfpack says Stafford reminds me of Zorn in some ways. I don't know if I can make that same attribution with him, Dare Wolfpack. I think Stafford's had a much better career than Jim Zorn has in every way, shape, and form. Though at least I will say, I think Zorn at least had did Zorn win a playoff game? Can't remember. I was going to say maybe Zorn at least won a playoff game. Randall says, I think Christian Michael was the beginning of bad picks. Me too. It was the beginning of like you're taking bonus picks. Like you don't have to really need to fill out the team. You're just sort of taking shots. You're sort of throwing darts at a wall a little bit. But that was definitely one of those kind of picks with that. Goax 2022 says 34 Monday Night Football, less than 4 minutes to go. Nice. Brian Koski says, number 32, Chris Carson is a badass and always will be. You should see his dogs, too. Quit knocking Chris Carson for being injured. Let's see you try it. Okay. Again, he's every single year of his career, Brian, he's been injured that he's been here. I do need some availability from my running back. I think it's a valid criticism. Yeah, he is a badass. He's been a relatively good running back for us, but he's been injured every single year of his career here. We just signed him to a decent amount of money deal this offseason, and he's going to give us no returns for it. I think that earns some criticism at that point, and it's valid. He can't control injuries. I get that, but again, you're not getting out on the football field. You're not available. Mike P. Okay, you persuaded me. We can get more value for us this year. $38 million cap hit is the clincher. Yeah, I think you're not eating that amount of money this year, Mike. So even if you just get 3 first-round picks, the deal's better this year because you're not eating that kind of money, to your point on that. Yeah. Dare Wolfpack, Dave Craig's more like Russell Wilson. They have some similarities. Russell, much bigger arm, much more powerful arm down the football field, better in scrambling, not the fumble problems that Dave Craig had. Lance Graham, during the game, I keep hearing the announcers saying Russ not ready. If he's not ready, put Geno in. I've been saying that, Lance. Many people in this chat have been saying that. It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? The straightforward, obvious decision to be made here is not being made. Why? We don't know. But it seems silly to be moving him out there, Lance, when he seemingly is so diminished, when you're having to throw out half your playbook to accommodate Russell. You know, you're having to run pistol formation concepts throughout a whole course of a football game because he can't take a snap under center. I think that means it's Geno time. Kay says it's got to be Pete and not Shane. We've been running Travis Homer on 3rd and 15, 3rd and 20 since last year before. Yeah, we have been. We've been basically rolling over and showing our belly on 3rd and 20s. Just don't turn over the ball. Whatever, we'll just punt it. We'll punt it and trust our great defense. What? Yeah. But very, very risk-averse offense as it stands right now, which is saying something with so many deep shots that they take. The Berg Show says, why not just bench Wilson for the rest of the year and start Geno? Russ is gone in the offseason anyway, and the season's over. I'm with you, Berg Show. I'm with it at this point. I don't know if Russ is going to get back to being right the whole way this year. Megan, one of our resident experts on the mallet finger here in the chat, said that she's had this 20, 30 years ago and still is feeling this on her finger. You know, so if that's the case, how is it that he's able to come back anywhere near 100%? And I think he's operating vastly below 100% at this point. I don't love Geno, but it can't be worse than what we're seeing with Russ, who's basically able to get you a couple field goals a game at this point on the high end of things. That's not going to get it done. Mike P says, will you watch the Egg Bowl on Thanksgiving? Got a fever, and the only cure is more cowbell. I got a fever. I got a fever. And the only remedy is more cowbell. I'll probably check something like that out. We'll see. You want me to do my Christopher Walken impression? Okay. I'm going to do my best here, guys. I'm a little rough. I used to be way better at my Christopher Walken. Here we go. Seahawks, what are you doing? I don't get this team. I can't play. Can't run the ball. Pete Carroll doesn't know what he's doing. Somebody explain to me. Explain it to me. Help me out. Help me understand. I'm not doing a horrible Walken right now. That's so off right now. Pete Carroll, I gave him this watch. Shoved the watch up his butt. In a concentration camp. I can't do it. It's 5 hours in the stream. My impressions are just off right now. But I'll give you guys a good Walken eventually before the season's over. Russell Wilson. What's happening, Russell Wilson? Throw the ball. Do it outside. I keep asking you to throw. You don't want to throw. I can't get it. I can't get it right now. Sorry, guys. Walken's it's lacking right now. It's lacking. It's lacking big time. Right, I need more cowbell. Fellas, you're doing great. Russell, I just need more cowbell. Come on, Russell. In Euro says Rice had Montana too. Yeah, Rice did. I mean, this is back to our thought process on this, Euro. It matters the talent surrounded by you and your greatness. And that gets brought into it a bit. I think you do to make the whole assessment about the player and who they are. You know, what did he have to work with? Did he have a great coach? Did he have a dynamic offensive mind as an offensive coordinator? Did he have a Hall of Fame quarterback throwing him the ball? Did he have these things have to be kind of brought into it when you consider all that stuff. It's a little bit like the approach with like a guy like Dick Butkus, for instance, who has a very short career with the Chicago Bears, plays on really bad Chicago Bear teams. But Butkus is revered and one of the best all-time middle linebackers because of the impact he still had on those bad teams. You know, and that's you've got to kind of factor that in just a little bit. You got to factor it in a little bit. Dick Butkus, amazing, good player, got me stopped, injured a lot, knee was bad. Now you got Russell Wilson, finger broken, can't throw the ball, can't take snaps in the center. What's going on? I can't get it tonight. I don't know why. Usually I got a good Walken, but tonight it is not working right now. Lance Graham, I miss the old Legion of Boom. I do too, man. I do too. Hawks 3-7 says the only offensive line I'm keeping after this year is Lewis. Everyone else can go. I'm in the same boat, Lewis. Hawks 3-7. I would also move Lewis back to right guard. Get him off left guard, move him back to right guard. Go actually find yourself a legitimate left guard. Oblivion says, why is Ken Norton putting our defensive line in coverage? Makes no sense. It's something they've been trying out all year. That's their big grand wrinkle that they brought to this year, defensively speaking. I've not liked it a lot as well. Some of it looks like they're drafting a defensive lineman at times in coverage, Oblivion, because you'll see Benson Mayowa dropping in coverage, but he's playing the Sam linebacker role, so he's being a linebacker, not a defensive lineman when he's doing that. They've been dropping guys above that and beyond that into coverage. They're trying to take away a little bit of those short underneath routes that teams are able to attack at will, and you're hoping to kind of catch a quarterback unexpected of that player dropping into that zone drop. And you saw Brian Monet against Rodgers last week have some success with this, but more often than not, Seattle's been able to not get anything done when they've done that. It's not a really grand wrinkle, and quite frankly, Oblivion, when you tended to do it in the past, when you've normally in the past had a defensive lineman drop in a zone drop, it's coming on the heels of a zone blitz. You overload one side of an offensive line, and then you drop a defender off of the unoverloaded side into coverage, surprising that quarterback. Because what happens is if I'm a quarterback and you bring a blitz onto this side, I might go to my hot route on the opposite side of the field. Right? But now if I go to my hot route and you have a defensive lineman taking away that hot route, like let's say it's a slant route, now I'm going to get sacked. Now I'm going to try to throw the ball away. Now there's a bad play that'll happen because the quarterback's being caught by surprise. Seattle does the zone drop without actually blitzing on the other side of it. They'll just drop a defender, so there's no real quarterback being pressured or having his clock sped up. You're doing only sort of one half of the program there and not the other half. Voodoo Magic said, Colt effing McCoy torched us. Just sad. No doubt about it. No, it is sad when Colt McCoy's torching you. I ain't going to dress that one up. I ain't dressing that one up. Charles Riley, being a member for 3 months. Thank you, Charles. He says, Brando needs more cowbell. I need more cowbell. Give me that more cowbell. We may not win. We may not lose. But I'm going to get my cowbell. I need that cowbell, Seattle. Carol, give me the cowbell. Your boy Michael says, it's okay, Hawk fans. One day we will be back. We will be back, your boy Michael. There are dark days today, but those days will pass. You better believe it. Oblivion says, is Pete the problem? I believe Pete is the problem. Is Pete the only problem? No, but is Pete the main problem? Is Pete the problem that is in control of everything at the top as the grand poobah? Yes, he is. So he has to be held accountable. S. Colefish says, this franchise had a great fight run. They did. It was a good run. It was a good run, but now we are closing that book, and now we need to go pick up another book off the shelf. S. Colflesh also says, would you guys be fine with a reboot now and trade Wilson? I think more people are overall fine with the reboot, rebuild, Colflesh, just what I'm feeling off of the chat. I do think that there's a little bit of a split between those that want to move on from Wilson versus keeping Wilson and continuing to build around him, but I think that there are different camps. There's nobody that's uniform down the line on this one. Randall says, I'd be on board with Harbaugh too. I always kind of thought he'd end up here. A big FU to his nemesis. What's your deal? Yeah, he'd have a couple of nemesis that he'd be able to go back at by taking the Seattle job, Randall, right? He'd be able to, it's a little bit of an FU back to Carroll as Carroll got the better of him on his way out of San Francisco, and then an FU to San Francisco going to Seattle, especially if he could beat up on San Francisco a couple times a year. And you know he's going to want those W's when he goes up against the 49ers. Andrew Tobias, would Jody Allen sell the team? I haven't seen after Paul passed away. Does she care about football? I don't think that she does necessarily care about football. There are rumors that the team is potentially for sale. There are certain indicators that have made people wonder about if that's the case. For instance, giving Carroll the odd contract extension that you gave last year was a little bit strange. The fact that they don't have a lot of money on the books over the next couple of years, if you're trying to sell a team and you want to remove down the overhead to make them look as enticing as possible, that might be something you do with that. I would tend to think, and this is just gut instinct on this, that they are probably going to sell the team within the next couple of years. It will be a new owner. As Colfesh says, Giants, as an Eagles fan, I do not want to face Wilson. I think the Giants are going to be the front runners for his services, man. So you guys might have to offer more just so that the Giants don't get him. Maybe that ends up what driving the Eagles to pick him. We've seen you guys do that in the past in that division, right? We've seen the old, we'll take a guy to make sure you don't get him situation go on before. So maybe history replays itself out once again here. Randall says, Russ Tanola for Sean Payton and 2 number ones. I don't know if Sean wants out of town, my guy. I think Sean wants to stay there, but that would be an odd trade. You've never seen a player traded for a coach before. Brian Koski says, damn, only 3 playoff wins by our Hawks in 8 years? Ugh. But they would tell you, Brian, that we're consistent winners. They tell you that we've been one of the upper echelons here over the last half decade. And I'm telling you, Brian, and I'm telling you straight, they're telling you a lie. Yeah, you've consistently won regular season games more than you've lost regular season games. but you've not been a good playoff team. You've not been an elite playoff team. You've not truly been a contender now for going on half a decade. Randall McDaniel says, do you believe in life after Russ? I do. Coldface, you're right. Howie Roseman might pull the trigger, but the owner loves Hurts. Yeah, it all just kind of comes down to how hot that fire is underneath the seat of Howie Roseman, whether or not he would enter that fray. He's got the most ammunition to throw in a deal than any other team out there. And certainly if they come off this season where they just missed the playoffs, and yeah, Hurts looks okay, but does he look like the answer? And knowing that roster is getting older as well. Fletcher's not getting any younger. Brandon Graham's not getting any younger. Darius Slay's not getting any younger. That's an aging roster there. So when you look at them going forward, overcoming a little bit of an aging roster, maybe bringing in a Hall of Fame type quarterback, you could talk yourself into, if you're Roseman, to offset a little bit of that. U2K Penny wasn't a big school. Sorry, you're responding to him, Yui. Yummy. Yummy says, y'all tired of being called bandwagon? Yes, I started to watch football in 2012. Have I been a Hawks fan for 10 years now? Yes. Y'all tired of being called bandwagon? Yes. Yeah, I think a lot of people are tired of that. It's a real sad trope of people that have to trot out there to make their to win arguments. You're not winning anything with that kind of stuff. Brian, but good to see you, Yummy. I know you don't think that, but yeah, I think you're not a bandwagon just become a fan in 2012 either. It doesn't matter when you became a fan. You're a fan if you're a fan, and you got a right to criticize your team, in my opinion. Alexander Matthews, we would be lucky to win 5 games. I'm serious. I think your first message got blanked out there, Ryan. Yeah, we might just. I'm not prescribing any wins right now. It's hard to put this team in that category where we stand right now. Alexander says, I've been a Hawks fan since 1984. Also seen some bad years. For sure. We've seen some tough ones, man. UE2K says, season didn't catch me off guard. I hate to say I told you so, but bubblegum and duct tape can only hold you for so long. Russ said he was out of miracles this offseason, but no one listened. I will give you 100% props on this, UE, as promised. You were one of the people that did call that this season would go in this realm. You were one of the people that said, Carroll's done, his day's done. You said this at a time when it was not popular to say so. You said this at a time when you got a lot of pushback for having said that. I will give you 100% props on that. You were even a little ahead of this, further than me on this one. So, complete props. Eric99 says, damn, bro, you still going? Give the man some likes, everyone. You look like you're in a better mood now. Oh, the chat's got some jokes, make me feel a little bit better in mood. So, yeah, I'm feeling a little bit better now, man. But I'm still, I was hot off the game. Just that game, like, God bless it. Alexander Matthews, your golden calf could probably get us some wins, even with a little bit of poo on it, Alexander. Joseph F., what's your fascination with poo? I don't know. I definitely don't have a fetish with it, but it probably just everything, every comparison always goes back to poo. Especially when I'm watching this team. I don't know, Joseph. When I watch this team, something about poo just draws to mind. I don't know why that could be the case. Megan says, if I'm paying $15,000 to spend 27 hours on a plane, giving how much hate I hate flying to come to Seattle, you better believe I want to see a better game than what we did today. Well said, Megan. I hope they do next year give you that better game when you're flying in. I do. It's good you didn't fly in this year, though. At least we could say that. Can't be worse than this year. There's nowhere to go but up when you're at the bottom. Alexander says, if we were Dallas Cowboys fans, we would be saying we are still going to the Super Bowl. Probably. That's a pretty blind fan base at that. But they're realistic. We got a Cowboys fan here who's pretty on point with it. Jello says, who would have thought the Falcons would be playing better this year than us? I wouldn't have made that prediction. That's caught me by surprise. Falcons are being feisty and competitive this year. That's definitely one of the surprise teams for what they've been. He tells Megan, Seahawks ain't worth $15,000. Don't do it, Megan. Save that money. I think she's coming to see her son too, though. So there's a dual aspect to it, Yui. Alexander says, I'd love to have Mike Tomlin's hell yeah. Oh, Mike Tomlin would be an awesome coach to get. I'd love Mike Tomlin. I love Mike Timon. Megan coming with a $2 donation. Megan says, crank that cowbell to 12, Brandon. I'm going to put this cowbell to 12. We're going to win the game. Next week, it's going to happen. We're going to win all the time. Next week, whatever team we play, it's going to go on a run. It's going to be a run. It's going to be good. We're going to win often, all the time. We win, never lose. It's the way we play. It's coming around. It's coming aboard. It was rough at first. It's starting to round out my walking. He's always there. He's always there, my walking. I just got to tap deep into my soul to get to him sometimes. We've all got a little walking inside us. Yami, 5 year shelf life is 5 year shelf life is everyone except Shanahan. He is sat on that chair by virtue of his father. By virtue of your father, you shall run the 49ers, and you will run them till winced you are done running them. I think it's a little bit of that, Yami. I think he also gets to earn a little bit of street cred for him getting to the Super Bowl a couple of years ago and how he got them to the Super Bowl so quickly on the heels of being a team that was the worst team in the entire NFL. I think that also helps him out just a little bit in maintaining there. I think he also bought himself a year by drafting Trey Lance and giving up the assets they did for that, where he gets to tell the organization, you can't hold me accountable this year when we were already out on Garoppolo, yet we had to run Garoppolo out there because we knew Trey Lance wasn't ready. So you can't hold my feet to the fire because of that. And that'll probably buy him more years, or at least one more year. Benke Windsor, is there still a chance to go to the playoffs? I'm a bit worried. Or do we have to depend on other teams losing? You do have to depend on other teams losing to a degree at this point, Windsor. You could go undefeated at this point, and you're probably going to still need to have, well, you could go undefeated, and I still think you're going to have the Vikings sitting there neck and neck with you. Remember, we don't have the tiebreaker between the Vikings or the Saints, two teams that we're in contention for with that final playoff spot if we had any hope for it, which I don't know that we have. I don't know, you can watch this team right now and think that there's anywhere near a team that's ready to go to the playoffs right now. But with that said, mathematical possibilities considered, there is still that mathematical chance of getting in, but you do need some help. You do need some teams to go sideways and back up to get there. Chuck Seeker says, time for a fresh start. Try to keep DK and the rest of the young guns on defense. Yeah, my holds, if we go through a rebuild, would be DK. Obviously, you're kind of held to Tyler right now with the contract situation, Damian Lewis, Darrell Taylor, and that's about it. Nobody else is going to be absolutely sacred. I would probably move on from Bobby and then slide Jordan Brooks into the middle to put him in his right place. But no, I'm kind of, everybody's on board for me to move. And do please, as someone was mentioning earlier, if you like what you're listening to, if it's live or if it's on replay, however you're taking in this content, I know you're feeling down because our Hawks lost. I know you're in a bad mood. I know you've been punching holes in the wall. But if you do like what you're listening to, if you do find this entertaining, do please hit that like button for me, please. I know it seems like a small, tiny little thing, but it's a major thing in helping this channel and in the growth of this channel. Alexander says, get old coach Mike Holmgren to come back at age 72. Hey, I thought last year it would have been an interesting turn to see if you could get Mike back as an offensive coordinator for Russell. I think you would have, no way you would have done it. But there was always a part of me that wondered if you got Mike and his offensive mind with Russell and how he would force Russell to play and how that might actually end up helping Russell. I was intrigued by that possibility, even though it was no chance of it happening, just happening in my own imagination. Banksy Windsor says there has to be a chance to go to the playoffs. If we win every game from here on out, can we go? If you win every game out from here on out, Banksy, yeah, you would probably go to the playoffs. That would require you to beat the Cardinals again when they get Kyle back. That requires you to beat Matt Stafford. That requires you to do a lot of work at that point to get back through. But yeah, you probably would if you won every single game. But where can we establish the confidence to believe that this is a team that can get that done? Megan says, the only thing I know I'm doing for sure are a Kraken and Seahawks game, but I'm open to anything else. It's 2 good games to go check out. Hockey's awesome out here to go see in person. AZ Cards, Phoenix Suns on God. Go Cardinals and Suns. Congrats, AZ Cards. Great game today by you guys. Alexander, even if we somehow got into the dance, we could get cooked probably. Yeah, Alexander, even if you slid in, I don't think you would make much noise. You don't have a roster. You don't have a situation on point right now to believe you're going to go out there and beat the best of the NFC to get yourself to the Super Bowl. No way. Yami says, I'm sorry. Rodgers has lost all my sympathies with the COVID lies. He needs to get out. He needs to get out of this league. I know that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way on that. You know what I mean? So I get you there. I'm just speaking to the support the Packers put around him as far as playmakers go. Banksy says, I waited too long crying my ass off last playoff, waiting for this moment. We have to be good. We have to. It's been too long, way too long. It's going to be hard, man. It's going to be hard, my guy. I know where you're at, but it's going to be a tough road here to get through this year and hope for anything. I just don't think it's happening. I'm usually a pretty positive guy. I can usually give you a little silver lining, but I'm straight out of silver linings today. Randall says, was Harbaugh the general manager in San Francisco? No. He had Trent Baalke above him, Randall, which was a big part of the problem of causing their rift there at the time. Jesus. XDS says, Cardinal fans here. Good game. Was shocked to hear Seahawks fans wanting Russ to be traded. Thoughts on that? There's a contingent there. I think that there's some fans that got rubbed the wrong way this offseason with Russ's press tour a little bit. I think there's fans that got rubbed the wrong way a little bit with Russ on the Instagram stuff and I want to improve. I want to increase my legacy and I want my brand bigger. And it's some fans have been rubbed the wrong way with that. I'm not myself landing in this camp, XDS, but just answering your question on it for the face of it and why there is that contingent that does exist. We brought in a new offensive scheme this offseason, XDS, which was supposed to change and allow Russell to operate within a new modernized offense, which would have him leaning more towards the short and intermediate game. And whereas you see a shorter quarterback like your Kyler Murray there with the Cardinals really taking off with the spread concepts and the short passing attack, you do not see Russ being able to make that same step forward with this offense right now. And he's not taking those same steps forward. And that is causing a lot of fans to wonder if he has it in him to take those step forwards within this kind of offense. I think there are excuses and reasons why he's not taking that step forward, being poor offensive line play, being the injury that he has sustained. But again, your question wasn't as to why, where I think on this, but why the fans may think that in regards to Russell. Banksy says, people saying DJ Dallas is a better middle linebacker than Bobby Wagner. Any thoughts? Banksy, you're funny. You're funny. All right. Dubes McDougal says, PTU dub. All in on that one. Yeah, I'm with it. Mike P says Penny pulled his hammy. So he got pulled. The plan was to use Penny today. So it seems like Penny doesn't really want to. I don't know if Penny's just the most injury prone running back there is outside of CJ Procise, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of I'm liking to be out there. I don't know what, maybe he's just that way, but boy, that guy gets injured a lot. Russell Wilson, the third undercover GOAT. How would you structure this team if we had 3 first-round picks for Russ? Would you focus on the offensive line with an average quarterback, assuming it's Tua or Jones? Who do you keep and who do you get rid of? I do think that because of the state of the offensive line as it stands right now, it's going to require a pretty hefty rebuild, which means that it's probably not going to be done in just one off season. Nonetheless, that is going to be the main place that I would concentrate this off season, and it would have nothing to do really, frankly, with who the quarterback is moving forward. Would it be great to help a Tua or a Jones at that point with a better offensive line? Sure. But I'm building this offensive line for the future. Quarterback of the future I eventually pick probably in 2023. Is it a the Bryce kid from Alabama? Is it the kid from Oklahoma? We don't know yet, but it would probably be for one of those guys. Specifically, I would look to left tackle, center, right tackle being the 3 positions that I would want to concentrate and focus on, and probably in that order. I would take a heavy, hard look at Teron Armstead with the Saints. Certainly, center is a place that you can attack in a variety of different areas. I would probably try to find with those first-round picks a way to maybe look at adding the offensive line with a high first-round pick, but also to get more picks for that 2023 period to where then I could trade up and have my pick of the litter of that quarterback of the future once I had rebuilt that offensive line and turned it into a strength of the football team. XDS says, question answered. Banksy, Charles Riley, the $5 donation, as he's responding to Megan. He says, if I go to Australia, what are some things I should do as a tourist outside of a possible Mad Max tour? The funny part's on you, Charles. The Mad Max tour is that they just dump you in the outback and say, we'll be back to get you in a bit. I'll be back out here in 2 days, eh? Governor. EVGK says, but for the Seahawks to get Taylor, we would have had to draft him with our first round pick. Very true. Very true. XDS says Joe Mixon's pretty good. Bengal O-line trash, ain't it? Yeah, Bengals not a great offensive line. I could make the argument that they're a much better run-blocking offensive line than they are a pass-protecting offensive line. But that's a good example of a running back that's probably doing well, not behind a dominant offensive line. That's a good example of that. They're few and far between, though. I'll tell you that. Dr. XP says Penny is injured a lot like Mike Iupati. Yeah, he is. He's even worse than Mike Iupati. At least Iupati would give you half a season before those Elmer glue ankles started to break apart. Randall's going to bed. Have a good night, Randall. Thank you again for all the donations on the chat. I appreciate you, my guy, and you have a great night of rest. Yami, the thing is, there aren't hardly any good offensive lines in the game anymore, especially for running the ball with the NFL and college football moving more and more towards the fancy passing game for quotas. I've got to say, Yami, that I disagree with you on this myself. You look at the teams that are good in the league right now: Tampa Bay, Green Bay, Dallas, Baltimore Ravens, the Buffalo Bills, the New England Patriots, the Cleveland Browns. I mean, you go down the list, all of these teams are teams that have built really good to great offensive lines to varying degrees. And they've done so by putting the assets towards those lines. You know, I mean, the Browns, for instance, spent money on Jack Conklin, J.C. Treader. They draft the kid out of Alabama in the first round a couple of years ago. You've got to just make it a priority, Yami. That's the thing with it. And those teams that make the priority get the payoff of it. And it's one reason, Yami, that analytics are so heavily on board with saying, build that offensive line up. This is the way to do it. This is the way to go. Because you do get the returns from that in a lot of different ways, in the passing game and in the running game. You know? Brian Koski says, chill, Brandon, just saying. I got no chill, man. I don't. Especially after this kind of loss. Logan Ryan, let's go Cardinals. Congratulations, Logan. Shaka Zulu, 1981. Should we have taken the Bears trade offer? 3 first-round picks, Khalil Mack, and we could have gotten Justin Fields with that pick. It would free up a lot of money and make us start to rebuild. No, I don't think you should have made the trade for the Bears last offseason. You couldn't have foreseen this particular year coming up, I don't think, outside of a couple people in our chat, of course. Khalil Mack was never offered in the deal. He was never offered. The deal was 3 first-round picks, Akeem Hicks and Kyle Fuller. That was the offer. To get Justin Fields, the Chicago Bears had to trade up in that particular draft. So they had to move up from 20 to 12 to go get Justin Fields, which means it wouldn't have been just the first-round pick. You probably would have to throw in 2 of those first-round picks for Russell Wilson to then move up for Justin Fields. I wasn't as much in love with Justin Fields as some of the other quarterbacks in this draft. I don't think that the Seahawks should have made that move last year. Kay says our pass rush is older. Al Woods and Brian Monet and Benson Ameoa. Dunlap is fine, but can't be looked at as our main guy. Kerry Hyder is good, but not great. Yeah, Kerry Hyder is more of a run defender than really a pass rusher. Dunlap hasn't gotten you really even, I think, a single sack this year, which is pretty bad for now. Moving through more than halfway through the year, he's just giving you nothing. Al Woods is giving you some flashes. Brian Monet is giving you some flashes. Nobody's really being all that consistent along that defensive line at all. As you said, we're not getting enough out of any of them. Dr. XP says, can someone tell me what happened to Taylor? Didn't see him in the game at all. He's just disappeared since the neck injury, Dr. XP. I don't know if it's affecting him or if teams have just kind of figured him out a little bit. Not sure. I'm just not too sure. Mariah C. says, hi, very sad about this loss. They need to fire a lot of people. Well, Mariah C., good to have you in here. And I think not just I, but many in this chat agree with you. It's time to start changing this over. It's time to stop doing the same thing over and over again. Keldon says trade Wilson. UE2K says running in defense still works. Patriots prime example. 49ers, Rams, Browns, Vikings, Titans, all run-based teams, but obviously should develop the offensive line first before adding the quarterback or running back. That's all I'm saying with it, man. That's all I'm saying with it. 283-128. Good to see you in here, man. It's been a bit. Says, does anyone else notice that Russ always runs when he feels pressure instead of sitting in the pocket and taking the hit? He's not the Russ from 7 years ago, so I don't know why he's trying to do everything. I guess I see a little bit of that with him, 283. I mean, for me, it's been, if I'm going to put the criticism on Russ for his play this year, to me, it's been more of a lack of embracing this new offense. Just not committing towards throwing that short stuff and the intermediate stuff. Too much of, I'm going to fall back in my old habits. I think that he's got to learn, if he's going to continue in this offense, to embrace this offensive style of play. And he's got to change with it, because he is not the same player he was 4 years ago, 5 years ago. He does not have that same skill set. King Kick says it was 3 weeks. It was 3 weeks. How can he do so bad? It was 3 weeks. How can he do so bad? Who do you mean, King Nick? In Utero says, gotta go. Thanks for the awesome stream, Brandon. Thank you, In Utero. I appreciate you. I do. You have yourself a great night. Dubs McDougal, I just hate that motto of Pete and John in the draft. Best player available. If that was the case, we'd have some ballers, but we don't. I'm glad you brought this up, Dubs. I'm doing a breakdown of Daniel Lele out of the University of Minnesota over on my Seahawks scouting channel this week. I'm going to be posting that video. And sort of the theme of that video is upside and addressing upside. And the teams tell you all the time that they're looking at college players and they're concentrating specifically on upside alone. But more often than not, what you get from teams in the draft is they get to the draft and they end up picking for need. It ends up being, well, we have to have this position. We haven't been able to address this position in free agency or via trade, so we'll draft in the draft. And it ends up getting you in trouble, in my opinion. And that the better teams that are out there, the teams that have the most draft success, truly do draft to the best player available. And you fall in line of picking the best player available when you're picking for upside and holding that in high regard. But that's just one of those like politician mottos that teams give you prior to the draft in the offseason of, well, we always look for best player available. We always look for upside. But then they end up going for the high floor guys. You know, they end up going for more of what they would consider the certain things. Alexander Matthews says, how long does he usually stream for? Good God. These folks will tell you, I go hard, man. As Doug McDougal says, he's got another 2 to 3 hours. Logan Riley, what's up, Logan? He says, as a Cardinal fan, I love Wilson, but I do not see him staying in Seattle after this year. It's been a long prediction of mine, Logan. If you fall short of your recent success, if you fall short of even the success you've had recently, being a team that could get in the playoffs and be one and done, that would still probably mean an exit of Russell Wilson. So now that being the case that we're actually having the worst season we've had in 10 years, I think that all but makes it a certainty, to your point, that Russell Wilson does move on. Kay says, I think he would go to New Orleans and they would support him there, but he's a great talent, and we need to at least see accountability from Pete and Shane and Ken and find out what's what. Missing Chris Carson. Where did Alex go in the fourth? DJ Dallas may be our starting running back. Well, okay, you're right on that. I think Alex had a little bit of an ankle thing to go along with. He's dealing with a hip injury coming into this game. I think the team was trying to limit his carries as it was standing anyway with what he's dealing with coming in. But I think you're getting a lot more DJ Dallas as we go forward, being with what we're looking at with the injury situation. Penny's got a hammy. Carson's out. Alex Collins has got a myriad of things going on. DJ Dallas, you come on down. And Kay, I think accountability is one of the biggest things that we've seen missing from this team over the last couple of years. I have a hard time believing that these guys that have been so hesitant to take on that accountability and own their mistakes in the proper fashion in order to fix them are going to do that now. I think that is long coming past for that day to occur. I think that they are married to what they are, and that's just, it is what it is. UE2K says first round picks should be impact players almost immediately, and teams should try to get the best player available. And especially in the back end of the first round, the best players available are running backs. Yeah, maybe. I mean, you could put the same quotient argument and apply it, Yui, to safeties, right? Because safeties don't get taken in the top 20 picks either. You could make the same argument, Yui, to centers. Centers don't get taken in the top 20. You have a guy named, the guy named Lundberg or Lundenberg this year coming in this draft. He will be far and away the best center in this draft, one of the cleaner prospects in this draft. Probably ends up getting picked in the 20s as opposed to where he should be picked on his talent quotient, which should be in the top 15. I could make the argument there are other positions out there that also get depressed into the first round that are actually better and more impactful for your team to have them than going for that running back, especially, Yui, if you are looking at an offensive line that's not quite in place and on point. Brian Koski says, I've got 2 mallet fingers in the past 4 years, but they're on my non-left hand throwing hand. I've got 1 other broken pinky finger, but I can still throw a ball, snap a shot, shoot a ball, but I suck. So it still lingers long-term is what you're saying then. What you're saying is it still lingers long-term. Jeffrey Thistle says, let your walking keep walking, buddy. Okay, I'll let him walk. I'm only going to keep trying him. I don't know why my team doesn't win. I watch them every week. I got to win. I got to win and good. They don't win. I wonder why. I look at Carroll. I look at Norton. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what they're doing. They're dropping defensive linemen in coverage. Why are you dropping in coverage? That don't make no sense. Somebody explain it to me. Give me that cowbell. Maybe that'll help us fix things. I need some cowbell. I don't understand. I need to understand why my Seahawks can't win. Why are you going to win? It'd be better if we won. Right now. Today. This Sunday. Oh, we didn't win. I'll do that all night, man. You let me go with my walk, and I'm just going to keep letting him walk. He's a favorite, by far favorite all-time impression to try to have a go at. Kay says Pete returned and apologized but he actually surprisingly wasn't salty. That's good to see, man. It's good to see you returned. Mariah C., who are you imitating? I'm imitating Christopher Walken. Christopher Walken. Let me tell you about my career. I'm an actor. I'm known for things. I like to act. It's not good right now, Mariah, but it's also gets weak when I'm about 5 hours into the stream. So you got to give me some rope on this one. You got to give me a little bit of room. U2K are often running backs, offensive guards, and centers because teams don't want to draft them very high, but teams drafting in the back of the first round are supposed to already be good, so they have the luxury of taking an unorthodox pick. That's true. I think to your degree to your comment above, it's where also I think the value has been driven by the end of that draft because teams don't have, you're essentially getting the first safety off the board. You're getting the first center off the board as opposed to taking the 9th defensive end off the board. Truck Madness, sup? Sending love from Georgia. What's up, Truck Madness? Good to see you in the chat, and thank you. Much love right back at you. Travel and Lance says, oh, not Harbaugh. Just no. Savage Boy. They need to trade Russell for at least 2 first-round picks, then draft a deep-throwing quarterback for DK and Tyler, and the rest draft for defense. Well, Savage Boy, I do think you can still get 3 first-round picks for Russell Wilson. I would like to wait a year on getting that quarterback, Savage Boy. You're going to have a lot better pickings of quarterbacks in next year's draft in 2023 than you're going to have in 2022. Mariah says, I need Seahawks friends. I have no one to talk to about them. Mariah, come on in here. This is the place then. You have family in here waiting for you. So come on in. Come on in. Right along says it's time to rebuild. Probably regretting the 3 first-round picks and 3 starters the Bears offered last year. Right along, they were only offering 2 starters technically, and one of those starters they were offering, they immediately released upon having us not take him along as far as in trade. And with Akeem Hicks, they had him restructure, I believe, his deal to keep him from being released. So it was 2 team players they were essentially de facto counting on releasing if you didn't trade for them. So that's not exactly valuable assets that they were offering in return. As well as those 3 first-round picks, the best of those first-round picks was the number 20 overall in the last year's draft, which was not going to get you that good of a player. I'm okay with them not making the trade last year. And I don't think that we're going to be that far off in the draft capital we'll be able to get for Russell in our trade this offseason. This is my bold prediction for you guys. I may end up being wrong on it, but I do still believe minimum you are getting a 3 first-round pick return for Russell Wilson. Yui says, I agree, not Harbaugh. Ugh, we've got to do better than that. He's done nothing at Michigan. Total bust. What Wolverines are tearing up the NFL? Nope. I want the general manager first and then let them hire the head coach. Well, I understand the folks out there that wouldn't be on the Harbaugh train. I can get those folks completely. I'm not gonna die on this hill defending for Harbaugh to come to Seattle. But let's just be clear with what Harbaugh's done in his coaching career. He is a prickly pear. He is a difficult guy at times to deal with. He can wear out his welcome. Those things are true. But in every stop he's had in his head coaching experience, he has made those teams better. And when he arrived at Michigan, they are long, far beyond the days of Bo Schembechler, right? Long beyond the day of Lloyd Carr back in the mid-90s. Those days were long gone with him, right? And he came to a program that needed to have a lot of work done to it to turn itself back around. And he's accomplished that. I mean, to say that Harbaugh's done nothing, when he arrived in there, was the Michigan a top 10 perennial team in college football when Harbaugh arrived there? I don't remember them being that. Weren't they losing to even 1-2A squads or something like that? He's got them now sitting like the number 6 overall team in the entire college conference. I think that is a good accomplishment on his part, and one of the reasons why I think he's a coach that, you can say what you want about his personality, but he knows how to coach a football team. Still, with that said, again, anyway, I understand those folks who would say, I want no part of him for our Seahawks. Bernardo Aparicio says, Michael Dixon is our MVP. He is. I think you could make that argument with him, yeah. He sort of wins it by default because there hasn't been a lot of guys to really take that prize this year, but, Savage Boy, not defense, sorry, O-line. UGK, my choice for general manager is Louis Riddick, has front office experience and is connected with today's NFL and college talent. He would be a home run. I could be open to that. I like Louis. I like Louis quite a bit too. I do. Mike P says, bravo, good walking. Okay, I didn't crap it too bad. That's good. Okay, I get some walking every once in a while. I used to be really good with it. I used to do it way too much. Brian Koski, I need to understand the cricket game better and what they're supposed to do with what they got. Megan, you got to explain a little bit of cricket to Brian, because I do not know cricket. UHUK says, playoffs. Jeffrey, good old Bobby was boss in coverage today. Dude is still crazy. Laughing out loud. It'll be a good maybe conversation for the offseason on one of the live streams as to where Bobby Wagner's place stands all time with middle linebackers. I did an article for members only channel here a couple weeks ago as far as where I placed Bobby all time up against other middle linebackers in this sport. He is indeed climbing up that list. I think he is top 10 as we stand right now. And he does have an outside chance of maybe even cracking into that top 5 all time of middle linebackers in the sport. He has been awesome. Can't believe the year he's having. Absolute tackling machine. And it's amazing to watch what he's getting done out there and still being pretty good in coverage. Not amazing like he kind of once was, but still pretty good. Kay says, heard a guy at the end saying, Jamal, no matter what, keep balling. We love you. And I know I heard it. Can Russ buy the team? Did you hear it? Where'd you hear that? Kay? At the press conference? U2K says there's like 2 wins on the schedule, maybe. None if we can't play any better than today. This team is a dumpster fire. Well said. Well said, and I agree with you on that. Charles Riley coming in with a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. You are awesome, sir. I appreciate you. He says, math is great, but so pointless when it comes to football. I wonder if those who created math thought the answer would be Jeff George if he's the greatest quarterback of all time. Get those cats salmon chips. No, we'll get them some salmon chips, man. They got some treats coming for the stream because they've been letting me do my stream today without screaming in my face or getting into fights. So they get a nice big fat treat once the stream ends today. Math is great. I don't know if it's maybe not. It's not like got as much a high a held point in football. I do think analytics are taking over. If that's what you're referencing on the math point of things, Charles. I think analytics are going to carry more weight as we go forward. I think that if there's a reason it's going to take longer for it to be implemented in football versus baseball and basketball, let's say, but it will find its way, and it's already finding its way into the sport. But no, football is not run by numbers. That's for sure. At the end of the day, it's run by men. It's run by men imposing their will on another man and beating out another man, mano a mano at the end of the day. No doubt about it. But I will get, with that $10 donation, I will get my cats some of those salmon chips, and they will thank you for it. Gal G, Hawks downfall, bad first wrong picks, and NFL pass league. Defense pass interference changed after Hawks won the Super Bowl. Round laughing out loud. Yeah, they definitely changed a lot of how they called, especially I think the holding calls, Gal G. I think that's more of what you're referencing is how they called the holding penalties and being physical up the football field. Certainly our Legion of Boom team caused a little bit of those emphasis of rules to be placed a little harder on those players touching those receivers up the football field. Some of this has to do with the NFL wanting to turn the league into more of a scoring league than a defensive league. But they certainly made some rule changes that did not work in our favor, nor in the favor of the way of the type of defense that we like to run. Bad first picks have certainly hurt Galgi. I would agree with you there. I think there's more beyond that too. I think you could also put in how they've spent their money has not been great. They've had a lot of money to spend at times and have not always bought the right players or put the right players in the right place, to fill out this roster. So I think there's been a couple of things with that. Yui says, I think all this COVID stuff makes Rodgers stay in Green Bay. They love him there and always will. He was moved by their support and was really affected by the backlash and vitriol sent his way. I do think he stays there. I don't know if it has anything to do with the vid stuff. I think it has to do with the fact that he's still performing at a super high level. And I don't think that there's nothing in what Jordan Love showed you in that Kansas City game to make you believe that he's ready to take over. I think that ends up driving their decision-making as much as anything else. But either way, however they get there, Yui, I think that Rodgers does remain. Willow Storm, the new generation cannot call themselves the 12s because our true 12s from my generation, Seahawks fans 25 years or so, born in Seattle, would never boo. We never give up. New gen boo-hoo for you. See, I think that there's a little place where I just differ Willow Storm on this. I think when you put the type of product on the football field that the Seahawks have put on the football field this year, and then you charge fans $200, $300 per ticket, they got a right to boo at that point. They got a right to boo. And I think that fans booing at that point doesn't make them lesser fans, by the way. It doesn't make them less committed fans. They've dropped good, hard-earned money to go watch their team in person. I think they're a fan. Again, I Willow Storm, I don't really like folks trying to tell folks who they aren't fans because of this or they aren't fans because of that. And it always seems to be one way that this goes. Somebody coming in telling people that they're not fans because they're being negative. What right do you have, because you've been a fan for a long period of time, you get to dole out who is a fan and who is not a fan? What right do you have of that just because you've been a fan for 25 years or so? You have no right to say that. People have every right to call it as they see it. And if they want to be positive, they can be positive. If they want to be negative, they can be negative. If they want to try to ride the line and just kind of call it as they see it, they can be that too. However approach they take, no fan has any right to tell another fan how to enjoy their fandom or how to be in their fandom or that they're not a fandom because of this. Who made you the arbiter? Who put you in charge? I sure as hell didn't. So no, they get every chance to boo. And maybe the question shouldn't be, maybe Willow Storm, instead of excusing and apologizing for a front office and a coaching staff who aren't getting the job done, rather than doing that, maybe instead of that, we start holding some feet to the fire. We start going, wait, maybe there's an actual valid reason they have to boo. Maybe, Willow, in that stadium that was filled with 55,000 people, that not every one of those 55,000 that was booing at that point in time was a fan who just began their fandom 10, 12 years ago. Maybe there was maybe I hesitant to guess and say that probably a half to a huge, large contingent of those fans had been fans just as long as you have, and yet we're still booing. That's much more likely to be the case. You can't tell people how to enjoy their fandom. You can't tell people to watch a bad product on the football field and just swallow it and to accept it and to enjoy the damn flavor. That's not right. That's not right. I will allow you to wear your rose-colored glasses and to wear your pom-poms at every turn. And I won't deride you for that fact. I won't expect you to criticize the team in the same way I do. But I leave you yours, you leave me mine. I leave you your way to enjoy your fandom, you leave me mine way. And you don't have to name call or put people in a box or call them lesser of a fan if they happen to take that stance. They've got a right to think that way. They got a right. And it's one of my bigger annoyances on the thing, and I appreciate you watching the channel, Willow, so please don't take this the wrong way on it. This is disagreement, and disagreement is something that I welcome in on this channel. But it's the part that I don't get from folks telling people that they're not a fan because they happen to be criticizing the team a little bit, or saying, I want to see some change. This is not good enough. That makes you not a fan then. What? By whose measure? By what measure? By what? When has that ever been the measure of a fan, is that you're only a fan as long as you're waving pom-poms for your team? When has that ever in the history of fandom been the case? Please point that out to me. Mike P., what is the Mike Leach tree in the NFL? Seems he's got some ex-players and assistants in the NFL. I think Kingsbury is a guy that has, I think, some connection back to him. There's somebody else that I'm forgetting, I think, that else was in the league. That I'm forgetting off the top of my head. But I think he's got a couple of roots. My piece is the Colts O-line too. Yep. They got a great offensive line as well. And they invested back into it this offseason with going after Fisher. Already a strength of that offensive line, and then they build on top of it. What a concept. Brian Koski, I didn't even notice. Did Dwayne Brown play today? I didn't pay attention either. Alexander, why is halfback Penny still on the roster? I mean, he's been with the Hawks for what, 4 years now? He's just wasting a valuable roster spot on the team. It really takes 4 years to know he's not that good. Come on. I'll give you the why he is. They didn't move on from him this offseason because they were finally supposedly changing to an offense that was going to take advantage of his strengths. He's an outside zone runner, but this has been a team that's been hesitant to use him in that capacity since drafting him. You finally bring out an offense which is supposed to lean heavily more on the outside zone running game, but you still don't use him in that way. / now he's become super injury prone if he wasn't already kind of injury prone coming into this year. So they were trying to squeeze out what last little bit of juice they hoped they could get out of that first round pick. Looks like there was no juice left to be squeezed from it. Bad choice, bad decision, bad draft pick at the time, bad draft pick right now. All right, so Willow's going hard here today. So Willow comes back. So Megan says, Willow Storm, I live in Australia and have been supporting the Hawks since 2010, and I'm 4 months younger than the Hawks. So am I not a true 12? Okay, then. And he follows that back. Willow Storm says, oh, Megan Gawk Roger. 3 exclamation points in saying her name. You must check your Wikipedia. Your math is terribly off. The Seahawks have been in the NFL since 2002. NFC West started in the AFC West 1976, but good try. I'm 63 years old. Go Hawks. Willow Storm, I don't think you read her comment very clearly. She was telling you that she's only 2 months older than the Hawks, but she just became a fan because she's from Australia, Willow. So she actually isn't born in Seattle. She became a fan of sport a little later on life, became a fan of the Hawks that time, but yet then she was born back only a couple years after the Hawks were brought into existence. She wasn't referencing your age. She was talking about herself. Ryan Koski, Brandon has some serious stamina. You better believe it, baby. Look at these guns. Look at this gun show. Dr. XP, what pill are you taking? I used to be a white pillar, but now that Russ is playing worse, I turn to the red pill. I lean more to the white pill on this, Dr. XP still. I still am of the opinion that I can't really hold a lot of accountable to what Russell's play at this point because he's not playing at 100%. I don't want to move on from Russ and have a question in my mind about whether or not, if we had just built an offensive line around Russell, if we had just brought this modernized offense around Russell with that offensive line, could we still be tapping back into a quarterback that still has a Hall of Fame level of play within him? I think that that's still a valid question to be asked here, and one that we can't still answer at this point in time. So I still do lean towards the white pill approach of this Dr. XP, but if someone were to force the red pill down my throat, I would not be sitting embittered by that either. So I'm not against either one, really. Megan says, firstly, Willow Storm, if you're going to address me, spell my name right. Not hard, as it's in front of you. And for you, 63 and no manners whatsoever. Willow's, okay, here we go. Let's go with Willow, because Willow, let's go here, Willow. Willow says, you prove my point. Young people, rather than focus on the issue, find excuses, but like Russ being a Christian, I'll pray for you. Oh, by the way, nasty texts are disrespectful to your fellow man. It's funny, Willow, you didn't read her post first very coherently at all, which isn't surprising to me, Willow, because you're not looking at the team coherently. So I guess I shouldn't be surprised that you're not going to read the chat coherently either. But Megan was telling you that she was born just simply right after the team came into existence. She just became a fan recently and was asking if that then made her not a fan. She asked you a question, by the way, which you didn't answer, and then came back to her and said that she's being disrespectful to you because she asked you to spell her name correctly after you threw 3 exclamation points on the end of her name just by mentioning her name, which was odd. She's not been disrespectful as far as anything I can see in the chat to you at all. You're kind of being the one being disrespectful by calling people not fans if they haven't been around long enough to see the amount of football that you've seen. That's being more disrespectful on the other end of it. If you're really a Seahawks fan, then you'd honor and treasure fellow Seahawks fans. And even if you happen to disagree with their opinion on the state of the team, even if you happen to disagree with what they want to have done in the future of the team, you still wouldn't deride them for doing that. That's not what a 12th man does. That's not all of us being on the same team. So again, for a guy that's seen this much football to take that type of stance and to call people out and say, you're not a fan of this, you're not a fan of this. Again, Willow, did somebody make you the grand arbiter here? Is because you have 63 years on this earth and watching the Seahawks, that allows you over anybody else who's younger than you to dictate to them whether they're a Seahawks fan or not, whether they're a true 12 or not? Can you not see how silly a standpoint this is for you to take? Can you not? I'm okay with you disagreeing with me on saying the team shouldn't change going forward. You want to ride with Russell Wilson, ride with Coach Carroll, stick with this team, ride or die no matter what, no matter how bad they are. I'm riding with this team no matter what. I'm not going to talk bad about this team no matter what. We can disagree on that. I'll respect your opinion on that. But boy, it loses my respect when you tell me that I don't get to have an opinion or that I'm not a fan if I don't have the opinion that you agree with. That's silly and childish. I didn't say sure thing, but I think he's really been affected by all these recent events, and they're probably going deep in the playoffs again this year. Where can he find that? Where can he find that at? Agreed. I think Aaron Rodgers, it makes sense for Aaron Rodgers and Green Bay both to stay at the end of the day. Danny McCormick, this seems like an end of an era game. Too bad it won't be the end of the era. Who the heck can fire Pete and John? Yeah, I don't know if it's there yet. Agreed. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles Riley. I appreciate you, my man. Multiple donuts on the channel. I appreciate you. You're so nice and so kind for doing so. Charles says, does anyone think training with Jake Heaps has turned Russ into Jake Heaps? Granted, he's the best Jake Heaps has ever been, but he's still not Russ. I'd always wondered when you're taking on a quarterback coach who's not a quarterback that ever really ascended to much, that you go, do you really want this the best option you got? But that is his best. That seems to be his guy on that. But yeah, he hasn't gotten for the better with Jake. That's true. Thank you for the $5 donation though, Charles. I do appreciate you and you are awesome, my brother. Anyway, I didn't say, I do love Willow. I do love Willow. Again, when you've been asked a question pretty directly on this, Willow, and rather than answer the question, you start throwing things about going with God and you'll pray for people. Why not just deal with the debate we're having at hand? Why not just let's talk the brass tacks of this? I mean, we can't communicate on this? We got to go to the God side of things? Why are we bringing God into this? This is about football. Matt Alexander, neck injuries are tough to come back from. Halfback Chris Carson might be done. I think he's probably done. You're right. To your point on that, and then what we know about this injury to Alexander is that it's a chronic one, so it is not going away anytime soon. Juan, this reminds me of the end of the Holmgren era. Very ugly ending and tough to say goodbye to Mike, but it was time. Very well said, Juan, and that's pretty much where I stand on it as well. Stuff comes to the end of the era. The time has come. Everyone's day comes. It happens to all of us. Happens to the best of us. And I believe that time period has landed. Danny McCormick says Jody hasn't had one press conference. No. Part of the reason why we believe her to be out of this, on top of what we hear in the background of things. Everett Williams, 95% of next year's cap space should go to the offensive, defensive lines. You can tell teams do not respect their interior players on both sides of the ball. I'd be okay with that, Everett. I think that it's a long said cliche out there that you build in the trenches. The football is still determined in the trenches, and I happen to still believe it true. I still also believe that as long as you're going to run a 4-3 defense, for instance, that you have to value on that defense the defensive line over any of the other skill positions on the defense, because you need that defensive line to get the work done for the rest of the defense to work right. Offensively, I think it's just a matter of this is what analytics are telling us about building offenses, which is to lean towards offensive lines. Well said, Everett. Well said. I don't know if you can do 95% to those positions, but I'm okay with making them priority number 1 and priority number 2. Seahawks Gaming, we have great plays, but our line sucks. They do. 283-128, if we had a first-round pick this year, I would be all in on sitting Russ and getting a high pick. But since we don't, I'm going to sit back and have no expectations for possibly one last ride. Yeah, let's just enjoy the last ride, man. I don't think Russ is going to be sitting. Brian says, all right, Mr. Brandon, I'm decked out in warm clothes to walk my dog for 5 miles along the Columbia River. Thank you, and thanks. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Well, you're rocking out tonight? 10:30. Woof. No problem. You have a good one, bro. Okay, why didn't we use Jamal Moore to blitz? He had a nice press conference stating we need to be more aggressive. I don't know, okay? This has been a little bit of my confusion with why you go and make a trade for a guy like Jamal Adams. This is why I've referenced Jamal Adams as being Jimmy Graham 2.0. You went out and you traded for Jimmy Graham. You got a guy that was a move tight end, a tight end that played a lot of slot wide receiver for the New Orleans Saints. You brought him here and tried to turn him into basically an inline tight end 100% of the time. It didn't make a lot of sense. A lot like with Jamal, you brought Jamal in, and rather than utilizing him at the line of scrimmage, utilize him close to the line of scrimmage. More often than not, you see him pretty far out away from the line of scrimmage, playing a lot of cover 2, playing even some single high safety at times. Seems like a gross misuse of his skill set. But that's what this team continues to go out there and do. It does not make a lot of sense to me. Ethan Chamberlain says, as soon as you can get in a rut, you can get on a roll. That's true, man. That is true. You never know when a roll's coming. Love the optimism. I do. Mike P says, Russ, A-Rod, LeBron should buy the Seahawks. That'd be a strange triumphant. Mike P, well, John Gruden will coach somewhere, but where? I don't think John Gruden's going to get another coaching job. He's going to sue the league to the nines and maybe make some money back from the league in suing him, but I don't think you're going to see him get another coaching job as we move forward at this point, unfortunately. Charles Riley says, Brando, you're wrong. We'll get a first rounder at best for Russell Wilson after this season. We're both right on Jim Harbaugh being a good fit for here. Question is, does Jim come here without Russ? I don't know if Jim would come here without Russ. You're going to get more than a first rounder for Wilson. Look, Charles, Matt Stafford, who had not won a single playoff game with the Lions throughout the course of his year, got 2 first-round picks from the Rams. Okay, so if he's going to get 2 first-round picks with the established play that he had on the football field prior to going there, why wouldn't Russ get 1 more first-round pick rather than that? I don't think teams are going to hold Russ accountable, Charles, on the back end of him coming off of this injury. They're going to look at his performance prior to the injury. They're going to look at last year, where he's coming off what was statistically the best year of his career. And that's going to draw out some teams to make that trade for him. So this will be the fun prediction that I'm putting out there, Charles, to see if I'm wrong at. I'm going to do some cuckooing though here if I get this one right. And I'm telling you, you're going to get 3 first-round picks. Remember this. Remember this one fact with this, folks. This is the very key fact with Russell Wilson, Charles. Russell Wilson is at the end of his prime. He might have another year, 2, 3 years remaining where he still has a little bit of mobility left paired with his arm strength to be at the end of that prime. There has been no quarterback in NFL history, no Hall of Fame quarterback in NFL history traded at the end of his prime, in his prime, any point of his prime. There has been no quarterback traded at all in NFL history under that established point, ever. This will be the first time it has ever happened. So to not believe that he's not going to get at least some kind of king's ransom for that, I think is going to be incorrect on it. I think he's going to end up getting at least those 3 first-round picks. Maybe not more than that. Maybe that is the top end. That's it. That's all. But he is going to get that. Seahawks Gaming says, I was laughing so loud when Penny got hurt after the first play. Megan Gok Rogers says, I'm out, gang. 5 p.m. down here and have to go and think about dinner. Stay strong, 12s. Chat soon. Well, thank you. You guys have a great dinner, Megan. And it's good to see you in the chat as always. Thank you for all your donations to the channel. And keep your head up on that one. We'll get at it next week. V Tiger, hey, when are you going to announce the members call-in show? Go Hawks. Well, I was actually thinking about doing it today. Let's shoot for next week. And you know what? Let's shoot for, I don't know, let's shoot for tentatively as a Tuesday next week. We'll do a call-in show, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I will present it V Tiger on the channel board. So we'll try to do something next Tuesday as a tentative date. So if you want to do the call-in show, you want to be a person to call in on that date, please do hit me up on Twitter at SeahawksNester or direct message me however way you can, comment or whatever, and we'll get synced up and get a load of people on there, V Tiger. But hit me up over there as well, and we'll get something figured out with that. U2K says Michigan was a dumpster fire when Harbaugh got there. He put out the fire, but he hasn't returned that program to prominence. This is the first season they are highly ranked, and that's coming to an end. Yeah, I still think it still speaks to, again, the common thing you see. And if it had only been Michigan he'd gone to from the Niners, but you also have San Diego State and you also have Stanford. San Diego State's not been a boom for college, for being a great college program. Stanford, while David Chow's done a decent job since Harbaugh left, it's still not been able to attain the same heights as when Harbaugh was there. And when you see something be that common denominator with Harbaugh wherever he goes, that to me leads me to believe he is a pretty quality coach. And I think that there is only certain height that you can potentially get Michigan to a certain degree. Maybe I take that back a little bit, but I think he is turning around things at that program, or at least he's gotten them further than they've gotten since Lloyd Carr, which is saying something. They've been through a lot of coaches between Lloyd Carr and him, that's not been getting the job done. Mariah C says, oh, I see that cat looks similar to mine. Yeah, I got my orange little female. The can says, we will win out and finish 10-7. The can, I love your optimism, my guy. I love it. I love that spirit. Brandon with Charles Riley, another $5 donation. Thank you. Thank you so much, Charles. I appreciate it. This is Brando. That cat is back on video, and I feel questioning Largent being better than Russ. Being better than Russ. She knows Russ is Russ, and Largent was not Russ. Salmon Chip. She knows what's up. She knows we're starting to talk about Largent. She's going to go over there and do the face thing where she rubs her face past the frame. She's just telling you guys she can't use her words. She uses her face. Face and whiskers. Face and whiskers. Largent was the best. Largent was the best. Meow. That's all she's doing. Megan Gok Rogers, you're with one more question. Thank you, Megan Gok Rogers, for the 2 more donations to finish this off. Right, Megan? Thank you as you're heading out the door. I appreciate you. He says, you can question me and my knowledge about this game, but don't you ever question me being a 12. Not now, not ever. I am shaking with rage and angry, given that I am already questioning myself and being a 12. Megan, that's why I jumped on down Willow's throat on this. That's why I'm not going to let somebody like Willow or anybody else come in this chat and talk to my people like that. You can go to hell if that's the way you're going to want to be. And for somebody who espouses a love for God, that certainly isn't a very godly attitude that you brought into this chat. Is not it mentioned that you're not supposed to be a big judger there in the Bible? A lot of judging by Miss Willow coming in the chat, wasn't there? A lot of judging going on there about who is a fan and who isn't a fan. That's not a very Christian spirit there. It's not. And no, you're not. No one's coming in this chat, and I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to see it. I'm not going to put up with it. I have a lot of patience in this chat. I got a lot of room for disagreement in this chat. I got a lot of room for people who come in this chat who think a lot of different facets and aspects of how they view this team. And we can disagree, and we can fight, and we can go at it, and this can get intense at time. The one thing I'm not going to stand for as we go forward to this channel is folks coming in and telling other folks how they have to be fans. You're going to be a fan like this, and you're going to be a fan like that, and you will sit with your legs crossed, and you will fold your hands into your lap, and you will enjoy the game in a very resolute manner, a respectful manner, and you will only speak well of our coach and quarterback, and you will never deride anyone everywhere. To hell with that, and to hell with you if that's your standpoint of things. Whoever made that the rule of law? Whoever said that's the case? You know, fans in other cities would laugh at that type of sentiment. That's part of why they look at us in the Pacific Northwest and they call us soft. It's because of silly little comments like that. No, you got no right to challenge people on their fandom just because they happen to criticize or not like what they're seeing. Oh, well, Willow's got another comment here, do we? Willow says, you prove my point. Young people, rather than focus on the issue, find excuses, but like Russ being a Christian, I'll pray for you. Oh, by the way, nasty texts are disrespectful to your fellow man. No one has sent you a single nasty text. No one has. No one has. And again, Willow, you've yet to go back and read Megan's initial comment, was her pointing out to you that she wasn't young, but a new fan. She was trying to give you a layer of complexity to your situation, but you're trying to keep it simple, as I tend to find with folks on this side of the fence. Always about keeping things simple, easy. Don't get too complex with me. Don't ask me to think too deeply on it. Just keep it nice and simple and easy. Simple and easy. Danny McCormick, this seems like an end of... Jason Tudor, love fire being spat regarding how some people tell others to be fans. Great to hear. I'm also tired of hearing people say I've been a fan longer. My opinion matters more. I've got no more. My patience has been excused with it. I might have been able to deal with this a little bit more in week 1 or week 2, but now 8-9 weeks of watching a very small, tiny, itty bitty, insignificant portion of our fan base coming in and telling other fans to be this way. You got no right. You're out of pocket. You're out of pocket. And don't try to grab your Christianity to sell your argument with it. Don't bring God in it. That has nothing to do with it. If you've got your argument as to why fans shouldn't criticize this team or Coach Carroll, you shouldn't have to do the God thing to do that. Do it, stand up on your own 2 feet with this. But I'm not surprised. This has come down the track a lot, but I'm going to take issue with it. I am going to take issue with it because it's who, again, like who put you guys in charge? Who put these people in charge to come and say, you're a fan, you're not a fan, you're a true 12, you're not a true 12. Are you 18 years old? Okay, you're not a true 12. Are you 34 years old? Okay, you're a true 12. Are you 20? What? Come on. Hawk 808, it's all Russ. He needs to be held accountable. I don't know if it's all Russ, Hawk 08. I think Russ has got a part of this blame, but I think Carroll's got a part of this blame too. Hawk 808 says, they say Pete's still running the same scheme. How? Just like in the Green Bay game, we ran the ball only 16 times. If Pete was running the same offense, we would have run way more than 16 times. The same offense is not really built upon Hawks 808, the number of times that they're running. And indeed, Pete himself pointed to last week, the reason why they didn't run the ball last week was because they weren't converting third downs. And the reason that they're not converting third downs is they're not moving the chains. And the reason they're not moving the chains is they're not embracing the short and intermediate passing attack. That is why when people say it's the same old offense, what you're seeing, Hawk 808, is the running game in the same old offense being ramming up the middle, right? So your new offense, Hawk 808, was supposed to be an offense that attacks more on the edges, more of the outside zone. But throughout this year, instead, more of what the offense has been inside zone, or the same old rushing attack, which is let's just hammer it up into the middle of the defense and something eventually good will happen. This is then countered with a passing attack, which way too often leans too heavily on the deep passing attack, which ignores the short passes, which ignores the intermediate passing game, all in favor of taking the deep shots. So Hawk 808, when they say it's the same old Pete offense at play, that is what they're pointing to. Not the number of rushing attempts versus the number of passing attempts, but the way that the offense is functioning. Dr. XP had a soft spot for Penny and kept defending him, but I can't really anymore. Sad, all of his talent has been taken from injuries. Indeed. I mean, even on a day where he breaks out an 18-yard run on his first carry and then injured like that. It's tough, man. Some guys just get snake bit in that manner. Mariah says, I wish I could meet DK Metcalf. Hey. Well, DK. DK likes to meet ladies, so. I like DK, so I would love to meet him too. Seattle has wasted so many draft picks. Yes, they have, They've had some bad drafts. JD Brandt, one-day fan or like me since the beginning, every opinion counts. Very well said, JD Brandt. I don't require you, do you have an opinion doesn't mean that you've got to have put in time as a fan. This ain't college. This ain't school. You don't have to put your years in school to eventually have an opinion on a team. I don't buy it. If you've been, this is the fun of being a fan, is to have the opinion. Part of it's to watch the game, enjoy the game. Part of it's to have an opinion about what you saw and then debate it with other fans. This is fandom. That is true fandom. That's why I don't understand why people run from it or are so scared from it. It's okay to talk about tough subjects or difficult subjects or stuff that makes you have to view change. It's not easy stuff. This isn't. But it's still a welcome place in fandom to be open to. And it's part of what makes fandom fun, is talking about this stuff, even when it isn't all positive. But I think some folks do struggle with that. I can see it at times. And it's a very small contingent. Most of you folks are so smart and so receptive to talking about different ideas. Even you folks that don't agree with each other in here, where we don't all have to be of aligned thinking. This isn't group think. We got a variety of different opinions across the board here, and they're all welcome as far as I stand. They are. Everyone has a voice on this, because the more voices you have, the more perspective you have, the more wider out and the more well-rounded your knowledge and understanding of your football team is. That is why I value it so much. Russell Mark says, don't go to games, please. What do you mean, Russell Mark? E. Gibson, Seattle has suffered from a poor drafting in recent years. I wasn't a fan of the Adams move either, and now we are facing some serious adversity and changes coming up. Yes. Mike P. says, blind loyalty is not required of an intelligent fan. Well said, and I agree. Alexander, Hawks Nest, people being judge and jury on who's who and who's not or is a Hawks fan is wrong. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, it's a place I'm a little sensitive to, but this is the spot that you want to come and me. But then you start coming to my people in the chat when they want to make their opinion heard, and then you're going to call them not a fan when they make their opinion. You're wrong. You're just wrong for that. And then to try to use God as a shield in that moment to try to keep yourself hidden behind your criticism, you're lobbying at people. Even more weak sauce. DK Metcalf is overrated, prima donna, just like OBJ. I think DK Metcalf's a much better player than OBJ the can. I do. But you're not alone on that. There are folks that aren't as big on him. A Little Sticks K says, keeping Russ or not, we need to make sure he's fully healthy because he just doesn't look right at all. I agree, Lil Sticks, and this is one reason I've said he should have sat this week, should have been sitting last week, and he should be sitting as we go forward. He's not right. He's not ready. He's not good enough to be out there playing anywhere near, let's say, 90%, much less 100% of normal Russ. Lolo says, trade Russ for 2 first-round picks, a 2023 second, and Jalen Hurts. Go through a season with Jalen, trade a first round for more picks, draft defensive lineman in the first, draft offensive lineman in the second, halfback in the third. Opinion. I'm with it, man. I'm with it. I would, 2023, I would like to be looking for quarterback, to get our quarterback of the future. I'd really more be about having Jalen Hurts as a placeholder, Lolo, if you go that route. But I'm okay with it. I might flip your defensive line, offensive line. I might go defensive line second round, offensive line first round. I really want to put some value behind the offensive line as we go forward. But overall, I'm okay with it. JD Brandt, it is a hang in there, Megan. We're just crazy 12s who hate to lose. Yeah, we are. Chris Nape, I'm a Hawks fan and it's tough, but I would spend in free agency and keep Pete and Russ. I can see the turn, but let's play D. Eskridge. It's time. They must go above 500 for the remaining games. Well, I give you credit, Chris. You're one of the few folks who've been on board. We're still keeping both when we go forward. There's been the camps that'll keep one or not the other. It's been a few folks I've had in the chat that are willing to kind of ride with both as we go into the future. I do think, Chris, Russ is probably going to want out when all is said and done if Pete does remain going forward. UE2K, Eagles wouldn't trade Russ, and Russ wouldn't agree to go to Philly. Yeah, I don't think it would be necessarily. There's some possibility there to it, but I don't think it'd be his number one destination. That's for sure. Lolo, we won't get the price we could have last season for Russ, which is why I say 3 first round. Which is why I can't say 3 first round picks. I think we are going to get at least 3 first round picks going forward, Lolo. I do. Mike P says, Willow is funny. Part Kevin Bacon, thank you, sir. May I have another part grumpy old guy, get off my lawn. Seriously. Mariah says, can we win the next game? I mean, you can win all of your games going through the rest of the season. You potentially could. Hard to make any predictions about this team winning games going forward because they're not giving you a lot of good to base that off of, other than just being blind, loyal in your fandom and being hopeful. I think that you do win a few more games before you lose, before the season's out, but I don't think you get past 7 or 8 wins in the best case scenario at this point. So how that plays out as far as who you get those wins and losses are hard to say, but I just don't have a lot of confidence in the team where they stand right now. E. Gibson says, Russ doesn't look the same last 2 games. Agree with the comparison to the end of the Holmgren era. Yeah, very similar to the end of the Holmgren era. Just you're running out of gas. You're hearing the car coughing because it's just using up those last few drips of drops that are in that tank. It's a little bit of that going on. And Russ is not. This is not normal Russ right now. This isn't even the Russ that we saw through the first start of this year with where he's at right now. It isn't. Megan says, I hate to lose too, but I get that I'm an Aussie and don't know that much about the game. But calling me out as not being a true fan, F all that totally. Yeah, F all that, Megan. And 99.9999% of the people in this chat are going to tell that guy or woman, Willow, whichever it is, F you to that on that as well. You got no right to do that. And, you're a 12, Megan. You're a 12. You're a Hawks nester. You're one of my Hall of Famers here. So, they can, I ain't hearing it. And I'm gonna have my people back on this at every turn. Even when I disagree with you, I'd have your back on this. Because that ain't right. TJ Singh, can you stay on until like 2 a.m., please? So I have something to listen to while I do my homework. That's 3 hours away, my guy. That's going to be a tough task. I'm 6 hours in already. The voice will probably be gone another 2 hours. Ilya Wen 5. What's up with Metcalf being so aggressive lately? Has the juice affected him too much? Well, I think to his point, what he said last week a little bit, he hates losing. I don't think he's gone over the line, in my opinion. He plays on the edge. He's a guy that plays with a chip on his shoulder. I welcome it myself. I like it in a football player. There aren't all sports that I would value that in on the field, on the court. This is one that I do. But I think he's frustrated with losing. It's been a little bit of a tough year for him with this year where you expect him to kind of take that step forward, and it just hasn't quite clicked right there with him or for him. And he came so close again today to making a couple of big time catches that could have in a lot of respects turned the tide of this game a bit and just came up just barely short. But I don't know that the juice affected him. Mac P says losing teams don't have a bandwagon. Oh my God. They can. We should trade Russ to the Rams for Stafford. JD Brandt says the good 12s are standing behind you. Equals want you to stay at 12. That's right. That's right. 12 for life, Megan. You're in this for life now. You've given the blood oath. There's no getting out of it. Everett Williams, if Colt can run RPOs, why in the hell can't Russ? Shaking my head. They let Colt run them. They've long ago ditched that. You would think, Everett, with the fact you're running only pistol formations throughout this game and you've tossed out all the under center offense out of your playbook, that you would then run a couple of Russ read options. I was saying last couple of weeks, okay, Russ comes back, your finger's not 100%. You're not going to be able to do all you were able to normally do in the pass game. You're going to have to lean a little bit more on your legs. He's not done that. I don't know why. I would think if you're going to run it all game like that, the read option all game long, every one of your offensive snaps, or the pistol, read option or pistol, that at least a couple times you have Russ keep it, just to keep the defense honest, even if it's not really much of a threat. Lolo, they should convert Adams to a linebacker next season since Bobby will be gone probably, and then draft a linebacker. Lolo, they're going to train, eventually have Jordan Brooks moving to the middle, so that's eventually the way that that's going to play out. I don't know if Jamal would be as effective in the will linebacker role 24/7. I don't mind with kind of getting him sprinkled in there from time to time, but 24/7, I think he would be exposed a little bit, especially as in the run game, you know. E. Gibson says, Russ and LeBron buying the Hawks got me rolling, laughing out loud. Yeah. Don't forget A-Rod in that, E. Gibson. A-Rod, LeBron, and Russ, man. What a trio of owners that'd be. The Can says, this guy doesn't even look at the chat. He just looks at the Twitch chat. Okay. Again, I'm always behind on my chat, especially when I have a lot of people, like we have over 100 people in the chat tonight. So the thing I try to do is I be respectful of my chat. You're good enough to come here and watch me. You're good enough to come here and watch me and then post something in the chat as far as a comment or a question. So I think that means that you guys then earn the right on my part to have to answer and respond to every comment and chat in the chat. So I'm usually really far behind because of that, Can. But the good news is that I go 6-7 hours because I make sure I respond to everybody because of that. Hoodie, got to call a spade. Might be the end of an era. I think it is. I think it is, Hoodie. Ian C, I'm an Oregon kid going to college in Arizona, and it sucks getting teased so bad for how awful the Hawks are this season. Laughing my ass off. Yeah, I know. You got to take your shots, Ian, right? We all get it out and about a little bit, especially those that are out of the state, you know, but we'll get this turned around, man. Dark times are here, brighter times are up ahead. You know, and football things do turn around quicker. Charles Riley says, Brandon, I hope you're right. Me too, man. Me too. Mariah, they make it so difficult. Why can't we just get really good players for offense and defense? I think that's what every team, Mariah, is trying to do in the NFL, and it's a competitive sport. And it's a sport, Mariah, where there is more parity. There's more evenness between the talent throughout the sport than perhaps any sport out there, any of the major sports. And that's going to make it harder to get an edge and an advantage, especially for a team like this, Mariah, which at times throws away a little bit of the advantages they could have in the game. They do away with them a little bit. So that's sort of what sets you back on that. But this is football. It's tough. It's hard to do. You know, everybody's trying to make the right choices, the right decisions. And it's a very competitive sport. Lolo, I was too angry to look up Trey Brown's injury, but from what I know, is it bad? Yeah, it's bad. It's a tendon injury. It's the patella tendon. So I believe the patella tendon was, I don't know if it's the same. There's varying degrees of how bad it's torn, but the patella is the injury that, for instance, Jimmy Graham had, which set him back quite a bit and did rob him of a little bit of speed and athleticism. I hope that that's not going to become the case for Trey. What a great start he had to his career here, but just awful. And some of the reason why, Lolo, I was harping at the start of this show for us to change out that field turf and CenturyLink lumen and go back to natural grass. I really think that turf is just a death knell for some of our players when it comes to lower leg injuries. Mike Pete says, Pete's in denial. I agree with you. The Can says 3 first-round picks for Russ. This is the thing I don't understand, Can, and you're not the only person. There's been a few folks here that keep pushing back with me on the 3 first-round picks, where you look at this again from the standpoint of a wider, far-off approach. Because I think a lot of you are right now caught up in the performance level of Russell Wilson right now. And that it's got you guys kind of looking with a tunnel vision, and you're not really considering the full perspective of this at play. I've mentioned again before, there's never been in the history of the NFL a Hall of Fame quarterback traded in his prime in the NFL. Okay, so you folks that are saying there's no way we get 3 first-round picks, his value's been diminished now. All of that you're saying. Do you understand that that's the case, first off? Then the other thing is that do you really think that teams are going to make an assessment on Russ driving forward, and they're going to look at his play coming back off this injury too soon, and they're going to say, yeah, that's the rule of thumb going forward. His play with that broken finger on his throwing hand is what we can expect as far as a performance level going forward, and not the player you saw through the first 6 games who's playing some of the most efficient football of his entire career. Why do you guys think the front offices will look at it like that? Expand beyond your thoughts of just laughing at my take of 3 first-round picks and explain to me why not. Matt Stafford went for 2 first-round picks last year. A guy who has never won a playoff game, a guy who's not going to the Hall of Fame, was traded for 2 first-round picks last year. A guy who is a year older than Russell Wilson, a guy with more of an injury history than Russell Wilson currently even has with his finger. How does he get 2 first-round picks, but Russell Wilson somehow gets less than that? Walk me through this one. Walk me through this one like a child with a crayon, okay? If you're going to take the stance, just back up what you say to make me understand it, because I don't get this. Yeah, I can understand you being hesitant and disagreeing with me, but explain why. Teams are going to make their assessments, bro, on Russell Wilson now, on his play right now, with a new offensive scheme that he's learning for the first time, with a broken finger that's not working right, with an offensive line that can't pass protect. They're going to make their assessment of that. They're going to look at Russ and say, yeah, we got all that 10 years of data. We have last year where he played his best statistical season of his entire NFL career. We're throwing all of that out because of this couple game period with this bad broken finger. Huh? Cody Tozier. So we still have a playoff spot for the Seattle Seahawks, right? Hi, Cody. Good to see you on in here. Hard to see us getting into the playoffs at this point. CJ, Arizona Cards fans, good game, Hawks. Good game, CJ. Good game. As well as we had another Cardinals fan in here, Samuel Burke, who said y'all got whooped. We got beat up on pretty good in this game. You're right, my guy. By some of your backups at that. CJ says, I'm a Cardinals fan, but I have to admit Russ didn't play at his best, and hopefully he gets better. Yeah, he's definitely playing diminished right now, CJ, and I appreciate that, man. Welcome on in here, and good luck to you guys going forward this year. You know, you're a fan base that definitely has deserved to get a winner coming through there. The trophy case is empty. Maybe this is the year that it finally gets filled. Mike P says, a desperate Miami will give up the farm for Russ. Do they have any talent we want? Just picks only? We could get five or six picks from Miami. I think you'd probably want to lean more towards picks than players. Miami doesn't have a whole hell of a lot to throw your way. I don't think Xavier Howard makes a lot of sense. No, I think you're more going with picks with Miami as much as any team. Ninja Dragon, they can't run it back. Jody is going to have to make some unpleasant calls. Agreed, Ninja. We need Jody to insert herself in here as the owner. It is time. I understand why you had to stand back. I understand owning a football team is not your most important endeavor in your life right now, but nonetheless, you do own this team. And the responsibility is still on your shoulders as long as you do own this team. Lolo, is it honestly worth the pain and struggle to possibly beat the Vikings, 49ers, Washington, Saints, Panthers spot to get sent packing in the playoffs? So I'm never going to turn down a playoff opportunity, and I'm always going to say anything can happen in the playoffs. So I'm never going to be a guy that's going to vote for or hope for my team not to get in there. I can't operate in that fashion just because I'm down where the team's at. You never know what happens in the playoffs. Crazy stuff can go down. If this team went undefeated through the back half of the schedule, you know, there's going to be a lot of people in this chat that would be like, well, hey, we just got hot at the right time. You know, so you never know. But yeah, I'd love to see them still try to get into it. I just can't say, I can't be on board with not still trying to get there. Ninja Dragon says, I think it's time to fire Pete and trade Wilson. Ninja, you're not alone. Many folks have been in this chat, in this show today that are on that board, on point, ready to be in that stance. There's also a lot of people like myself that are still on, let's hold on to Russ. Let's build around Russ. Let's get an offensive head coach. Let's see how that goes. But again, you're not alone on that in thinking that way. Cody Tozier says, so do you think we have a playoff spot for the Seahawks at all? No, Cody, we don't. The team's not showed you that this is even a sub-playoff level team at this point in time. You have a tiebreaker situation that's at play between the Saints and the Vikings, which means that you have to be one game better than them, even above that, which seems even a taller task. I just can't see them getting there at this point in time. It's just, this isn't our year. Lolo says, so why did our defense go back to playing social distancing? It's almost like they don't like shutting down opposing offenses. That Green Bay game had me so excited, and now I'm depressed again. I wish I had a better explanation for you on that one, Lolo. I don't. You still have the soft zones off that first drive with Arizona where you're dropping everyone back deep into coverage and you instantly get a little bit worried because you go, wait a second, Colt McCoy doesn't have a big arm. He's not going to attack you down the football field. Why are you protecting against that then? But that's the direction they decided to go in this football game. It kind of defied explanation to me a little bit. You ended up opening up to the one strength Colt McCoy has in his game, which is semi-quick release, accurate on short passes. That's what you're opening up to now on him. That's what you're giving him. You're giving to the small strengths of his game. Now you're lending towards, and this is why, Lolo, Colt McCoy has now beat the brakes off you in 2 straight seasons on 2 different football teams. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate you, brother. I know there's multiple donations on the channel, and you're awesome for it. Says Brando, you have a lot of patience. I know we all dig you and them cats that show up intermediately. They like you and I trust them. Animals don't lie. Thank you, Charles. No, I don't think they lie. And yeah, my cats, these ones chose me long ago. There's no doubt about that. I am their human on that one. But thank you, man. Hey, I love doing this, Charles. It doesn't require a lot of patience when you love doing it. It's like I've told you guys, you say, why do you go so long? Why do you go so long? We're 6 hours and 15 minutes into the stream. You know what? I hit live on the stream. I blink. 4, 5, 6 hours go by. And they go by, and I know I get up in my feelings, and I get in my emotions, and I seem to get angry. But it's all just my passion. My anger can be misrepresented as passion right now. I'm a passionate man. Okay? Just ask all my ex-girlfriends, they'd tell you. All right? It's not a lack of passion that gets me into trouble. Okay? But I love doing it no matter how my emotions are stirred in whatever direction they're stirred. This is my passion, is football. I love it. I love this team. I love talking it with you guys. It doesn't make it hard for me at all. Mike P. Michigan has academic standards, so they have a huge disadvantage vis-a-vis the SEC. Harbaugh can't accept those SEC players with low academics. Mike P., phenomenal. I was searching for that earlier as far as an explanation for Harbaugh at Michigan and some of the difficulty in building that. And one of the reasons that does stand out to me, Mike, is that the University of Washington has to struggle with the same thing. They've got higher academic standards than you get at other colleges that can be major programs that are big college programs that play on the national scene. And that does put your arm behind your back a little bit as a head coach. You don't have 100% of the possible players to pick from across the country. And that does make it more difficult. It makes it more difficult to get it done. And Harbaugh's now doing this, by the way, at 2 different collegiate programs. 2 different collegiate programs, because Stanford's the same way. He was able to draw success. He was able to compete with the Carroll and the USC standards, which I'm sorry to you USC graduates, but they don't exactly have the highest of standards there at USC. And yet he was able to beat USC at that time. He was able to beat the UCLAs. He was able to beat the University of Washingtons. He was able to overcome that detriment that Harbaugh had to go with at that time at Stanford. And he's doing the same thing with Michigan. I think it is impressive. Dominic Guillen, Seahawks are garbage. You're not wrong, Dominic. Cody says, Cody's got the faith. He says the Seahawks are in the playoffs. Seahawks Gaming, Cam Newton running the Panthers offense like it's 2015. I think Russ can survive without Carroll, like how Cam is doing it without Rivera. I think he can as well. Zap916 says, I'm a huge 49er fan and I have no problem not watching the Niners when they're having a losing season. I don't blame folks at all. This is kind of a common denominator. I'll say with this, with it, like I don't like people telling fans how they have to enjoy their fandom. And I'm not going to be a hypocrite to say, you have to be a fan like this. You have to always be on watching them on the television, even when they're bad. If you're not, then you're not a true fan. Then you're a fair weather fan. Then you're a bandwagon fan. I would never say that about you, Zap916, as a 49er fan. I think every fan should be allowed to enjoy this sport how they see fit. How they see fit. And no other fan has any other right to tell you how to enjoy it. As long as you love the sport, you're good by me, brother. You know? And I don't expect people to also watch a bad product on the football field. That was hard football for you're watching that game today. That's tough football to watch. That is not an entertaining football game. It's probably entertaining if you're a Cardinal fan, but not if you're a Seahawks fan. You're watching a lack of execution. I'm not talking about beating the other team. I'm talking about execution. I'm talking about your players functionally running offense and defense. And they're not showing you that, which is going to make a lot of people turn off the channel, and understandable. George Rivera, haha. Dominic Guillen says, how do you feel about the Seahawks' future? Dominic, I think that the future is going to be filled with a lot of change going forward. And I think the most likely point of that change as we go forward is going to be a full rebuild. It's going to be beginning with Russell Wilson being traded, which is not what I wanted to see, but is what we're going to see, I think, nonetheless. I think we could see even more beyond that with Coach Carroll moving on, but it looks like it's going to be a full rebuild to some degree at this point. A rebuild, maybe not full rebuild, but a rebuild to some degree. We're going to see a lot of change going forward after the season, I think, Dominic. I believe we are. Cowboys are number one. Yes, sir. Hey, Brandon. Thank you for the show. Glad I got home in time today. Stay safe, everyone. Well, thank you. Cowboys are number one. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well tonight, my kind sir. Dominic Guillen, where do you see Seattle 4 years from now? I see Seattle in 4 years hoisting the second of back-to-back Super Bowl trophies as they've added their great young quarterback in 2023 after rebuilding an offensive line and team through 2022. But then I see by 2024, 2025, you then seeing that young quarterback on the back of the super team that you have built around him, a la what you did in 2013, getting back to those back-to-back Super Bowls and, dare I say, creating a new dynasty. I mean, you just asked. I mean, that just seems like the natural way this is going, you know? If I was just to say this is how it's logically going to play out. Mike P says, Eagles chat is brutal. This chat is mild compared to East Coast fans. They are brutal. I agree with you there. An East Coast chat is, though they go hard, man. They go hard. Dominic Guillen says, Russell Wilson never wanted to be here. They ran out the Legion of Boom. They had a dynasty. Russell Wilson never wanted to be here? What do you mean Russell Wilson never wanted to be here? I don't know what you mean by that, Dominic. Russell wanted to be here. Lolo, where was Darrell Taylor? From what I saw, he didn't get any snaps. Then again, I had to step away from the game. He got some snaps, just couldn't generate much pressure, Lolo, and hasn't the last couple of weeks. Kind of is what it is. Dr. XP, the people who are blaming Russ right now should think about all the poor drafting, free agent signings, and poor usage wasting most, if not all, of Wilson's prime. Yeah, I don't know if folks are wholeheartedly just putting it on Russ at this point. I think those are few and far between in those people that are that way. And certainly I would agree with you, Dr. XP. They didn't get the most out of Russell Wilson's prime. You know, and it's you had a chance to do that, to build the team around him, and you chose not to. You tried to rebuild your defense. You have a defensive head coach, defensive-minded head coach. It's very hard for those type of guys to transition to more of an offensive approach. But that was the way to go. This is what we've seen as far as older coaches making this transition, like Bill Belichick did, like Nick Saban did at Alabama. And unfortunately, Carroll got stuck in his ways and his approach. Standard champion, I for one loved the booing. Me too. Hold the team accountable. Hold them accountable. When they're not giving you a good product on the field, when they're giving you shit on the field as a product, boo them. Boo them, men. Standard says it's about damn time. Pete and Russ enjoying speaking to a soft media, but they have to reckon with tens of thousands of fans standing in the cold, booing them for the bad chef's kiss. Yeah, for the bad football. Yeah, I'm with it. Bad football, I'm glad they're hearing it. Because the media ain't going to do it. There's a whole bunch of people that are apologists all across the board for both of those two guys. No more apologists. And again, I put more of this on Pete. Somebody, Dr. XP, as you mentioned, it's on Russ. All of this is more on Pete for me, Dr. XP. And again, as I like to qualify throughout this stream, where I land at the end of this is that if we move forward, I move on from Pete. I move on from this general manager. I keep Russ. I grab an offensive-minded head coach to build around Russ. So this is me putting a little bit of criticism on Russ' shoulders, but not at the expense of necessarily wholeheartedly wanting to move on from Russ. It's that nuanced place. Dominic Guillen says, this is what happens when you force Russ to play. I don't think anybody forced Russ to play, Dominic. I think Russ had full say over this, and I think that Russ pushed to play. I think he pushed to play. I don't think Carroll was forcing him back out there. I think Russ wants to be out there. Hawks 808, sorry, but you can't expect... Hawks 808 says, sorry, but you can't expect to play off the run if you only run 16 times. Most of those times were decent runs as well. Defense Defenses know Russ doesn't run, while Russ also keeps ignoring the checks. I agree with you there, Hawksaway. He's definitely not taking his check down or short throws. That's part of the reason why I've been getting on Russ about his lack of acclimating to this new offensive scheme. Again, to take the head coach's words out of his mouth, 808, because this is literally what the head coach said. They asked him, they said, you only ran this much in that game 16 times. Would you have liked to have run it more? Hawks 808, Coach Carroll literally said, yes, I would have liked to have run it more. What he pointed to as to why they didn't run it more was not because literally the reporter asked him, is it because you would have wanted to see him run it more? And Carroll said, no, it's because we had to convert more third downs. The lack of running game in that game was not because you weren't committed to running the ball. It was because quite literally you weren't converting enough third downs. Your too many 3 and outs were going off the football field. Your own head coach said this, Hawkswaiter. This isn't my opinion on this. You can go watch the press conference of Carroll. He literally gets asked this question specifically, and there is a follow-up question in regards to it. So he himself says that this is the case. That's what he's pointing to as the reason there, that they didn't run more in that game. And you're going to have to convert third downs to be able to run the ball consistently. That's got to be it. And that means, unfortunately, that's going to be more often than throwing the ball. Dominic Ian, he's going to get hurt and he'll retire and force release. He's not going to force a release. He's going to probably force a trade, Dominic. But I don't think he's going to get hurt again. I don't think he'd go out there if he was going to re-injure himself worse at this point. Russell Mark says, get Russ out of here. Cons YT, I think the press conference that Pete had today is a sign that Pete now knows that his time is up. Well, it's what they say. The term I keep coming back to is the writing is on the wall. It's in big, thick marker in block letters. Cowboys are number 1. I think Wash isn't out of it. They can still win the division. Yeah, I don't know. Not with Chase Young. Not with Chase Young done. Chase Young eliminates that to me. I think even Montez Sweat's out. Ethan E says Russ to Minnesota or Tennessee. I don't see it. Not on either of those. Those have 2 defensive head coaches. He's trying to run like hell from a defensive-minded head coach. Why would he run right back into the arms of 2 defensive-minded head coaches? Collins YT, he realized that coaching isn't for him anymore, and he isn't any good. Could be, man, Cons. I mean, it is interesting to see him come out there and then not answer any questions and then just leave. That part was interesting. Yeah, and that certainly could be an indication of that. Lolo says, what made the Hawks roster so consistent when the Legion of Boom was here was Russ being on a rookie contract. It's much harder now, which is why having Jalen for a season would help that rebuild process. I think that's a factor into why that's hurt. I certainly pointed that as a factor in being a big impediment to getting to the Super Bowl and winning a Super Bowl, being that there's not been a quarterback who's making more than 15% of the salary cap who has won a Super Bowl in the last 40 years of football. Or 30 years of football. So that's been the rule of thumb. And Russ is making substantially more than 15% of the salary cap as it stands right now. I think that there's more that goes into addition than that, Lolo. I think that it does require, when you're paying that much to a quarterback, that you have to be perfect in your decision-making down the board at that point. And then when you start failing on a pretty big level down the board in your drafting, in your free agent signings beyond that, they really show up. They are very glaring at that point, much more so than they would be if you had the rookie quarterback and a little bit more room for error to get certain contracts bad. So, for instance, back in that Legion of Boom era, guess what? You gave out a horrific contract to Percy Harvin, right? Bad contract. Didn't get the performance out of that you should have. Gave up a lot of draft capital for that. But you could swallow that contract at that time to move on from him when you did merely a year after he had signed that contract extension because you had some room for error. But that's removed, to your point a little bit, when you do pay that contract. It's that much money to a quarterback. Zap 916, Seahawks should let their coach go and hire the coach's offensive coordinator. You're, of course, speaking to Eric Bieniemy, the former Heisman-winning running back for the Colorado Buffaloes. Oh, Nelly. Not the Colorado Buffaloes. He's going to be a guy that's going to be on the list. If Carroll gets moved on, he'll be brought in for an interview. No doubt about that. I would guess that Bieniemy would be one of those guys out there. I'm open to it a little bit, Zap. I'll be honest with you. There'll be other names that would probably have me a little more excited. And I'd probably want to go for a little bit more of a known quantity, known commodity than I would look for Eric Bieniemy. Russell Mark says, part of me feels bad for Pete because he knows it's time, but this has to happen. Get him out. It's where I stand with it too. I don't do this with celebration in my heart to say that it's time to go move on from Coach Carroll. It's time for something new. I don't. There's a part that that the end of this era of football, for as great as it started out in the early 2010s, is as hard and as clunky and as hurt and painful as it is to see it finish and end. That has been really tough. It's been tough on every fan. And I think some of the emotionality of the situation that's being driven here by the fans and the butting of heads of some fans is by having to face this mourning process, and not mourning like in the morning, but mourning like MOURNING, and then that's what's taking place here a little bit. And I do feel bad for Pete that it's had to go this way for him. It would have been much greater to see him still being able to ride out on a high, that he ends up leaving at 76 years old on the heels of a couple more Super Bowl wins. And he found that third gear to his career. And what a story that would have been written. What a story that would have been. But that's not the story we're watching. And we do all have at every point in time in our life to face reality. And it's no different for him as well. And he doesn't have to apologize to anyone. One of the greatest coaches of all time, a Hall of Famer in college, a Hall of Famer in the pros, a consistent winner, one of the great motivators of all time. Yeah. Jason Tudor, it is much like the end of the Homey era. So many people going, but we're winning the division. Who could be better? Why make the change? And then guess what? A couple years later, we have Pete. Well said, Jason. That's the little bit of pushback I tried to do too with when I'm pushing back on people to say, oh, be careful what you wish for once Pete goes. Be careful what I wish for Pete goes. You mean the prior 10 years where we won 4 or 5 division titles and got to a Super Bowl and would have won the Super Bowl if the refs didn't steal the game from us? Like, be careful to wish for that being the next era, But people forget things like that a little bit. And I don't think that you make good decision making when you operate from fear. That's when you make bad decisions, when you operate from fear, because you go to your reptilian mind. You go to that small place in your brain where you start to think from. That's a horrible place to operate from. Don't think about where things go wrong. Think about the good that can happen by making a change. But I do think that's a little bit of where people come from with it, Jason. Cons YT says, no way I'm listening while doing homework too, laughing my ass off. Taylor Walters says it's rebuild time. Taylor, we are with you on that. Many are on board with this at this point, no doubt about it. Obi-Wan says, what do you think about Carroll's presser? Was pissed off and left early, but came back later and apologized for leaving. It looks like he's going to leave after the season, whether we fire him or not. Well, in all honesty, Obi-Wan, I think to move on from Carroll at this point, I don't know that he gets fired. If he wants to remain, I think indeed he does remain because of the carte blanche of control that he has at this point, sitting where he sits in this organization. But I would hope that he can kind of see this storm for what it is, and that he is the man who's had the control to cause this situation to be what it is. When you have all that control, and when it all goes to hell, guess where the responsibility falls? On your shoulders. And rightfully so. Lolo says, although Metcalf didn't get both feet down, it was still a great effort to try to make the catch. Sidney Jones should have gotten that interception. Hawks couldn't get any breaks. Everything was called back. Yeah, it's a little bit Lolo, like I try to say, where I go, look, the Cardinals won this game. This is what I said last week, the Packers. You guys won the game. I'm not blaming it on the refs. I don't like blaming on the refs. There's only really one game in my Seahawks history where I have blamed it on the refs, and rightfully damn so. But look, we just couldn't get any calls going in our direction. That interception, it's a call that could go either way, but my opinion is if you're going to overturn that, it's got to be conclusive. And it wasn't conclusive. On the Hawk Metcalf catch, he made a great catch there on that trust throw, on that little bit of that fade route there. The problem I have with it is the uncalled interference by the defender there. He's holding, and you can still see a still shot on the play. Go watch it. He literally is holding down with both hands DK's off arm, so he can't get the other arm up to make the catch. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. So I didn't like the calls either, Lolo. I don't blame it on the officials, but boy, we just couldn't get a call go in our favor in this game. John Robinson says, not read options, RPOs. That's right, John. It's our RPO if it's out of the pistol, right? My bad. Charles Riley, another $5 donation, Charles. Thank you for all your kind donations to the channel tonight. I appreciate you. He says, no more RPOs. Russ is now the best Jake Heaps money can buy. Maybe so. I'm okay with no more RPOs, Charles. I don't think he can do snaps under center, though. So I think he has to be back there because it's the only way for him to be able to take the hike. Because they're not running any under center stuff with Russell right now. But Russ is now the best Gabe Heaps money can buy. Yeah, he's going to discount Heaps treatment. Mike P says, I'm still angry. Jack Patera drafted Steve Niehaus, a tackle, with our first pick in 1976. Yeah, it's understandable, man. It's a long time for that to be stuck in your craw, though. Cons YT, I'm excited for a rebuild, though. I think it is given that Pete is out, and I'm now on the trade Russ bandwagon. I'm tired of seeing the same results of games and seasons. Always disappointed at the end. I can't argue with the folk or someone like yourself that wants to see full wholesale change. That you're tired of the old, that you're tired of seeing the same thing play out, be it whether it's Carroll, be it whether it's Wilson, whether we can really pull those two apart as to where the fault and blame goes at this point. I'm okay with going in that direction. I would lean to keeping Russ, but I'm okay if we've got to go with full rebuild too. Alex Mark says, what would you do to fix the Hawks? Would you keep Russ, fire Pete, or clean house possibly? The direction I would go, Alex, would be that I would keep Russell Wilson. I would bring an offensive-minded head coach, so a Lincoln Riley type, Harbaugh type. We can go for a variety of different names as far as who that offensive guy-minded head coach would be that would come in. And then what I would do first and foremost, Alex, is I would build an awesome offensive line around Russell Wilson. Say nothing for getting him another playmaker on the outside. But that would be where I would really put the onus. And I would try to build this to being more of an offensive-minded approach for the team to build around Russ, their most important player. I would lean more towards an attacking defense. The best attacking defenses tend to be 3-4 attacking defenses. It would be a boom or bust type defense. It would be a defense that's trying to draw out big plays, but also makes its peace a little bit with giving up the big play. So I would go into that lane of things more. It would be more about moving on from Pete, more about moving on from even our general manager at this point, and keeping Russ. But again, I'm open to fully moving on in another direction. But you were asking, Alex, how I would go if I was in control, and that's how I would do it if I was in full control. Obi-Wan says, even as a person who loves their wide receivers and defensive backs talking trash, DK's got to turn it down a notch. Difference between getting in your opponent's head and getting in your own head. Well said, man. Well said. And yeah, I think DK's admitted that he's got to grow up a little bit. That's got to develop. That's got to get better with him. I'm not willing to move on from DK because of this one little issue he might have. I still love him a lot as a player, and he's in my plans going forward. Zap says it's all thumbs up. Awesome, Zap. Lolo, and we appreciate that you try your damnedest to read our comments, whether good, annoying, funny, or sad. Hey, man, you guys watch, it's the least I can do. You guys going to watch? I'm reading the comments, I love you guys for it. TJ says, this is just a blessing in disguise. We can make the playoffs and win the Super Bowl. # we can dream. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, TJ. I love your optimism, my man. Seahawks Gaming, watch is trade Russ for 3 first-rounders and break those into 10 third-rounders and call it a rebuild. There you go. Watch us. Sorry, that's what you're saying in Seahawks Gaming. He says, watch us trade Russ for 3 first-rounders and then Schneider do a Schneider move of trading those for 10 third-rounders. I could see Schneider doing it. I wouldn't put it past him. Zapped 916, is this the Seahawks' first losing season in a while? In 10 years, Zapped. In 10 years. Cowboys are number 1. Diamond in the roughs for us today after the loss was Micah looking like DeMarcus Ware. That's the diamond for your Hawks today. Yeah. And I called him. One of the things I thought about Micah Parsons was he was the best edge rusher in this draft, along with being the linebacker he was. He was really underrated. The Penn State just didn't use him in that capacity very much, but he has it in his bag to do it. It's part of the reason Cowboys are number 1. I related him to being like a Julian Peterson type coming out. That was my comp for Micah Parsons. But hey, you got a good team over there, your Cowboys. They're going to get something done. Did you guys lose? I didn't see that you guys lost. I was probably busy doing something. Did the Cowboys lose, really? Oh, my God. Wow. Oh, yeah, 19-9. Sorry, I didn't see that on that. Yeah, the Chiefs are starting to get moving here. Gosh, I can't believe you guys couldn't put up more than 9 points, though, on that Chiefs defense. That is interesting. I might go back and watch that game. Jason Duder says, I'm really interested in that field turf versus natural gas injuries. Where did you read one was better than the other? So let me just bring this up. I just did this as a quick Google search, but you can find the article somewhere more buried in there. But let me give you the gist of what the Google search says. Specifically, players have a 28% higher rate of non-contact lower extremity injuries when playing on artificial turf. Of those non-contacted injuries, players have a 32% higher chance of non-contact knee injuries on turf and a staggering 69% higher rate of non-contact foot ankle injuries on turf compared to grass. This is from the National Football League Players Association, by the way. So they've posted that in there. But again, just type into Google field turf versus natural grass, turf more injuries, and this will be the first thing that comes up for you. So it's very, very quick and easy to locate that. But the data is pretty stark in my opinion. Obi-Wan, how much value do you think we could get for Metcalf? I don't want to trade him, but it's a full rebuild. We might as well consider all options. Because the team that has to trade for Metcalf is going to have to pay him quite a bit of money. I don't think you're getting 2 first-round picks. You're probably getting a first and maybe a second, but more likely probably a first and a third-round pick for DK in a trade. A high first-round pick, granted, but that probably is just about all you're going to get. Lolo, where the hell is Kerry Hyder? He's a dude with plenty of talent. And what have Carroll Norton done with that talent? He's mainly playing as early down run defender because that's the best part of his game. Granted, he's not giving you the pass rush he gave even last year for the Niners, where he got 8.5 sacks. He's not getting the opportunities he got last year, the number of snaps as a pass rusher on the edge that he got last year. At times, we've had him as a pass rusher on the inside. He's a journeyman guy who had probably the best year of his career last year and got to cash in on it with the Seahawks. But really, at the end of the day, he's a run-stuffing defensive end who can give you a monochrome of pass rush. That is his game, basically. Danny McCormick says, Metcalf is literally 23 years old, bro. Has 10 years left of high-level football. Don't let him go, man. Danny, I'm not on board with this, so he is with me going forward. I signed him to the big extension. I do it happily. I pay him big time money. I have no problems with it. So I am not trading DK Metcalf. He's probably my favorite Seahawks player as it stands right now. So no, I would not be doing that. Lolo says, I'm not saying we won't get 3 first-round picks, but I was going with the grounded idea of 2 first-round picks to be realistic with a tight draft budget rebuild. We'll see how it goes with it, Lolo. Look, maybe that ends up being the case. But I do look at this with the history and say it's pretty straightforward. You're probably going to get 3 first, and it's not necessarily being your head in the stars to think that. It isn't. And I think it's kind of key in this deal because the 3 first-round picks, especially the 2 future first-round picks, help you for the 2023 draft and potentially moving up. That gives you that ammunition to move up in that particular draft to maybe even have almost your pick of the litter as far as quarterbacks go. Mariah says DK looks like he's 28. Taylor Walters, there's no way the Seahawks are making the playoffs. I agree, Taylor. I don't see any way that's happening. A fella can dream. I'm not going to knock TJ for dreaming, but I can't share that same dream at this point. I'm like a Morpheus in the Matrix. I once had a dream, and that dream is gone. Ninja Dragon, the Chicago deal only involved 2 first, a player, and maybe a second, and that was the last season. So, Ninja Dragon, no, it's not the case. It's not the case. The Seattle Seahawks were offered 3 first-round picks, Akeem Hicks and Fuller. I followed the situation very closely. Trust me, I have to report on it for the channel. So, the Chicago Bears offered 3 first-round picks. Seattle didn't accept it because Seattle felt like they needed to get the equivalent of 2 additional first-round picks in addition to those third-round picks because of the $38 million in dead money hit that they were going to have to swallow. A dead money hit that was going to be a record amount in NFL history. That's why the deal didn't get done. Zap916 says Joe Montana owns a weed delivery service. Nice, Joe. Nice. Audie Bell says every offseason move is in the toilet. Pretty much. Gerald Everett's been all right, Audie. Gerald's been all right, but I think it's just about every other one. You're right. Yeah. CJ, thank you for subscribing. I think I missed that on that. CJ, Arizona Cardinal fan. We welcome all fans from all teams in here. So thank you for being a new subscriber to the channel. Welcome aboard, my guy. And again, I do wish you guys, you Cardinals, the greatest of luck moving forward in the rest of this year. You know, long-suffering fan bases that haven't had a lot of winning and haven't say nothing of not having a Lombardi trophy. I feel for those fan bases, having once been a long-suffering one in that realm myself. CJ says, I just subscribed and wish the best for the Hawks in the future. Well, same is said to you guys over there in Cardinal land. And I must say, as far as we get 49er fans, Cardinal fans, Ram fans here in the chat, a lot of props to those fans inside our division here. This is a hard-fought division. This is a lot of rivalries, a lot of hard battles on the football field. But I have to say that the fans of all other teams that come in here, something like 90-95% of the time, are respectful, are intelligent, are willing to just engage with us in here and just have good, honest football chat and chatter. I really appreciate that about you guys and respect that about you guys. You know, you go up a couple notches in my perceivement of your fandoms than before, just in these interactions, because you guys are so cool. Audie Bell says they are 5-12 at the end. So a lot more closer, Audie, to see them at that level than it is to see him make some sort of weird, crazy, triumphant playoff run. So I could see it happening, man. There's not, or ma'am. I don't know, is Audie, either way. Zap916, what do you think about the Niners being 5-5? I think that the Niners have done a great job in reclaiming a bit of this season. Really, the cornerback situation for me with the Niners is where it went all wrong with them. You make the change this offseason going from a zone-based scheme to a man-based scheme, yet you don't go out there and get the corners to do it. You try to trust Jason Verrett, a guy who can't stay healthy any point in time during his whole career, albeit a very talented guy. You could see his injury coming. If you're going to switch from a zone to a man-based scheme, one of the first things you need to do is go out there and get the corners to get the job done. That's got to be the first thing you go out there and get done. The Niners didn't really do that. Javon Kinlaw's lack of development and then eventual injury really sunk you because you needed him to be the replacement for DeForest Buckner. But I think it says something to Shanahan's ability as a head coach that he's getting 5-5 out of this particular roster. Part of the reason why I've been a big backer of Shanahan, despite the fact that he's not been necessarily a terribly successful coach throughout his time there in San Francisco, is that I think that he has the hallmarks to become a great coach, and that he's finding his way and he's learning his way and he's a first-time coach, and that all is a process. Trey Lance was my second favorite quarterback out of the last draft class, and I scouted all these guys. I just liked his skill set. I especially liked his skill set with my Seahawks if we were going to end up moving Russell Wilson. I think it was a pick for the future, Zap, not a pick for the now. If you drafted the kid with New England, you were drafting for the season to go for it in the season, but you didn't do that. It was more for a move for the future, which I got to give the 49ers props on in making that pick. They went for the best guy for the long term. I do think if they stay in that pocket and they trust in Lance and let him develop, stay with Garoppolo this year, give him the year to develop and sit on the sideline, that you end up seeing a better Niner team down the road from it. And I think that this is still a dangerous Niner team as we move down the road. So I think Lance eventually becomes a pretty good quarterback for you guys. It might take a little bit of time for him to develop into that where you really get the returns on that. But I still like that kid a lot. I like him within the Niners offense. Shanahan's going to help him out quite a bit. And I like your guys' trajectory more for the future than this season, where you guys are heading. TJ says Carson is out, Penny is blah, and Collins is dealing with something, and we still haven't brought in anyone else at halfback. I said 6 weeks ago, TJ, it's time to put up the bat line. Time to put up the bat signal. Marshawn, come on. Come on down. Can't be any worse than any other guys on the street, can it? Can it be any other worse than any of the guys on the street right now? And at least we know he'll be on the field and available. You know, at least we know he's got some rapport with Russell. I know he's out of shape. I know he's been retired and all that, but we need a miracle. We need a miracle. Daniel Garcia, I'm with you on that one. Build around Russ and an offensive head coach. That's where I land on it, Daniel. I think that there's a very good chance that you could end up moving on from Russell, see some other team build around him in a way that you refused to do throughout his time here in Seattle, and you end up kicking yourself in your own butt going, man, why didn't we just do that? Why did we overthink this so much? We got a Hall of Fame quarterback, build around him, right? So yeah, it's where I land is the number one line to go at with this, in my opinion, because of that. And you know, he may fail within it. You may put an offensive line and we come to find Russ is topped out. It's a risk I'm taking, though. Mike P, great stream. Thank you, sir. Well, thank you for watching, Mike. I appreciate the kind words. And thanks for watching. E. Gibson, respect and love what Carroll has done, but the NFL is very forward-thinking. He hasn't adjusted. He probably has to step down. Sadly, I see Wilson moving on. I do too, E. Gibson. I see there being very much a scenario here where you potentially see it all the way around needing everything new. New general manager, new head coach, new quarterback. It's going to be a lot of turnover at that point. And man, that means a lot of work to be done. It's going to be a long time to kind of get back up. The more you've got to rebuild, the more you've got to replace. But it could go that direction. Cons YT, I want to keep Russ, but if he continues to play like he did today throughout the rest of the season, then maybe we should consider trading him. Hope that rust wears off soon. I think he's still dealing with the finger, Cons. You know, I mean, that's the thing where it makes it harder to assess his level of play. You've got him out there playing at way less than 100%. And I think that has got to be taken into account just a little bit. He was playing, like I was saying before, some of his most efficient football before he went down to his injury. Was it his most effective? No, but as he was learning a new offense on the fly, he was playing his most efficient football as a quarterback. I think that is saying something and does give me some hope as we move to the future when we have a fully healthy Russ. Audie Bell says Joe Montana is God. He is. He is godlike in his ability. One of those just odd kind of quarterbacks, and not the most super talented guy, but just devastating as a quarterback. And it wasn't just the talent that was surrounded around him. It wasn't just having Bill Walsh. It was just, he was such an amazingly, not just unique quarterback in his greatness, but just in something that goes beyond tangible skill, right? Something that you can't quite put your finger on in their greatness. Lolo, if we can keep Russ and turn him into an offensive heavy team that allows Russ to spread the ball out, I'd be down with that. That's what I'm advocating for. Khan says, also can't believe that we didn't adjust anything at halftime. Another reason to fire all the coaches. Agreed. And hasn't lack of adjustments been a very common denominator we've seen with this coaching staff throughout the last couple of years? A lack of an ability to adjust. Audie Bell says, I wish Montana delivered his weed in Seattle. You be buying it, Audie? Zap916 says, what do you think about Debo? I think Debo's having, if I'm not mistaken, Zap, he was on pace to break a lot of Jerry Rice's receiving records for single season receiving records this year. He's a guy when he came out of the draft that I saw in a lot of realms like an Anquan Bolden a little bit in that same kind of stance. And he's exceeded even what I thought he was going to be coming out of the draft. I thought he was a pretty safe wide receiver prospect coming out of the draft with the skill set he provided. I believe he had a hell of a like East-West Shrine game or whatever the deal that they sent him to, the All-Star game. He was just beating everybody. But look, he is the modern wide receiver and where the wide receiver position is going to, where the lines become blurred between running back and receiver. It becomes less about the differentiation between those skill sets and more about the blend of those skill sets. And specifically as it relates to the fly sweep and the bubble screen game. So Debo can do all of the receiving stuff you need a normal receiver to do, but then he's absolutely devastating with that aspect of things. Might be the toughest receiver in the league to take down in the open field as it stands right now. Might be one of the best yak guys in the league because of that. Probably runs the strongest of any wide receiver out there. You got to give him that. But I think he's going to be a great player for you now and moving into the future. I think you just got to get Brandon Ayuk on the other side of him to develop. And that's starting to slowly kind of come around just a little bit. Lola says, I'm sorry for being negative this time. There just isn't much to be happy about. No, this is a day to be negative. There's days to be positive. There's days to look forward. There's days to be happy. There's days to revel. And there's days to mourn. And this is a day where it is appropriate, in my opinion, Lolo, to be a little negative, to be real negative. I do believe that. And holy shit, Brandon, you were awesome, still streaming. I go hard. I go hard here. I don't know how to go soft in Euro. I don't know how to quit you. I don't know how to quit you. Lolo, of course I'm talking about football. Always be grateful for life. Of course, dude. Of course. Zapped. Nirvana's the best thing out of Washington. I was a little more Alice in Chains guy, a little more Pearl Jam guy at the time, but I loved them all. If you're a Washingtonian, you loved them all, basically. It just kind of, it's in your system, you know? Mike P, supply and demand. Russ is unique. He brings image, ability, and job security for management. Instant credibility is priceless. Well said, Mike. And that's my point with this to the folks, the naysayers that say there's no first-round picks. It's not just first-round picks on the talent you're receiving. It's not just on what he's been prior. It is on what you now give to your city. It is now the public relations win that you provide to your city. It is all of those things. So you've got to take that into account, why that's going to drive the value like it's going to drive it for Russell. On top of, there's going to be some desperate teams this year really looking for that type of quarterback win, be it a Denver, be it a Miami, be it a New York Giants. A lot more teams in the fray even this year than they were last year. Collins YT, I'm happy that I can watch another Seahawks fan that has the same passion for the team that I do. Always reassuring to watch your streams. Always gives me hope for the coming weeks. Well, that's what I hope I could do, is even in my negativity, is still provide some hope. To still say, look, I know I'm negative. I know I'm down on this team. I know I'm not really giving you guys a lot of light, but have some light nonetheless. Because to me, the thing that always comes down to this, Collins, is that the second that you can put your finger on the problem, you eventually will get yourself around to fixing it. Maybe us as the fans have been a little bit more up ahead of this than the coaching staff or Wilson or other people that have more of their finger on the control here. But they will eventually land where we're landing. They'll eventually get their way around to this. It might take them a little bit longer, but they will eventually get here. And I think that will just at that time, when it comes down, more validate us having this open-minded approach to our fandom and the way we look at things. And specifically holding above all else, above our biases, above our love of players, above our love of coaches, that we hold truth and honesty above all those things. Because that's how we get quicker to resolution. The more you cover it up, the longer it lasts in the bad. And Euro says Harbaugh definitely adapts. He's an adapter. Yeah. He's not hard-headed in his approach. Audie Bell, Jimi Hendrix. Can't forget Jimmy, man. Can't forget Jimmy. Jason Tudor, hell yeah, I'd be down for Harbaugh. I miss his angry flailing on the sidelines when the Niners didn't get a call. He had some epic, I'm not getting the right call reactions. There's nothing like a Harbaugh freak out. There's nothing like it. Danny, what gives you the idea Jody makes the correct head coaching hire? This is why firing John Schneider is just as important. Agreed, Danny. I'm on the John Schneider done with him as well point. I'm done with him as well. I don't think Jody Allen will not ever have that kind of control where she's going to come in and dictate who the next coach would be. It would be determined by the committee that she has set up above Coach Carroll. And that is going to be a risk. And they could definitely get that wrong. They could. So there's no guarantees here that you get it right by simply moving on at that point. But I don't think Jody's going to be the decision maker in that process. She'll go, okay, that's what you guys want to do, then I support you doing it and go do that. If you need to fire Coach Carroll and go to somebody else and Schneider too, go ahead and go do that. Audie Bell says, watching this was like watching 2009 or 2007. It felt a little like the Morrow season type games too in this one. Charles says, Brando, there's Niner fans in here that never heard about Roger Craig and Montana making it in the showers at Candlestick. No pun intended. Craig always ran with high legs and gave it high and hard. Oh, God. That's where their special chemistry came from, huh, Charles? That's where that seemingly innate connection between Craig and Montana was had. It was the connection off the field along with the connection on the field, if you know what I mean. CJ, Arizona Cardinals fan, says, well, Matt left 7 points to the board, but hopefully Seattle can win some games down the line. Maybe not playoff bound, but not a horrible team. Far from it. I don't know, man. We're getting pretty close to being a horrible team where we're standing right now. But I'm going to land with you and say that this, with the talent you have on this team, with having Russell Wilson at the quarterback, you're not to a horrible state, but you're getting kind of close. Zap916, I think the Seahawks are better than the record indicates. maybe keep everybody one more year and just draft the best available. I've been drinking some IPAs, by the way. It's just hard for us to take that stance, Zap. And the thing that comes with this is that these mistakes have been repeated over time. It's not just this year. We've seen the same things that have cost this team and hurt this team over the last couple of years. And so that's what makes it hard for us to want to ride with them going into the future, is what is to prevent those same mistakes from continuing to be made as we go forward. And that's more beyond anything else of why I land on it's time for change. There's nothing that indicates here to me that Carroll or any of them have it within themselves to fix this. They would have to have proven that to some degree, and it's no longer provable that you can overcome or fix the problems that are at play. CJ says, well, no trade will ever be as bad as the Texans made for us. Yeah, you guys got a hell of a call for that, and amazing on that part. They did you such a good favor. You got out from under David Johnson's contract with no real dead money hit, and then you get DeAndre Hopkins on the team just for like a second-round pick. A mind-blowing trade by the Cardinals, and such a huge boon for Kyler Murray to get a guy like Hopkins at that point. Amazing. Neuro says, I love the booing. It was deserved. It was deserved. Lolo, people saying that we're spoiled for winning, and this is a taste of fairness. I say BS. There's a reason the Lions are laughed at. Why would we want that for the Hawks? We're not known for losing. Yeah, I that's another thing too. It's like the fans will go, do you want to be the Lions? Do you want to be the Cincinnati Bengals? Like, I'm not. Why am I comparing myself to the bottom dregs? That's not who we are. And like we've talked about before, Lolo, the establishment of winning did not come with Coach Carroll. It came with Paul Allen buying the football team in '98. That is when you committed to winning, being a winning football team. When you bought a new stadium that was a legitimate stadium and not a concrete jungle. When you built a top-of-the-line training facility out there in Renton. That is when. And when you were willing to buy and spend on free agents. That is when you became a consistent winner. That was the time it happened. Zap916, this channel is therapeutic. The Eagles channel is toxic. Yeah, I always try. I know that you can quickly in this kind of business, Zap96, slide into toxicity really quickly, and I'm probably at times guilty of falling in those lines, especially when I get up in my feelings over certain losses. But we do try to keep a little balance as much as I can, just a bit. Audie Bell says, as a football fan calling the best quarterback of all time, Gay is pushing it, even if you hate the Niners. Well, he's got sons and stuff, so I think the guy's pretty... I know for a fact that Joe's hetero. So, Charles Riley says, Lolo, we have no reason to be in the position with the status of our players head coach have. This isn't performance of great minds. This isn't the performance of great minds. That's why it's so hard for us to downgrade ourselves to a laughingstock. Yeah. You're watching no advantages as far as outthinking the opponent. You're just trying to outperform as far as physically perform goes, but that means you're losing an advantage you could have in the chess match of football. And I think we can all agree that our coaching staff is not much of a chess match component there that they bring to play. In Utero says, Don Henley does the only Beatles cover that's better than the Beatles. I like Don Henley, but we got someone who's more of a Glenn Frey guy here. Who's the Glenn Frey guy? I thought I saw someone mentioning Glenn Frey. Kay says, the thing that upsets me was after Trey Brown went out, although he went out on a play that the wideout caught the ball, there seemed to be a major coverage drop-off. DJ was on the other side showing film to Sydney and explaining. Yeah, you're down to your third cornerback at that point, Kay. You're down to your third and your fourth on the outside. So when you get down to third and fourth cornerback, say nothing of, look, you start out the year with Trey Flowers, your cornerback. You say you're honestly down to your fifth and sixth cornerback. But you got Blasson Austin on one side and Sidney Jones out on the other. So most teams, when they get down to that point of being in the third and fourth cornerback, you're going to see a pretty stiff drop off in play at that point in time. Jamal, in his press conference, stated that some didn't know their job. I mean, Blasson Austin wasn't here through the whole offseason. You're down really to the thin point of your cornerback room. It's a little understandable if these guys don't always know exactly where they're supposed to be at that point. You know, you don't like to be that way if you're at a team at that spot. Mike B says the reason Jalen Hurts was overdrafted is the Eagles waited for the third round on Russ and missed out, so they took Jalen Hurts in the second round to avoid that sting. Well said, Mike. Certainly, I think of any team that was most hurt by passing on Russell Wilson and looked at the situation in retrospect and said we should have pulled that trigger. It is the Eagles above all that are saying that, especially as they look at it with Randy Reed was still here. We could have kept Andy Reid here and then look at the success Andy had moving on. And if he had Russell Wilson, what they could have gotten. I could understand Eagle fans looking at the situation like that. But yeah, I think Jalen Hurts was selected because of that. I think he was also selected because of just in general, because of Russell Wilson. Because Russell Wilson has had the success he has being at that size and that same kind of similar skill set to what Hurts was bringing. That made a lot of people get gaga for Hurts and have him overdrafted at that point. Kay says, grateful DJ is fine and should be fine, but losing Trey Brown, we do not have a competent replacement. Sidney got benched for rookie Trey, and we saw the lapse in coverage today with Trey out. Agreed. No more Trey Brown this year hurts. It hurts. And a big part of why your defense was turning it around, to your point on this, Kay, in recent weeks, had to do with your improved cornerback play over that span. Audie Bell says 12% of the salary cap, Russ makes about 17.5%. That's right. That's what I'm saying, Audie. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to say with that. Kay says, funny to me that Gerald seems to be wide open or making tough catches on every play like he's the only one Russ can see. He's a big dude, but they have built a nice connection. They have, man. He's really, since he's gotten back from the injury, especially, really working it to him, which is good to see, Kate. That should be part of what you see with this offense to a large degree. It's a West Coast offense, always has a good pass catching tight end within it when it's at least going right. Audie says, combine that with no production out of the top of the draft equals mediocrity. I agree. Kay says Gerald is such a nice dude. Him and Russ always next to each other and stretching. He's a good dude. Kay says Jamal's not the problem. He played fine. We have no rush, nothing. Colt ran all over this defense. Yeah, he's not the problem. Agreed with you. Agreed with you there. Audie Bez says, remember, Jody Allen has to attract the coaching talent. You do? I don't know if she has to attract the coaching talent. You have to make it an attractive place for a coach. And that is done. If you have a Hall of Fame quarterback, that might be attractive. If you're an organization that's committed to winning, if you're willing to pay that coach a lot of money, that could also bring a guy over, right? So there's a lot of things that can bring a coach into it beyond just necessarily recruiting, I would say. Kay says, petition to change the name back to CenturyLink. I would sign that petition, Kay. I don't like Lumen Field. CenturyLink was much better than the Clink I really liked. Pete has his hands in too much, I fear. I agree. Yeah, I think he does too. Mike Pete alluded he has never had these problems before, not even in New England. Strange and befuddled. He doesn't get it. I think he doesn't get it is something that you could apply to Pete in a large realm at this point. E. Gibson, Pete is a stubborn narcissist and hasn't made adjustments to a changing NFL, but bad drafting has also been a factor. Yeah, it's not just been one clear-cut thing. It's been a multitude of things. Part of the reason why so many are asking for change. It's not one correctable item. It is multiple items that are failing, that are broken, that have had bad decision-making applied to them. And no reason to believe that those people that have made that bad decisions are going to fix those decisions as we move forward. TJ Singh says, Super Bowl prediction. Goodness. My Super Bowl prediction will be... I'm going to give it to Tampa Bay at this point and think that they will get back there to the show. They're just a little bit better suited, I think, at this point where they're standing on things. In the AFC, AFC's really hard. AFC's really hard at this point. To me, it's between one of three teams. It's between the Ravens, the Bills, and the Chiefs, probably, as those three teams that would get it done. If I'm going to lean to one team above any else that gets it done, let me go with the Ravens. I just think Lamar's taken some steps forward at this point. Chiefs are still kind of scuttling through, and Buffalo has been way too inconsistent as a team across the board, really, for me to ride with them. And then if we're going to the Super Bowl, Tampa Bay and the Ravens, Ravens love to run that blitz-heavy stuff at Tom. Tom would slice and dice that blitz-heavy stuff up. Tom gets himself another Super Bowl. I don't say that with the happiness, but that would be my prediction. Mike P says Bieniemy has some huge baggage in his college background. It's violent and criminal. Hard to overcome as a head coach. Scrutiny is something he avoids as an offensive coordinator. I've heard about that. There's been some questions about Bieniemy, I think, in his time even at Colorado as a coach, and a lot of people point out to why can't he even get, when there is a head coaching available position with Colorado, why is Bieniemy not mentioned? And some people point back to that old scandal that he did go through at the time. I don't know how much truth there is not to that. There seemed to be some smoke to that particular fire. But I'm just in general, Bieniemy, just not quite sold on him in general as a head coach. I think I'd just like to go in a different direction. Audie Bell says Adams is going down as worse than Percy Harvin. I don't think he'd be in that stage of things. I mean, he set a record last year, Audie Bell, with having more sacks than any defensive backs had in a season in the history of the NFL. He's come back this year, and while he's not playing all world, I don't think he's playing horrible. I don't think he's playing bad football. M. Ways, all this hostility for Pete when Russell Wilson is overrated and has been for years. Well, let me just ask you this, M. Wasi. What is it that Coach Carroll does good right now? Does he draft well? Does he develop players well? Does he coach defense well? Does his invasion into the offense help this organization? Does him having so much power and control help things? Just point to me on telling me what it is exactly Russell Wilson or what Coach Carroll does well. As well as in ways, again, sometimes you can go straight to the horse's mouth on this stuff. Go straight to the horse's mouth. So we know actually what Coach Carroll thinks about this. Because Coach Carroll, as he was going through the period of losing games while Russell Wilson was out this season, said in a press conference, I've been here for a very long time. I wouldn't be here for a long time if not Russell Wilson. So if he thought Russell Wilson was overrated, if he thought he's the one carrying the day, why would he say something like that? He seems to be going against the very thing you seem to be saying, even though you yourself are trying to back up Coach Carroll. I don't know where you can take the stance of Russell Wilson is overrated when he has been carrying Pete Carroll through for the last 4 or 5 years. He has been the reason that you've been the team getting to the playoffs. He has been that reason, not Coach Carroll, not Coach Carroll's decision-making, not Coach Carroll's roster control, but Russell Wilson saving the day. Russell Wilson driving down the length of the field to win you football games at the end when your defense can get nothing done. The hostility for Pete Carroll is well-deserved, and it's been years in the coming. TJ, I feel like people are blowing this out of proportion. I mean, we did go 12-4 last year. The criticism on this stuff, TJ, goes beyond just going to the win-loss record of what you've gotten through the last few years. It goes beyond, it goes to how good of a football team are you really at the end of the day? And is that 12-4 record more of a mirage versus the team that you are out on that football field? And what we've seen over the last 5 and 6 years is that you can't top out past being a one-and-done football team. You can maybe get into the playoffs, you can maybe win one game, but you are not getting past that, meaning you're not really truly competing with the elite teams in the NFL. And is that what we're trying to do? Is the key, is what we're trying to accomplish here, TJ, is to be a consistent winner who's just a little bit better than average? Is that what we're all seeking as football fans? Or are we all trying to get to something better, pushing for conference championships, and dare I say, having a chance at a Super Bowl? That should be the goal of fandoms, in my opinion. That should be what we're really trying to look through the lens of. Not of, oh, well, we were consistently a really decent team. Last year, TJ, you were a team that, yes, won 12-4 and did go into the playoffs. And then you got the doors beat off of you in the playoffs by that division opponent, the Rams, who came into your house and beat you. You weren't that good of a football team. That 12-4 record was not indicative of a team that was dominant. And so it was more of a mirage, in my opinion. And it's not enough for us to be in that realm of things. Again, coming back to this, TJ, you've got 3 playoff wins in about 6 years here. That's not been a good team over 6 years. Are you the bottom rung? No. But are you a good team? No. There's a lot of other teams that you can point to through that last 5 and 6 years that have won more playoff games than us. Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Baltimore. I'm sure Pittsburgh probably has. Who else do we got? That's just in one. I'm trying to think of the other. The Saints have won more. The Packers have won more playoff games. These are playoff games. I'm not about regular season playoff games. So where are we trying to land, TJ? Are we trying to land in a little bit better than mediocrity? Or are we trying to land as a team that's really pushing to be one of the elite teams in the NFL? Mike P says, Bieniemy's still banned from the Colorado campus. Nice. Kay says, is his trade clause, he decides? Yeah, Russell Wilson has a no trade clause. So he would have some decision over the team he goes. Not wholly control over the decision he goes, but he would have some decision. He gives and says Wilson has a no trade clause in his contract, but if he wants to move on, Seattle will make it happen. I agree. I do agree. Hawks 808, dude, I appreciate the show. I may not comment much, but I watch it all the time. Great knowledge with lots of patience. Aloha. Well, thank you for watching 808. I appreciate you always hopping in the chat. Good to have you in here as well in that respect and to get the comments in there. But however you watch, whenever you watch, I really do appreciate it. And thank you so much for taking the time to check out the channel, man. I love doing this. You know that. I love it. But I appreciate that as well. Lola says, one piece that's obvious on fake turf is ACL tears. It happens way too much to be a coincidence. That's the one I gravitate towards more than anyone else. It's that ACL stuff. And yeah, you get on the turf more often than not. And again, the data is stark. 30%. 30%. That's a significant percentage of increase on this turf. Also, you can save money on not having to manage the grass. Again, I go to how much can it really cost significantly more to manage grass on a yearly basis? Again, when it's costing you your top football players, when it's costing you a good contingent of your football players every single season. Cowboys are number one. Brandon, sorry, man. I mean, what was the diamond in the rough for you? But Chiefs are a good team. What was the diamond in the rough for you? Oh, the diamond in the rough for me from this football game. Jesus Christ. Not a lot of diamond in the roughs from this football game. It's just a lot of roughs, a lot of cubic zirconias in this football game. Cowboys are number one. You know what I mean? A lot of husbands selling their wives on the big size of that diamond, but maybe not the realism of that diamond, if you know what I mean. Bright spot. My gosh. I'm going to go with Bobby Wagner. If I got to point to one, Cowboys are number one. Another double-digit day for him in tackles. He's already crossed the 100-tackle threshold mark. I've been mentioning Cowboys are number one, that he's starting to vault his way up the all-time list of middle linebackers in NFL history. He's going to be darn near close to 200 tackles on the season. And while he's not as good as he once was in coverage, he's still pretty good in coverage overall. And he's going to probably be an all-pro this year at the middle linebacker position again. That part to me just stood out to me. I did not expect Bobby to still be able to perform at this level at his age, where he's at and how many games he's played. But indeed, he is doing that. So it's hard for me to come up with that rough diamond in the rough, but that would be my one. Chiefs are a good team. First one since Tampa. I'm telling you what I always said, we need an elite quarterback. You guys are stuck for a while with Dak Prescott, so it's just going to be what it is with that. But don't you get DeMarcus Lawrence back at some point here? I mean, if Lawrence comes back, and you've got Parsons going like he is, that could be a big help to your team at that time. Especially when you get La'el Collins starting to play right at the right tackle position, and the health rounds out right with Tyron Smith and all that at left tackle. You guys could kind of find your way a bit here, and I'm telling you, the way you guys are playing this season has been impressive. Cool Breeze says, give me 2 reasons DK wants to stay, even if you offer the max if Russ is gone. The guy's not yet made a lot of money in this game. You have a team offering you money and offering you a huge amount of money, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of $100 million and somewhere in the neighborhood of $40 to $50 million guaranteed. You also have a team at that time, Cool Breeze, that has 3 club year control over you. So they can put another restricted tag on you next year, keeping you on an exclusive rights deal under their banner at that point to where you'll make a couple million next year. And then you'll be on a franchise tag for the next 2 years. So as I always like to say with this type of thing, Cool Breeze, contracts are dictated by what? One thing alone. One thing alone drives contracts. It doesn't matter whether it's sports, doesn't matter whether you're signing for a car, doesn't matter what it is. One thing and one thing alone drives contract negotiations. Leverage. Leverage. So when you have 3 relatively cheap years of club control on a given player versus offering him $50 million of guaranteed salary and a $100 million deal, why would he want to stay if Russ goes? There you go. There you go. He doesn't have the same kind of control that necessarily Russell does in this situation. And as Megan says, she just got his the DK jersey, so he can't go anywhere. Charles Riley, the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate it. Responding to Audie Bell. Audie Bell seems so. The only thing crazier than Pete is Brando entertaining us folks on these streams for long spells. Brando is the best. Thank you so much, Charles. I appreciate the donation, sir. Very kind of you to do so much donating to the channel. You're I'm very appreciative of it. So thank you so much. And yeah, I love entertaining you guys. You know I do. I love to entertain. Even if I got to go 7 hours. If it's got to bring out walking, I'm going to talk for all night. Even if it's about a loss. I don't care. I don't care. I do what I got to do. That's how I do what I do. All the time. Football, Seahawks. Love it. NFL. All the time. Alex D509, I hope the Seahawks invest in some offensive linemen and pass rushers big time. I'm with it, man. I'll say it like I said last offseason, Alex. Offensive line is my priority number 1 by a wide margin in what we want to, and what we need to address this offseason. Jason Tudor, last year's potential trade to Chicago for Wilson, I was under the impression John met the Chicago general manager and then took the trade back to Pete, who nixed it. You are correct in that assumption, Jason. So he did get it was actually they went to Trey Lance's pro day at Dakota. The Chicago Bears provided their offer to Schneider. They actually slept on it on a night, reportedly, Jason. So we didn't just come back with a quick no, but we sat on it for a night and then came back with a no the next day. But there indeed was that offer on the table. Alex Marks, bring Kellen Moore to Seattle. Dude is really smart. I think he would be a great head coach. He would be one of my top candidates out there, Alex. I think he would make a lot of sense as a guy, especially if you're able to keep Russell Wilson in tow. Chad Kwan, Brando, your football knowledge is really appreciated. Well, thank you, Chad. I appreciate you watching, my guy. So you watch, I will drop the knowledge, my man. You keep watching, I'm dropping knowledge. So I love doing this, and I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Megan, Brando, thanks for making me feel better. Still shaken by what happened, but knowing you and my fellow chatters and 12s have my back means so much. So thank you. Megan, you know I got your back always on this stuff, and I ain't putting up with that stuff. You want to come at me? You want to tear me down? You want to say, what right do you have to speak? How much football have you played? What pro background do you have to talk about anything? I'll take those slings and arrows. I'll suffer that. I'll go, okay, fine. Have your opinion on that, so be it. But you go after my people. You go after my fellow 12th man fan. I don't care if you are a 12th man doing it. You're in the wrong at that point. And you better believe I'm going to call on you. And she had no right to do that in the chat with what she said on it. It's the thing that is, as we've gone through this season, above watching this team lose, the thing that is getting more stuck in my craw than anything else is watching my fellow Seahawks 12s, my fellow 12th man, telling his other fellow fandom how they have to enjoy their fandom, how they have to go about their fandom, how they are not allowed to criticize Carroll or criticize Russell Wilson. They need to get off their high horse. They really do. And they got no leg to stand on. And they're just going to look more and more silly in retrospect by taking this stance, frankly. Mike P says 49ers should have taken Kyle Pitts and traded down for Mac Jones. What were they panicked for? I don't think that they thought Mac Jones was going to last as deep as he did necessarily. I do think that there were some great internal discussions with the 49ers as to whether they're going to go with Mac Jones or Trey Lance. And I don't think it was clear-cut Trey Lance at all times. You've got to have a trade partner willing to trade back. I don't know if that would have been the case necessarily, because we do know that once you got to that third position of quarterback, it wasn't as straightforward as it was. We knew it was going to go Trevor Lawrence, and then we knew it was going to go Zach Wilson. So we didn't know who was going to be the next guy taken behind that. Does taking Kyle Pitts help the Niners for this season and maybe tap them into a different level this year of good play? Yeah. The thing you have to remember with that, though, then is that they're then basically taking a receiver in back-to-back years if you're the Niners at that point, because you just took Brandon Ayuk a year ago. The other thing to consider with Kyle Pitts is he's really a tight end. I know he can play some wide receiver, but he's a tight end. You already have George Kittle there. So now where are you putting Kyle? Is he your second tight end? Is he your third wide receiver behind Brandon Ayuk? I don't know if the fit would make as much sense, especially, Mike, for a team that doesn't throw the ball that often, that wants to run the ball so much. Mike B says Trey Lance is timid like Jordan Love and no touch a project. I do think he is. I do think that he needs some development. I do think also, Mike P, he's one of the youngest quarterbacks to enter this league in recent years, and that he dominated the competition at 19 years old and then sat out a whole college season before he first got to play with the Niners this year as a really rough, raw rookie. We'll see with him if he has the touch. I think that that's a valid critique of him, decision-making, valid critique of him, absolutely. I do think Lance has way more upside than Jordan Love. And Jordan Love, if I'm not mistaken, was much older prospect coming out than what Trey Lance was coming out. I also think Trey Lance has an incredible amount more mobility than Jordan Love has to his game. I also think Trey Lance has a much bigger arm than Jordan Love. Who everybody tried to tell us that Jordan Love was like Mahomes. I didn't see it. I've not seen it with him in the Packer uniform at any point in time. Jordan Love showing the ability to really sling that rock and spin it like they were telling us he was able to do when he was being drafted. Chad Kwan says, I saw Wilson speak post-game. I believe that Wilson is lacking sleep. Well, that's always been a thing that I've worried about with him when he talks about needing only 4 or 5 hours of sleep a night. No, you need 8 hours of sleep a night. And I've always thought that's a little silly that he tries to get by on that bare minimum when it is so vital and valuable to a pro athlete. And many pro athletes speak to that. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's not sleeping great with all he's got to kind of turn over in his mind. Danny says, man, trade Russ to Denver for Patrick Surtain, Javonte Williams, Chubb, and a first. Laughing out loud, man, can only wish. Denver would be interested too. Denver would be interested in the deal. It would take about that amount to get it done. Those are some interesting guys that you place in there, though. I like those players, man. I like all those guys. Thank you, Megan, for the $5 donation. Says, thanks for making me feel better. Still shaken by what happened, but knowing you and my fellow chatters and 12s have my back means so much. Thank you. It's great to see the chat have your back as well, Megan. You know we got your chat. You're here for life now. You're a 12 for life now. You are one of us. I don't care where you're born. I don't care what country you are. You claim a 12, you are a 12, and nobody's going to tell you differently. Not in my chat. Not today, not tomorrow, not anytime soon. And if they do, they're going to get flamed. Not just by me, but by the rest of the chat. You better believe it. Audie Bell says Frank Gore is about to try boxing. That's right. Frank Gore's the undercard in the Jake Paul fight or something, right? What a weird world we live in. Bob Money, you think Russell gets traded this year? I do, Bob. I think the likelihood is Russell is moved this offseason and that he asks to be moved this offseason. Roadhouse, if Brady and Montana had a kid, it would be LeBron. Yeah, that sounds right. I guess I could go with that. Brady and Montana had a kid. I trust together quite a vision. Charles Riley with the $5 donation. Thank you for Charles and Megan just coming with the hot donations tonight. Thank you so much. Brando, Megan is a 12, but isolated in the land down under and frequently shaken by social media interactions questioning her devotion. Any advice? Do what I do, Megan. Don't listen to the haters. You know, I don't listen to the haters. There are always going to be the haters. You know what I mean? There's always going to be haters. There's always going to be the people that get it all emotional when people are being honest and truthful. Whenever you see honest and truth, you're always going to see a bunch of people butthurt, or at least you'll see a little collection of butthurt people over on the side. Pay them no mind. They are a small contingent. They are the vast minority. The majority want truth. The human ear wants truth. The human ear, whether it's bad, good, or indifferent, wants to hear what is the honesty of the situation. And when you're being dishonest or disingenuous, the ear, the subconscious, picks up on it. It does. That's why I gravitated to it so hard, is I think it holds such value to whatever the discussion may be. But appreciate that, Charles. And Megan, Megan, keep the faith. I don't see no Willow in here ever before. She just comes in here to tell people how to be a fan. Don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out. Don't be telling my people how to be fans. Not in here. You can go do that at somebody else's channel, not this channel. Not tonight. Not after what we just went through today, Megan. Hell no. Roadhouse says, I saw Brady, damn good, well, much better. I do think Brady's the GOAT. I think he's earned that stripe, Roadhouse. So I do agree with you on that. I do agree. Audie Bell says, yes, Brady's the GOAT. Montana was the most dominant. You can make that. I can understand that. And look, man, every Super Bowl he went to, he won. And hard to look away from that, you know. Brylight, how come Seahawks fans only hold up signs when they play the Cardinals at home? I don't know. I'd never noticed that before. No, not sure. Maybe whether they're, I don't know. I think we have a lot of Seattle fans that are in Arizona and that they get really hyped about the fact they get to go see their team live at that time. And so in their hypeness, it's really a big day. So get the signs out, get the face paint on, all that stuff. Mike B says, think big. Russ and DK for Trevor Lawrence and some O-line help. No, they don't have a whole lot of offensive line help to give. Russ and DK for Trevor. I wouldn't be able to do that deal, Mike, because the next quarterback I bring in, and look, I love Trevor Lawrence's talent, but the next quarterback I bring in, I've got to build up the offensive line first and then get my quarterback. I bring Trevor in to this offensive line, he's get the hell beat out of him if I made that kind of trade. Kay says Sean Payton feels like he's been around forever. He does. He does. One of the longest coaches out there. Him and Tomlin have been around for years at their places, man. Years. Debbie Cormick, love the idea of Louis Riddick. Players respect players. Would make us very interesting for every free agent available. I like Louis, and he's got a history, I think, in this. Doesn't he have a little bit of a history with the Seahawks front office? Former scout or something with the Seahawks front office. So he also, I think, has a little bit of history with Seattle in addition. So you've got a little bit of a connection there. I think he served under John Schneider, if I'm not mistaken. Roadhouse is Lakers. Are you a big Lakers fan, Roadhouse? Lakers. Lolo, I'm heading out, man. Thanks for the stream. Take care. We'll see how things go. See you next time. See you next time, Lolo. You have a great night, man. Bright Light, good game. Look forward to week 17. Good luck the rest of the season. Bright Light, your Cardinals played a great game. I wish you guys the best of luck. You certainly look like you got this division on lock when you look at the rest of the schedule and some of the reinforcements you're getting back added to your ranks eventually. But it was a good game today. You beat us today. Maybe we can get the best of you in week 17, though. Hell, you might just be rusting a whole bunch of people because already the playoff seeding might be already kind of cooked by that point. Sencal says 49ers. What's up, Sencal? Charles Riley says, Brando, I know Don Fry is great. That said, I'm a Glenn Fry fella. You belong to the city. You belong to the city. You belong to the night. Don Henley would sound like a Niners fan singing that. Hey, I like Fry too, so don't get me wrong. I like me some Fry as well. There's something about Henley that just, it's kind of special with him. He's got a couple of songs, just that voice is that signature voice. But Fry's good too, man. I ain't gonna hate on Fry. Hell, I even like, I'm even a big, who's the crazy guitarist? He's got the big nose and he's got the big alcoholic nose. I like that guy, man. I mean, he's kind of almost, in a lot of ways, what made the Eagles with those guitar riffs. Megan says the Ravens by far for mine. You got the Ravens going forward? Yeah, I could see it. It seems like with Lamar's development as a quarterback this year and throwing the ball, that might be enough to finally get them past where they've been really hamstrung come playoff time, and specifically teams trying to force them to throw and them not being able to throw. Mike P says Colts destroyed the Bills today. Super Bowl dark horse. Boy, you look at the pass rush, you look at the secondary with them, and you go, how did they get that done? But they do have one of the best, if not the best, offensive lines in the game, with Fisher starting to round back into shape for them. Maybe they got a chance. That'd be crazy. It'd be insane. Sencal says the 49ers are dark horse too. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here. Let's not get the Niner before the cart. Pete Carroll's lost the locker rooms and says Sencal. I agree. It's getting to look like that point, isn't it? Mariah C., when is Tom Brady going to retire? He's going to retire in 2033. Yeah. But just because he gets tired of playing the sport, not because he stops dominating and winning. Charles Riley, another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. I love you, man. Appreciate you. You're awesome. It says making the playoffs equals Don Henley. Super Bowl equals Glenn Fry level. I love it, man. Well, here's to a Glenn Fry season next year, huh? Mike P. Bunting was good today, and Gerald Everett, no turnovers, only 2 penalties. Was some positives. I like it, Mike. Hey, that's a little positives. Like I said, I think Mike Dixon's been our MVP this year, and if it was ever in question coming into this year, if Dixon has been the best punter in Seahawks history, he has now firmly established himself as the best punter in Seahawks history. Rick, tootin' bootin', move on over. John, Gingerbread, Ryan, move on over. To borrow Charles Riley, there's a new kid in town. See what I just did there, Charles? See what I just did there, Charles? Huh? A little wink and a nod to you on that one, huh? Ninja Dragon. Gino was playing better than this. Enough said. I know he's injured, but this is the last week I'm going to concede that. Hopefully Wilson can play like a $35 million quarterback these last 7 games. Yeah, I agree with you. I said last week Gino should have been playing. I say this week Gino should be playing. Really, it comes down to this for me, Ninja. You brought in Shane Waldron. Shane Waldron comes from the Rams offense. The Rams offense over the last 2 years has run more under center offense than any other offense in the entire NFL. You go grab that coordinator who's learned under the tutelage of McVay that offense, and then now you're going to have your quarterback come out, and because he can't take snaps under center with his finger, you're going to throw out half of that offensive playbook and then still expect to be successful. Still expect to go out there and put points on the board. How? I agree. Made no sense to run him back out there, and he should be sitting next week. Daniel W. People keep saying Pete will step down, but don't realize he wants to set his son up. If he steps down, his son and Ken Norton lose their jobs, and he will stay just to keep his loved ones secured. I just lost the thing. Sorry, I was reading something and I lost it here. To the city, you belong to the night. Daniel. But Daniel said, we have to keep the Giants watch now to see how they end up because that is who we are trading him to this offseason. Daniel Jones plus 3 first-rounders. Hope we sign Saquon Barkley in free agency too. That would be the first team that jumps out to me, Daniel. And you might be right on that. I've been a little bit hesitant to believe that Pete would be willing to step down. I think that his sense of optimism and always seeing the glass as half full will make him believe that he can turn this around, even moving on from Russ, even potentially with the impetus being that he's able to move on from Russ and get out from under his contract and thus build up his team exactly as he'd like to see fit without having to put so many assets into the quarterback position. I could see it going that way 100%. Flags Habit says, get Frank Gore in the ring with Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker's a beast, man. He's going to have a good 30, even though he's 15, 20. That's actually a good fight. He's got 20 pounds on Gore, but then Gore's got a little bit of youth on his side. Consumer says, Roger Federer sleeps 12 hours a day. Yeah, I think as an athlete, you have to lean more to sleeping more than sleeping less. Your body needs to recover. Your body recovers at its best when you're sleeping. This seems pretty straightforward. And one thing that with Russ, when he talks about that, I wonder, what is this just all you talk on your standpoint or what you really truly believe? And how is it with all the experts you have around you advising you how to get your best, most elite performance level out of you on a weekly, yearly basis, they are not in your ear saying sleep more. This has got to be the bedrock of your training program. I don't understand that either. Nolan R. Vance coming in with a fat $20 donation off the top of the stream, 7.5 hours in. Nolan R. Vance doesn't care. He's coming in hot. Thank you, Nolan. I appreciate you. He says, hey, Brando, cheers to your impeccable work ethic. Happy to be ringing in my 44th year with you fine people. Go Hawks. Nolan, you have a happy 44th birthday. I hope it is a great one, my friend. I'm looking down the barrel of that one myself next year. So it's on its way for myself included. But I love doing these streams, man. It's been another awesome stream today. It's been hard with, I know, what we're dealing with in this loss. But I love talking Seahawks shop with my people. I love it. Daniel W. says, I wish we had Mac Jones. He's looking nice. I know you don't like him because you're being stuck in your pre-draft analysis. But his ceiling is Peyton Manning. Once he learns to read NFL defenses, watch out. We'll see with him, man. We'll see. And certainly a little bit of where I stand with him has to be locked into some of my pre-draft analysis. Certainly a little bit of this has to do as well with, I think his success comes from Daniel. He went to the exact perfect, absolute right team for him to go to. I think of 32 NFL teams in the league, he went to the absolute right one for him beyond any other one. But the one that was going to build an offense around him in the exact right way to get the most out of his skill set. So I think that the little bit of the success with Mac Jones has to do with the fact as well as you have a goal of the 4 quarterbacks who came into this. And I think Daniel, even in my assessment of him and being down on him and the player that you're going to get, because in my assessment of him, Daniel, I said, you're getting basically Kirk Cousins, right? I said Kirk Cousins without the big arm down the football field, but you're basically getting a Kirk Cousins type. But I also said within that he's going to hit his floor quicker than the other quarterbacks. So to see, of all the 4 quarterbacks we're talking about, Trey Lance, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, and Mac Jones, right? Of all those quarterbacks, Mac Jones went to by far the best team. Mac Jones went to by far the best offensive line. Mac Jones went by far to the best offensive attack of any of those teams. Mac Jones went to the best, most filled out offense with really the most parts and pieces to it as far as on that offensive side of the ball when you consider the tight ends, consider the offensive line. The receivers are all right. They're not great, but they're all right. When you put that all together, that's sort of leading to some of the success that he's experiencing. I also, though, do believe within that, Daniel, that you're seeing the top end out of what you're going to see with Mac Jones. I don't know if there's a more of a ceiling above that you're speaking to that exists. My opinion on that. But this is the fun part of football, Daniel. We'll see long-term how it all plays out. I do think as well, bringing him here to Seattle, Carroll would never have run the type of offense that the Patriots are running. And you have to run that type of offense to get the most out of Mac Jones. Okay, who would have thought Jared Goff and Russell Wilson are the bottom 2 quarterbacks? I know. I maybe you could have made the guess on Jared, but not on Russell. Megan says, well, that, Brando, and I'm a huge Edgar Allan Poe fan. Hashtag think about it. I like me some Edgar Allan Poe, too. Craziest story for me on Edgar Allan Poe was not even his known works. It's not, the craziest thing is his little psychic thing with the, he wrote a story about, when he's writing the story about the 4 sailors or whatever, that he writes a book about 4 sailors that become, their ship sinks, so they're on a lifeboat, and then they're not found, and then they have to resort to cannibalism, and they kill one of the survivors, and that survivor's name was like Richard something or other, a very specific name, like, you know, not a generic, but very, Richard Parker, I think was the name. And he writes this book, and then 10 years or something like that after Edgar Allan Poe wrote this book, sailors went down in a ship. A ship was wrecked. It went down. A couple of survivors went onto the life raft. The survivors survived for a good amount of time. They got hungry. They then decided that they were going to cannibalize one of them. They cannibalized one of those guys. They got back to the mainland. They retold their tale. The guy that was cannibalized, his name was Richard Parker. One of the more absolutely like send the, get the hairs on the back of your neck to stand up. Edgar wrote that book prior to that happening. He essentially is predicting what then played out. Crazy. TJ Singh says 7 hours is a new record. I think 9 hours is my record. I think 9 hours is as long as I've ever gone. And that's on my draft extravaganzas. I'm not making 9 hours a day, folks. I'm not making it. I got to work. I got stuff to do tomorrow. I got to work tomorrow. Mike P says the Seahawks are favored by 2.5 over Washington football team. Monday night football, will you come on post game? Yeah, well, I'll be doing a post game on all my stuff, so you better believe it. Oh, Monday night football for tomorrow? For tomorrow? And I only think we're favored because you got Chase Young out, and then I think you also have Montez Sweat out in that particular game, which is probably why we are favored. Those are the two most important defensive players for the Washington football team. Maybe John Allen's number 2, but he's right there with Montez Sweat. So that's probably why they have him as a 2.5 point, even though, again, we are on the road, which is odd. That's a little strange. But are we Monday Night Football tomorrow? Next week? Is that the truth? Are we? We might be. I haven't been paying close attention on it. So let's see here. Week 12. Oh, yeah, we are Monday Night Football. So, yeah, Mike P, we'll be a late night stream next week. But I'll be going live as soon as the game's over with. You better believe it. You better believe it. You better believe it, brother. Charles Riley, I appreciate that, Brando. Go to bed, brother. I'll be heading to bed soon. Hey, thank you for all the donations on the channel, man. I appreciate it. TJ says 538 gives us a 4% playoff chance. More than I thought. Yeah, it's that old Jim Carrey out of Dumb and Dumber, right, TJ? So you're telling me there's a chance. You know? Hey, there's a chance. And look, you should at the end of the day, I know I've knocked it a little bit, but you should at the end of the day be able to beat Detroit, Chicago, and Houston. So this really does come down to you going perfect through the rest of your schedule. Unfortunately, that means going perfect through the rest of your division schedule and this Washington football game on Monday night, which is a pretty tall task. But a possible task? Yeah, it's possible. Uphill? Yeah. Uphill at like a 90-degree incline? Yeah. Uphill at a 90-degree incline, having to go over the top of boulders, needing your off-road? Yeah. All that. Going uphill over rocks with ice? Yeah. Going uphill over rocks with black ice? Yeah. But still possible. Still within the realm of possibility. Charles Riley, you belong to the city. You belong to the city. You belong to the night. Living in a river of darkness beneath the neon light. It's a good song. Megan says, I know the story. It gave me chills when my grandmother told me the story. That's one of those moments where even the most ardent folks that say there's nothing odd to the world, there's nothing beyond the physical world that we can see. When you hear a story like that, you go, how do you explain that? How do you explain that one, though? How do you explain that one? And it should give you chills. When I heard that one, I was like, that can't be. There's no way that that's true. Then you look at him and go, God. And on top of all the other stuff Edgar did, on top of all of his beautiful works that he wrote, he's just got that little story sitting there in his little nugget as well. Brian Barajas, I see Russ post one more damn ad on his Instagram. Someone's got to grab his phone and throw it, laughing out loud. There's a time and a place, right, Brian? Take the temperature of the room. You know what I mean? Yeah. Look, this is where a lot of this has been driven with some of those folks that are a little done with Russ, and I get where they're coming from. I've not landed there yet myself, but I get where you're coming from. You're tired of the talk of legacy. You're tired of the talk of brand. You're tired of the Instagram posts and all of the, hey, we're going to go to Rome and have a photographer follow us around while I take my pictures. And this, it's now about the superstar rather than the quarterback. And some of that does get a little bit, that wears thin on some folks at times. I get it. You're a man of the street. I'm going to go listen to that song after this, Charles. I'm going to YouTube, but that's the first song I'm putting on. I'm going to be tapping my toe to it. Kay says 49ers have a better chance of a wild card. They have a better chance than us, Kay. Yeah. They're playing better than us. Hell, they took it to the Rams last week. They played with a sense of urgency. They played like they're trying to fight for their season. We haven't shown that same kind of effort. Megan says, my birthday is in 8 days. Can't wait to share it with a decent 12s. Yes, my birthday is the Wednesday, and the game is 2 days before. Well, I can't wait to share it with you either, Megan. So happy birthday in advance. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And it's going to be a great birthday this year. You count on it. I just got a feeling for you on this one, Megan. You have an awesome birthday this year. And again, I can't wait till you come back, come up and check this place out next year. Like I said, we'll slide over and have a meetup. Have a meetup. All right. Well, I have gotten 7 hours and 50 minutes in, and as promised, I have hit the end of my chat. So let's get in the last of the comments, questions, or any other kind of just thoughts or feelings you guys might have. Another great stream as always, you guys. I really do appreciate it. I do want to thank again just the sponsor of the show, Manscaped.com. Manscaped has been kind enough to be the first sponsor of the show, and we are happy that they are so. If you as a guy need a little bit of help down below, if you've been going to CVS to get your trimmer for your man junk, don't do that anymore. You cut yourself up, you cause bleeding, you cause pain in the shower. You don't need to put yourself through that anymore, okay? Go to Manscaped. They finally designed a product for you, your balls, taking care of your balls, allowing the trimming process to be easy and painless. How great does that sound? And hey, guess what? They gave me a code. You use my code NEST, N-E-S-T, you save 20% off. Free shipping, free worldwide shipping. You can be in like Australia, like Megan, it doesn't matter. You still get free shipping as well as the 20% off. You help your balls, you save some money, you help the show, win, win, win. So go on over there to manscaped.com, use my code NEST, save yourself a little bit of money, save your junk some happiness, and I do appreciate it quite a bit. You know I do. Cream Pie Lars says, I didn't answer your question. Well, I hope you're not putting something racist in there, Cream Pie, because then you're not going to get an answer to my question. I do not put up with racism either. Brian Bross is seeing Russ's post-game interview. He says his finger is fine, so he's just getting worse. So confusing. Here's the thing that again, this is the lack of taking responsibility, of owning stuff, and when they play with facts where they're not being truthful and honest, Brian. And Russ is not the only one that plays this game. The front office plays this game as well. They play this game. And here's the proof that you know that he's lying on this, Brian. It's lying. The proof is this. As I said, you brought an offense this offseason that's built at least partially, half of it's built at least partially on the back of you running a lot of under center offense with your quarterback. In the last 2 weeks, you have thrown out 100% of your under center offense, which was not the case prior to Russell Wilson's injury. So if he's 100%, Brian, why isn't he taking snaps under center? You know? But again, this is where it's like when you lie, and your lie is that easy to unravel, why even lie at that point? But that's where we land with this, where they're so up in their own stuff, in their game and in their PR stuff, that they can't just own what is. You shouldn't be playing if you've got to toss out half your playbook to allow you to play. It doesn't matter if a fan of the Seahawks or a fan of the other club watching the situation. That's just a straightforward way to how you would deal with the situation, in my opinion. But they're not going that route. Yeah, cream pie liars. Why be racist, dude? What are you adding to the world with the racism? Let's love and embrace each other, man. Flag Sabbath, good to see you on in here, my dude. Hope you're doing well, bro. Hope you're doing well. All right, well, we have hit the end of the ladder, and we have accomplished much here. I know we were in misery, folks. I know we were down, and I get that. And I got to say, I've got to give my Seahawks fans a lot of props in this channel, because I know a lot of you are hurting tonight. A lot of you have been hurting over the last few weeks, but you haven't let that turn your attitude in a way to become toxic, where you've still been able to talk Seahawks football, talk this future, be in your emotions, and still be able to balance it off with that. It's not an easy thing to see, as we see people come in the chat trying to tell us how to experience our fandom, trying to tell us how committed we are truly as the fans. It's not easy to stay in that kind of lane of things, but you guys did it nonetheless. That's why I go these 8 hours. That's why I tell you over and over again, it's not hard work, because you guys make me think. You keep me entertained. You make me laugh. You help me expand my fandom and my perspective on this football team. And that's stuff that's always going to make me stay with this as long as I can keep it going, as long as I can keep talking, as long as I can still try to make you guys laugh if I can make you laugh. So another awesome show in that respect. I'm very impressed by what I see out of the chat today, not just in your support for this channel, but in your support of your fandom, in your support of your Seahawks, and being supportive while still being supportive and still being able to criticize in your support. So a lot of people can't seem to balance that. A lot of people seem to be struggling with that, but not in my chat, not my people, and I think that's awesome to see. I really do appreciate that about you. Danny McCormick says, I like some of our media guys. Michael Sean Duger. I like Joe Fan a lot, but Pete has never been asked a hard question ever about the state of the team and where they went wrong. You mentioned two guys that I have a lot of respect for as well, in Mr. Sean Duger and Joe Fan, who of course has moved on a little bit now. But yes, I think that he's not been asked a lot of hard questions. And I think that he's not asked a lot of hard questions, Danny, in my opinion, because he sits at the top of this organization. And if he wants to dictate and say, hey, I don't like that media guy who keeps coming in here and raising a lot of trouble. He's a troublemaker. Get him out of here. I don't want him asking any more questions. And I think the threat of that hangs over the top of this media and has got to be considered, I think, when they ask questions. I'm not certain on this, but this is just my given instinct on it a little bit, Danny. But it sure would be nice if they were to ask some harder questions. The specific question that I would love to see asked above all of at this point, Danny, is how, Coach Carroll, when you are sitting on a roster like you are right now, how is it that you approached this offseason and you decided that you weren't going to need to use that $13 million of cap space to further build on this team? And as well, why would you not have built an extra $10 million of cap space off converting Russell's base to bonus to then have at your disposal $23 million to spend that you left unspent coming into this year? Why did you take that tract when this team is so bad, when this team seems to be so talent deprived? I'd love to see that question asked. Brian Barajas. Exactly, bro. I miss Russ when he was a robot and a brand, but he was still good. I guess good night, bro. Fan of you. Been following you for 2 years. Good night, bro. Yeah, Brian, I know you're one of my OGs in here in the chat. It's good to see you popping in here, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I liked him a lot better in the old way. I liked him as Robot Russ. I liked him as Cornball Russ. I didn't like it the second he started to try to get cool, where he tried to manufacture his coolness. And really, that part started to not ring true and started to feel more inauthentic when he tried to go in that direction of things. People develop, people grow, people go in different paths. This has just been his path of growth and development, I guess, and where he wanted to go with it. I wish him the most with it. Part of me wonders if in retrospect, he's going to wonder if maybe I concentrate a little bit too much more on the brand and not enough on football. Because there's been some aspects of his game that I wish would have developed a little bit more fast and speedily here that have not at this point in time. Danny McCormick, what's your first question you would ask Pete, but with respect for what he's done? The first question would be just what I said, Danny, as far as, let's go beyond that, Danny, because it's boring to say the question I just asked. Here's the question I would ask, Danny. Coach Carroll, when you look at fellow coaches like yourself, who I would consider to be your peers. So here's where you lead with a little bit of sugar for Coach Carroll. Drop a little sugar on him. You say, Coach Carroll, for those coaches like yourself who have been those peers, who have a stated goal and a stated philosophy and a stated design for how they want to run their football team. And you look at those coaches and you see them make transitions into their coaching career where they move away from their rigid stance to more of a different approach that they did not want to go towards. And the specific guys that I would mention is say, look at what Bill Belichick did with Tom Brady. Look at what Nick Saban has admitted that he's had to do with Alabama. Changing from that defensive, run-centric approach to now more of the spread concepts and bringing in all of the flurries of the new offensive designs to play. Why have you not made that same transition? Why have you fought against it tooth and nail? That would be my question for him. Jamal Gully, 12-4 to 3-7. Let's just keep our heads up and hope for the best. Good night and great stream. Oh, that is a great comment to finish up on, Jamal. Very well said. It's been a tough year in the way it's gone. We're looking towards the future. Optimism still does abound. It's a dark night right now, but you know what they say? The night is darkest just before the dawn. Right, Jamal? And I think that that's the case here. Very well said. A great way to wrap this up. I appreciate all of you on this channel. Thank you for all of the support from the variety of different members on this channel who bring it. We get multiple donations from this channel. I have so many that are so supportive of this place. I really do hope you guys know that I really do appreciate it. I sometimes just gloss over and say thank you for the dollars, thank you for the donation. But from the bottom of my heart, I really do appreciate it. Even in these tough times, we're getting closer and closer to me doing this full time, and you guys are helping me down on that pathway to getting there. Danny McCormick says, good night, Brando. Maybe tomorrow we'll wake up to Pete Carroll has stepped down and we have an interim head coach. Thanks for the insight, brother. A fella can dream, can he, Danny? A fella can dream. He can. Well, thank you so much, Danny. I appreciate that, and appreciate you hopping in the chat, being a part of this. I love seeing the OGs like Danny, like Brian pop in here and there every once in a while just to see him in again. It's good to see those names coming on in the chat. Look, folks, it's a dark time, and we're down. We're down. Been a long stream, a lot of misery that we've had to turn over here. But even in these moments now where it's dark, even in these moments where it looks like hope is lost, even in these moments where it looks like Carroll's gone and Russell Wilson's gone, do not you lose the faith. Because I will never accuse you of being a bandwagoner. I will never accuse you of being lesser than a 12. You are a 12. You are a Seahawks fan. I know that bleed blue and neon green comes out your veins anytime you nick yourself, especially when you're not using a Manscaped product. But in this moment now where it's dark, in this moment where we are in misery and depression, let it not be said that we will turn this around, that there will be brighter days once again, that this is just simply merely a bump in our road as we are about to go downhill at supersonic speeds. So in these times, don't you forget, don't you never forget, my Seahawks fans, and you are Seahawks fans in your heart. No one tell you differently. Don't let no fellow 12 tell you differently. Don't let no fellow person in this division tell you differently, or any other football, one of those blue blood organizations. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You can criticize your team and still love your team. You can chew gum and still walk at the same time. That's just one reason why you guys are a little bit more of the more intelligent breed of fan than we might normally get in this NFL. But don't you forget, even in these moments, don't you ever forget. As I'm riding here with you till I